In the dark cave, a loud scream suddenly rang out, and people started to cry for help as they noticed the demon beast in front of them. They were scared and decided to run, while Yiqing frowned while breathing heavily, thinking his name in his mind, and thought that he was a level 0. He stood there holding a wooden shield and a piece of stick, and despite the blood flowing down his face and hands, he stubbornly frowned as he looked at his opponent. He was unable to deal with the demon, and looking at the monster in front of him, he realized that the damage he had caused was 0. He survived by collecting trash, and people like him, namely, people with a level 0, were considered a burden in society. Despite this, he continued to stand confidently in front of the enemy, and continuing to think, he carefully looked at the demon wolf that was about to attack him, with its mouth open, remembering that people like him were considered absolutely useless, even worthless. With a warlike cry he ran, putting his shield forward, and swung the piece of stick that he was holding in his hand, not intending to give up. Very soon, splinters flew into the air, and Qing, clenching his jaws, held back a cry of pain from the fact that the demon wolf, having anticipated his attack, grabbed his shoulder with its jaws. Frozen for a while, without resisting, the protagonist admitted that some people might say that he lived like a worthless person. However, frowning cruelly, he decided that he would never die like an insignificant person. Screaming again, he swung the piece of stick that was still in his hands to resist the monster that was clinging to his arm. In the end, he managed to deal fatal damage to the spirit wolf, and the damage dealt by it was equal to 1. Some time before, in the city near the gate to the C-class abyss, an armed man stood, carefully looking at the portal. Soon, in the bright light of the portal, the silhouette of a man appeared, running quickly, holding a box in his hands. It was Qing, who, clenching his jaw and frowning, ran away from the portal, trying to avoid being injured by the monster that was chasing him. He was the senior garbage man of the abyss, and at the moment he ran out of the portal, his superior, calling him names, shouted at him that he was too slow, and ran forward, swung his weapon, cutting off several tentacles of the monster, which also began to come out of the portal, and screaming in pain, it disappeared again. The protagonist knelt down, put a box filled with crystals in front of him, and thought that his job was to collect and sort the trash left over from fighting monsters every day. The management didn't want this resource to leak to ordinary people. After all, these were C-grade crystals, and one such crystal was worth 50,000 yuan. He took out one of the crystals from the box, taking a rag to wipe it. Suddenly, the guy who was fighting off the monster came closer, put his foot on the edge of the box, and calling out to Qing, he called him a rat. Hearing someone else's voice, the protagonist froze in surprise, and the guy, frowning, reminded them that they would split this reward individually, and warned that if Qing stole even one crystal, then not only would he not get the money, but he would also go to jail. Frowning menacingly, he asked if the protagonist understood him. Smiling, he returned the magic crystal to its place, saying that there was no need to worry, since he had been working for many years and knew all the rules. Continuing to clean the crystals of excess garbage, he looked to the side a little, distracted, because he noticed that several more men ran out through the portal, holding the same boxes with crystals in their hands. They screamed desperately, stumbling, and watching them intently, Qing thought that the work of the Abyss Scavenger was done by everyone who was at level 0, and if the battle team did not deal with all the monsters, then the lives of the scavengers were in danger. That was why it was not an exaggeration to say that this was a dangerous job, and changing the topic of his thoughts, Qing noted that you can earn 300 yuan for returning from the dungeon. Each garbage man received 1,000th of the garbage he collected, which was about 600 yuan, but 30% had to be given to the management, leaving the man with 540 yuan in his hands. After looking at another crystal he had purified, he sighed, quietly declaring that he was 670,000 yuan in debt, so he needed to work harder. The men passing by him turned their attention to him upon hearing this, and calling out to him, one of them called him a rat, noting that there was a job for 3,000 yuan. He asked, "In business or Qing?" Shocked by the information he heard, the protagonist began to stand up and asked if this job really paid 3,000 yuan. He was astonished that there was so much money, and without directly answering his questions, the man asked if it was true that Qing needed money. He invited him to come with them if he wanted, and the protagonist, without asking any more unnecessary questions, simply shouted that he would go with the men. Very soon, the bus in which the workers were sitting drove to the desired location, and one of the men, sitting on a seat, asked if they were really going to the Shifeng City shopping mall. He remembered that the news just today said that there was a Class A abyss in this place. Another worker realized that this was why the reward was big, and noted that he had heard that people had already been sent to the Chiffon City shopping mall, but none of them had ever returned. A guy standing nearby asked if they were really going to send another squad. His comrade assumed that they were indeed, and closing his eyes added that they would also need to take the equipment of those poor people who had not returned. His partner noted with displeasure that the capitalists treated people like pigs, and asked who gave them permission to monetize the abyss in the first place. Qing, who was sitting at a distance and not taking part in the conversation, rested his chin on his palm, thoughtfully looking through the window at the places they passed by, and concentrated on developing his business. 10 years ago, the gate of the abyss rose from the underworld, and a brightly shining portal appeared on the streets of one of the cities, destroying the nearby buildings with its energy. After that, people came face to face with terrible creatures, which were huge monsters whose jaws were filled with giant sharp fangs. And only a special class of people could defeat the creatures in the gate of the abyss. These people, armed with shields, bows, swords, and axes, used their skills to make their way through the portal of the abyss, destroying the monsters. When the first monster was defeated, people discovered not only magic crystals but also mysterious weapons, and that is why, after exploring all the continents, people began to study the abyss. Because of this, the economy took its course, traditional enterprises closed down, and all the funds went to support the new market, which was the abyss industry. Thinking about this, Jean remembered how the employer, pushing aside his application form, apologized because they did not accept people with a 0 level. Sometime later, a doctor standing with the protagonist in the corridor next to the hospital room, annoyedly shouted that they were a hospital, not a charity, and ordered Jean to take his sister away if he could not pay for her treatment. Putting his palms together in a pleading gesture, the protagonist, asking for forgiveness, began to beg the doctor to keep his sister in the hospital for at least a few more days. A little later, when he returned home, a man began to knock on his door, calling him a rat, and ordering him to open it, reminding him that he had not paid the rent for 2 months. Hearing these shouts, Jean remained silent, pressing his lips tighter, and finally, he looked at the other person sadly and opened the door, and the man ordered him to leave if he could not pay, throwing his documents aside. In many organizations where the protagonist went, he was met with dissatisfaction, shouting that they did not accept people like him. They ordered him to leave, calling him names, and laughed mockingly, and in the end, one day, Qing sat on a bench outside, lowering his head, not paying attention to the rain that was dripping directly onto him. The papers he carried with him were lying on the ground around him, and he thought desperately that the employment situation was extremely grim for those with a 0 level, which meant that these people were doomed from the start. Suddenly, distracting him from his sad thoughts, a man approached him and handed him a flyer advertising a mini loan, thanks to which he could get money in a second. Having attracted Qing's attention, the man asked if he needed money. Raising his head, the protagonist, having stopped crying, looked at the interlocutor, who announced that all he had to do was leave his organs as collateral. Without resisting, Qing took the flyer, and at the moment, returning to reality, he sighed, closing his eyes. Suddenly, one of the men turned to his side and announced that he had heard that he had borrowed 1 million and lost it all on the stock market, so if he didn't pay it back, he would lose a kidney. Hearing the men discussing him, Qing even shuddered, his eyes widening, and one of the workers added that he was also paying for his sister's treatment, and the worker assumed that all of his comrades knew what the medical bills were currently. Without interfering in this conversation, the protagonist simply pressed his lips tighter, lowering the peak of his cap to cover his eyes, and his colleagues, continuing to talk, assumed that he would die before he could collect the required amount, and therefore he would have to work as a garbage man until his death. Finally, after some time had passed, they arrived at the desired location, and when the bus stopped, the magician who was part of the team noted with displeasure that they were in no hurry. Running out of the bus, the workers apologized for what happened and started to walk closer to the team, and Qing Xindian ordered them to keep up, warning them that if the garbage workers died, it would not be the team members' fault. Approaching the portal, he and his comrades urged the garbage workers again, and they began to climb the rocks towards the portal without any objection. Qing, who also got off the bus, looked at the abyss portal seriously, frowning, and decided that this time he would try to earn money and come back alive. Thinking about this, he stubbornly pursed his lips, clutching the straps of the backpack hanging on his back with his hands, and soon entered the underground city of the Chiffon City shopping center. This was a B-class abyss, and looking back, Qing noted that this was his first time in a B-class abyss. Finally, all the team members were inside, but suddenly the girl gifted with abilities frowned, turned around sharply, and looked at the monsters with the rest of her comrades, who, with their mouths wide open, were running towards them. Cursing, the leader of the team noted that they met the monsters as soon as they arrived, and called out to Xindian, and he, exclaiming that he knew what to do, stepped forward a little, declaring that they were just a small number of spirit wolves. Stretching out both hands to the side, he gathered fire energy above his palms, and when several monsters jumped into the air to attack him, he sent a powerful volley of fire forward. Smiling enthusiastically, and colliding with the monsters, the magical energy exploded, and those wolves that were not destroyed cowardly fled to the sides. The captain of the team, holding a shield and sword in his hands, warned the others not to let down their guard, as demons could attack from anywhere. One of his team members asked where their destination was. He pointed his sword upward and said that they needed to go to the 5th floor, and the girl, suddenly changing the topic of the discussion, admitted that she didn't know for sure, suggesting that it might just be her imagination, and noted that it felt like the 1st floor had become 5 times wider and 3 times higher. Her teammate, adjusting his glasses, said a little arrogantly that this was how the abyss worked, since from the outside it looked normal to the outside world, but inside its structure changed. In addition, he was curious about the whereabouts of the traces of the previous group, namely the corpses. Turning towards the group of scavengers, he pointed his finger in their direction and, drawing their attention to himself, ordered them to find the bodies, since they were not here for a walk. No one answered him or objected, and soon everyone continued moving forward, and only Xindian dropped to one knee, tying his shoelaces. He chuckled and said softly that it didn't matter where a level 0 person went, because he would only get in the way. At this time, Qing, looking around in amazement, came closer and, not noticing Xindian who was bending over, tripped over him, and realizing what was happening, clenched his jaw, his eyes widening in horror. Xindian frowned furiously and, when the protagonist fell in front of him, he began to get up, ordering him to watch where he was going. Qing, looking at him desperately, apologized to him for what had happened, but, ignoring the apology, Xindian grabbed him by the collar of his clothes and, lifting him above himself, pressed Qing against the wall, shouting that it really irritated him when he stepped on a non-entity. He admitted that he thought the protagonist was a monster, and at that moment, the team boss, drawing Xindian's attention, ordered him not to get distracted, reminding him that they had things to do. He stood there for a while, still holding Qing above the ground, and because of this, he was unable to breathe. Finally, looking at him furiously, Xindian clenched his jaw, frowning, and sharply releasing Qing, he declared that if he knew that he was worthless, then he should not approach him. Unable to react to land on his feet, the protagonist fell, hitting his head painfully, and squinting his eyes he got up from the ground, his cap flying off his head, mentally calling Xindian an arrogant idiot. A little later, he managed to sit up, and Xindian, looking at him, exclaimed that they were simply a dream team. After standing up, Qing followed the other members of the expedition, lagging behind them a little, and thought that everyone who was at level 0 was called an outcast of society, a burden, and a worthless person. However, while adjusting the cap on his head, he stubbornly frowned, pressing his lips tighter, and thought dissatisfiedly that all these people did not know that he would soon move on to the next level, since he had gained 99 out of 100 experience points. After thinking about this, he, without further delay, confidently followed the rest of the team. Some time later, when he entered a branch corridor with the rest of the scavengers, they noticed that this demon beast appeared in the depths. The other scavengers began to run away, and only Qing stood before the monster, his eyes wide open, and asked, were these people from the battle groups scared? He noticed that the spirit wolf's health was at a critical level, and focusing on it, the monster bared its fangs, and the protagonist began to look around, assessing the situation, and slightly squinting his eyes, he noticed a level 1 wooden shield and a level 1 wooden stick to the side. He knew that the monster's health was at a critical level, but at that moment, when the monster, opening its mouth wide, ran to attack, Qing ordered himself to put all doubts aside, and frowning and clenching his jaw, he jumped to the side, assuming that this was his chance. Dodging the monster's attack, he grabbed the stick and shield, and getting into a comfortable position, ran towards the monster, jumping into the air to attack from above, and swinging the stick, he forcefully hit the demon wolf's head, ordering it to die. However, the damage dealt was 0, and seeing this, Qing froze in fear, and the monster frowned and turned its head towards him, becoming even more angry. Some of the scavengers who remained without running away but hiding asked, was the protagonist really that stupid? They were astonished that he was here, and realizing that he had just arrived, someone asked, didn't Qing understand that only a combat team could deal with monsters? Without saying anything out loud, the protagonist thought that of course he understood that this was indeed the case, but he still did not run away and clenching his jaw, ran to attack again, approaching the monster from the side, and struck it. His agility, intelligence, will, constitution, and luck were all equal to 1, and throwing off the backpack from his back to improve his mobility, Qing ran to the side, and the wolf, clenching his teeth, ran after him. The protagonist knew that with such weak equipment as his, he would not be able to break through the defense of even the weakest monsters, but he concentrated and realized that he had an advantage, and running up to the wall, he jumped up, pushing off with his foot from the roots entangled with it, and mentally exclaimed that he understood perfectly well what situation he was in. As soon as he pushed off from the branch, the monster grabbed it with its jaws, and the thick trunk cracked, and Qing decided that he needed to use more force, and landing, swung his stick, shouting. Around this time, Xindian, who was on the other side of the building, stopped, surrounded by wolf corpses, and laughed, exclaiming that as soon as people with level 0 see a monster they run, flashing their heels. His boss smirked and announced that killing a monster would earn him some luck points, but only if the monster wasn't a demon beast, since it was safe to assume that everything was lost. Picking up one of the magic crystals he had received, he looked at it, noting that they would take the most valuable items for themselves and leave the rest for the scavengers. Calling out to his comrades, he ordered them to tell the scavengers to clean up the mess, and looked at the item cards and crystals they had received. Suddenly, a girl from the team frowned and pointed slightly to the side, noting that it seemed like one monster had survived. They all heard the scream of the scavengers who decided to run, and one of the team members added that everything was happening as the boss said. Stepping aside, Xindian, pointing his finger at the purple equipment, warned that it belonged to him, and asked if everyone understood that it was not allowed to take it. At this time, Qing continued to fight the wolf, and when he tried to strike, the stick in his hands shattered into pieces, and the monster, taking advantage of the situation, sank its fangs into his shoulder. Clenching his jaws so as not to scream, the protagonist opened his eyes wider, noticing the splashes of his own blood in the air, and decided that he would never die like a nonentity, swung the remaining piece of the stick. He stabbed the sharp end of it into the monster's eye, blood splashed into the air, and Qing managed to deal fatal damage to the spirit wolf, inflicting 1 point of damage. The monster let out a scream and the protagonist fell to the ground, but then stood up and noticed that the monster had fallen dead next to him, raising small clouds of dust into the air. He fell to his knees in relief, sighing, and ignoring the sweat running down his face, he narrowed his eyes, chuckled, and smiled happily, and then screamed, clenching his hands into fists. A little while later, having calmed down, he lowered his head, but turned to the side when he heard the sound of someone else's footsteps. He noticed that Xindian had come closer, who, with his hands in his pockets in boredom, noted that a single horse was able to defeat a low-level wolf. He looked at the protagonist with disdain, and then, approaching him, grabbed him by the collar of his clothes and asked if he really thought he was a hero now. Cursing, he assumed that Qing was suicidal, and reminded him that they were not here to drag his corpse. Despite the blood flowing down his face, and ignoring Xindian who was yelling at him, the protagonist smiled faintly, thinking that the battle group had many career paths, and once a person reached level 1, they could join the battle group and even obtain a special job. Imagining the symbols of such jobs, he mentally noted that in order to achieve this, he needed to think about how to gain experience points, because people with level 0 could not defeat the demon beast, and it was like going to certain death. He recalled how he had participated in a large number of expeditions, and gradually his experience increased, although it was only 1% at a time. Risking his life for so many years to find someone injured who could be easily finished off, and waiting day after day, Qing gradually reached 99% of all the required experience points. After killing the demon beast, he gained additional experience points, and now he remembered the moment when he dealt the fatal blow. His experience points were now at 100%, and he frowned slightly as he said out loud that what he had done was the only way to gain experience points. In his opinion, this was the ideal condition, and he smiled wider, while the system notified him that he had gained 100 experience points out of 100, and therefore was moving up to the next level. Noticing the light that enveloped Qing's body, Xindian frowned, calling him names, and asked if he had really leveled up. The system congratulated the protagonist on reaching level 1, and Qing relaxed and stood still for a while his body was enveloped in magical energy, increasing his stats. Soon, the system notified him that his profession was a scavenger, and level 1 was the maximum. Noticing this, Qing froze, his eyes widened, and even his mouth dropped open in shock. Xindian was also surprised when he noticed his characteristics, and then pressed his lips tighter to keep from laughing. Tears appeared at the corners of his eyes, but in the end he couldn't help but laugh loudly and asked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He asked, "Qing is still a garbage man even after reaching level 1? He mocked the fact that the maximum level for someone like the protagonist is level 1, and while still laughing, he patted him on the shoulder, apologizing because he couldn't help but laugh. He closed his eyes and declared that this kind of chance only comes once in a lifetime, but Qing was still a garbage man. He laughed and said that this job was just right for Qing, and he pressed his lips tighter and stood there, saying nothing. Finally calming down, Xindian approached him, ordering him to listen to him, and called him a level 1 scavenger, reminding him that his friends had already left, so he would have to clean up here by himself. The protagonist did not answer, although he was dissatisfied, and Xindian, returning to his comrades, began to tell them what had just happened, assuming that they would not believe it. Looking after him, Qing repeated the name of his job, and looking at his bloody palm, he asked, "Was it really that weak?" Frowning, he realized that if level 1 was the maximum for a scavenger, then this meant that he would not be able to use equipment to increase his level. However, he did not remain upset for long, and looking around, asked himself, what kind of ability did scavengers have? Suddenly, he frowned warily, noticing that the body of the wolf he had killed was surrounded by a faintly shining energy. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the corpse, and the system notified him that recyclable garbage had been found, namely the body of the spirit wolf. After that, the system asked whether to send the wolf's body for recycling. Qing froze for a while, his mouth slightly open in amazement, and then exclaimed that it needed to be sent for recycling, and the next moment, a cloud of magical energy appeared behind him, from which a large number of hands jumped out, each finger ending in sharp claws. Noticing the hands stretched out towards the monster on his sides, the protagonist opened his eyes wide, screamed, and carefully looked at the hands, which, having grabbed the corpse of the spirit wolf, began to pull it into the energy space. Having calmed down slightly, but still in a state of shock, Qing asked, "Is this really the ability of the garbage men?" As the wolf's body finally disappeared into the dark energy space, the protagonist thought it was a bit creepy since the wolf was simply sucked into that hole. Finally, the refining process began, and the system sent Qing a notification about it. After a while, the refining was completed, and he was surprised to learn this, and 2 hands that stuck out from the dark energy space handed him several clumps of magical energy, as well as an ability card, and the system announced that he had obtained a phantom dash, as well as 3 equipment points. Surprised, Qing asked himself, "Can you really get equipment cards from corpses?" He ordered the system to open the system summary, and read his stats, frowning in surprise. When he returned his attention to the items handed to him, the system explained that he needed to have 3 agility points in order to use the card. Realizing that only 3 agility points were needed, he decided to convert the equipment points into agility points, increasing it to the required amount. When all the conditions for using the normal ghost dash were met, Qing noticed that the system said that 3 agility points were needed, noting that he had 4 of these points, and asked if he wanted to use it. Focusing on the skill card, surrounded by a faintly shining magical energy, the protagonist declared that he wanted to use it and frowned slightly, and after he activated the skill, magical energy began to flow into his body, and he closed his eyes, absorbing it. A little while later, he opened his eyes, and then began to look at his body in surprise and asked, "Is this all?" He was shocked that he received the skill, but there was no visible change, and at that moment, he heard someone rudely order him to come closer. Frowning, Qing shouted that he was already coming and kicked off the ground to run forward, but his kick was so strong that the place he stepped on was covered with cracks. Screaming in surprise, he ran forward very quickly, frowning, and miscalculating his ability, tripped on a root on the floor and flew forward for a distance before falling with a crash. He asked in shock, "Was there really such a skill before?" The system announced that the ghost dash was recharging, and Qing derivative, that of course it should be like this. Standing up, he closed his eyes, sighed, and opened them again, and noticed that in front of him lay a large number of wolf corpses, which were also recyclable garbage. Looking at the dead wolves, he asked, "Is it true that he can obtain not only equipment, but also abilities?" He finally realized that this was the max level Abyssal Scavenger skill, and after activating his ability, he prepared to recycle the corpses he found, and grinned and exclaimed that Abyssal Scavengers were really cool. When he started to absorb monster corpses with his ability, he gained 4 points, Then 3 points, 3 points again, 2 points, and continued to stand there, waiting for all the corpses to be processed. Finally, once again, the system announced that he had only gained 1 point, and Qing, looking at this in surprise, noted that when he processed the spirit wolf corpse the first time, he had gained the ability of the ghost dash, but since then, no matter how many corpses he processed, he had not gotten any new ability, and in addition, the points were given less and less each time. He guessed that in order to get another ability, he needed to process another monster, and pointing his finger to the side, he asked, would there really be more useful resources in that case? Once again, the system announced that he had gained 1 point, and several hands belonging to his ability showed gestures confirming that his guess was correct. The main character had accumulated 111 points so far, and looking at his stats, he asked himself, which skill should he level up? His eyes widened, and he noted with a bit of dissatisfaction that he didn't know when he would be able to accumulate points again, so he smirked and decided that in that case, he would just distribute all the points equally. The system repeated several times that his strength, agility, luck, willpower, and constitution had been increased, so that each of these stats was now at level 20. At the same time, the members of the battle team were fighting other monsters, killing them, and were happy to realize that only these 2 wolves remained. After finishing off the last of the monsters, the boss turned to Xindian and asked, was he really talking about Qing changing his job to a garbage man? He honestly admitted that he didn't even know it was possible, and the team's mage smiled, cleared his throat, and announced that 3 hidden jobs were added every year, but the rankings for the most valuable jobs never changed, and most of the so-called hidden jobs were just given out for fun. Xindian frowned, noting that given that the protagonist's maximum level was level 1, he was barely stronger than people with level 0, so essentially nothing had changed. In the end, deciding that there was no need to pay attention to Qing, the team boss frowned as he walked to the side, and motioned for the remaining members to move on. He readied his shield and sword, reminding them to keep their eyes open, and his comrades agreed, continuing to move towards their destination. After a while, they stopped near some curved branches sticking out of the floor, and froze, their eyes widening in horror and their mouths hanging open in amazement. They noticed that one of these branches had stretched out, forming a kind of cross, on which a man was hanging, with roots sticking out of his mouth. Looking at this eerie sight, the commander announced that the mission target had been discovered, and the remains of the captain of the falcon hunting team had been found. The girl, clutching daggers in her hands, asked how something so big could fit inside the shopping mall, and on the 5th floor at that. The magician, coming closer to the remains of the body, announced that not even 48 hours had passed since the transformation of the abyss, but the corpses here seemed to be 10 years old. He assumed that this was some kind of magic, and the girl cautiously noted that they had only encountered weak demon beasts, and the falcon team was B+ class. She didn't understand how they could fail, and at that moment, the leader frowned and turned to the side, then opened his eyes wide, screaming as he noticed a large number of zombies appeared from the ground to the side and headed towards them. One of these monsters appeared right next to his leg, grabbed him by it, and exclaimed that there were more than just demons here. At that time, the news anchor announced a breaking news broadcast, telling about the abyss transformation that had occurred in the Shifeng City shopping mall, reaching danger level B. Currently, 27 people were declared missing, and the leader of the team frowned and ordered everyone to get ready, as this was an ambush and they were surrounded. Pushing the zombies away from him, he prepared to fight, and his team members stood next to him, readying their weapons. Xindian, releasing fireballs to the sides, remembered asking where the corpses were just a while ago, but now he realized that all of these dead bodies were here. The commander, pushing away the zombie that was running towards him with his shield, realized that the low-level demon beasts were only there to bring them here. Suddenly, the branches of the tree that was behind the team members moved, tearing the ground nearby, and with an exclamation, the people ran to the side, and the boss, frowning, realized that this was the final monster of this area, a classic carnivorous plant. The roots formed into the body of a monster with powerful clawed paws, and the team members turned their attention to this, distracting themselves from the zombies. Suddenly, Xindian, sweating from fear, asked his comrades to look up, announcing that the entire falcon hunting party had now turned into zombies, running towards their team to attack them. At this time, Qing was recycling corpses with his talent, collecting additional magic crystals from it as a reward. Soon, the system notified that he had received an achievement for recycling 50 corpses, and the protagonist laughed and rejoiced at this achievement. Thanks to this, he should also receive a reward, and he admired it, and the system gave him an ordinary heart-shaped necklace and an ordinary dagger. Narrowing his eyes, Qing said with displeasure that even a reward for a scavenger is unnecessary things, and noted that this is very ironic. But suddenly he was distracted by a terrible roar, and even shuddered, opening his eyes wider in amazement. Turning around, he realized with horror that something was approaching, and soon noticed an enraged zombie running towards him. Clenching his jaws, he looked at his opponent in fear, and at the moment when the zombie began to strike, he jumped to the side, dodging. Thanks to the use of the agility skill called Excellent Dodge, he did not fall when he lost his balance from the sudden jerk, but managed to push off the floor with his hands, doing a somersault in the air, and land neatly on his feet. He sighed, exclaiming that this monster scared him, because he thought he was finished. However, looking at his body, he noticed that he had become more agile, and wondered if it was because he had leveled up his agility. He smirked, assuming that he really had become more agile, but was suddenly distracted from thinking about his stats, because the zombie, ready for another attack, ran up to him again, preparing to attack. Its hand was about to approach Qing's face, but he, widening his eyes, jumped to the side, and the monster slammed its modified hand into a claw on the wall. The protagonist frowned and looked at the monster, realizing that it had become not only more agile, but also stronger. Activating the Phantom Dash, he pushed off the ground, assuming that it was his turn to strike, and clenching his hand into a fist, he swung, thinking that this time it would cause more damage. He hit the zombie, and the monster flew into the wall, hitting it with force. Because the strength skill was activated, Qing managed to break the enemy's defense, and the damage dealt was 100%. A part of the zombie's body was splattered with blood, and it froze, trembled, and screamed. Passing his hand over his chin, the protagonist smiled smugly, exclaiming that this version of him was simply incomparable. The system notified that his intelligence skill allowed him to find the enemy's weaknesses, and looking at the zombie that was still alive, Qing realized that its level was high, and its weaknesses were fire, and its weak point could be considered the neck. Recovering from the blow it received, the zombie began to scream, and gathering its strength, it ran forward, intending to attack the protagonist. He also ran towards the monster, dodging its blows, and when he dropped to the ground to avoid another attack, the zombie flew to the side. Rising up, Qing found himself behind the monster, and, taking advantage of the situation, frowned seriously, remembering that the neck was a weak point. He took out the item card, which was a dagger, taking it out, and when the luck skill was activated, the dagger was activated, and the protagonist dealt damage to the monster, running the blade along the neck of this one, causing the enemy to bleed. After the blow, Qing jumped to the side, and the monster, whose root on its back was cut, fell to the ground, and the system announced that he had killed the zombie. Suddenly, a faint light began to emanate from the thick liquid that was left on his hand due to the blow to the monster, and the system activated a constitution skill called Plant Poison Resistance. The liquid scattered, falling off Qing's hand, and he, smiling happily, cried out cheerfully, as this was the first time he had killed someone. Soon the system said that recycling trash was found, that is, a zombie body, and asked if this corpse should be sent for recycling. The protagonist decided that it could be sent for recycling, and soon the body was successfully processed, and in the process of processing he received a new skill called Poison Resistance. Thanks to this, the effects of poisoning were converted into beneficial effects, and looking at the skill card in surprise, Qing asked, "Does this mean that he can drink poison like water?" He decided to use the card, and a new skill, Poison Resistance, was added, and the protagonist gained 5 additional points thanks to this. Looking at his characteristics, he also noticed that he received a bottle of spoiled poison decomposition. The information on the item card warned that it was very toxic and ordered not to consume this poison. Still, taking the liquid, Qing exclaimed that with poison resistance, all poisonings are converted into beneficial effects, and so he decided to see what would come of it. Opening the bottle, he poured the poison into his mouth, and thanks to the poison resistance, the toxic effect was converted into a healing effect. An aura of healing magic appeared around the protagonist, and he smiled and cried out in joy as all of his wounds disappeared as if they had never happened. The duration of the effect was 10 minutes, and upon noticing this, Qing exclaimed that this skill was very powerful, as he suddenly felt a surge of strength. When the healing process was complete, he remembered that the more intelligence was improved, the more weaknesses he could see, and so he decided that he would invest the points he gained into intelligence. After he increased the stats, his strength, agility, will, constitution, and luck were all 40 points, and his intelligence was 50 points. But suddenly, distracted from studying his characteristics on the system window, the protagonist heard someone scream behind him and, pressing his lips tighter and turning around, he asked if he had really missed the monster again. But suddenly his eyes widened and asked in horror what was going on. Noticing a crowd of zombies ahead, he exclaimed that there were too many monsters, but stopping for a moment, he remembered that he had been called a burden, a worthless person and an absolutely useless person, exclaiming with displeasure that everyone had addressed him exactly like that. At that moment, when the zombies ran to attack, he prepared his sword for battle and decided that now he would show everyone what he was capable of. Mentally shouting his name, he declared that he was a garbage man, and frowning, he thrust his weapon forward, simultaneously activating his ability, and calling all the zombies garbage, he asked the monsters to come closer to him. At this point, the members of the battle team continued to fight the zombies and cursed, still shocked by the fact that the Falcon team had turned into zombies. As the monsters screamed and attacked them, they held their weapons in front of them, ready to deflect the blow, and when one of the monsters swung an axe with his jaws clenched, the team leader held his shield out in defense. The zombie's strike caused cracks to appear on his shield, and he frowned and cursed, since even though they were corpses, they were very strong. He was genuinely scared when he realized this fact, and noted that this was not even mentioning the carnivorous plant that was behind them. While they fought the dead members of the Falcon team, the other zombies stood there, waiting, and eventually the boss called out to his team, announcing that they would be retreating. They screamed loudly and started running away from the zombies, and Xingdian ran forward and used his fireballs to disperse the zombies and clear the way for them. Suddenly, a girl from their team screamed, attracting the attention of the commander, as one of the zombies caught up with her from behind, pierced her body with a dagger, and blood sprayed out of her mouth. The mage, who was part of the team, also failed to escape, and was destroyed by a carnivorous plant that penetrated his body with its roots. Before he died, he screamed desperately, and the boss, realizing all this, cursed, frowning because, in addition, the monsters were right behind them. Xingdian thought in fear that the monsters were very strong, and continued to run forward, and the commander stopped at one point, sharply turned around, and covering himself with a shield, struck to stop the monsters a little. Xingdian clenched his jaw and looked back slightly, thinking that he only came here for money and equipment. He was sure that it would be very stupid to die here, so he cast a magic spell on the boss, who frowned, realizing that he could not move. Looking away, he cursed and asked why Xingdian was doing this. He reminded him that they were on the same team, and Xingdian, using a spell, apologized, but noted that the captain would have to support these zombies. Running away, he promised that he would pay for his funeral, and took advantage of the fact that the zombies pounced on the immobilized boss. While the monsters were damaging him, the team captain, raising his trembling bloody hand, looked after Xingdian and called him names. Xingdian, running away, smirked, realizing that he had nothing to lose if he ran away. He had already collected a few items, and decided that he just needed to come up with an excuse for why their team died. However, Qing appeared in front of him, blocking his way, and without noticing him, Xingdian fell to the ground, and the protagonist looked at him menacingly. Covering his mouth with his hand to hold back a scream, he frowned, but then said in displeasure that it was Qing again, whom he continued to call a garbage man. The protagonist, looking at him with disdain, asked if he really betrayed his captain in order to escape. Without answering, Xingdian was distracted by looking to the side, where Qing's skill was recycling the zombies that had already been destroyed. With his mouth slightly open in bewilderment, he stood up and asked in horror if the protagonist really did this. He watched the zombies disappear into the dark energy for a while, and when he heard a loud scream from the side, he frowned, realizing that he couldn't leave Qing alone, because in one case, he would definitely tell everything. He smirked and asked if it was true that the protagonist wanted to become stronger. He decided that now was the time to do so, and swung his leg, hitting him in the chest to push him aside. However, the use of physical force was blocked and the technique was directed towards the attacker. Falling to the floor, Xingdian cursed, grabbed his leg and asked what Qing did. He called him rude names, and he frowned and said that he was a terrible person, because being a traitor was even worse than being a loser. He activated his skill, and a large number of hands moved towards Xingdian, grabbing him and starting to drag him into the dark energy space. He screamed and stretched his arms out to the sides, but there was nothing nearby that he could grab onto and hold onto. He cursed and tried to resist, not agreeing with what was happening, and desperately called for his mother, realizing that he could not do anything. When the hands lifted him up, starting to immerse him deeper into the dark energy, the recycling process began, but the system suddenly announced that this trash could not be recycled. The additional hands that appeared showed a gesture, crossing each other, confirming these words of the system. The energy space threw Xingyan to the floor, and Qing, squatting next to them, looked at him with disdain and asked if he saw that sometimes you just need to get rid of the insignificance. Suddenly, the system said that the protagonist's trash recycling skill had been improved, and now the trash's abilities could be recycled with the trash's consent. He received the Spellmaster's 3-minute experience card, and with a slight frown, Qing assessed the information he had and asked if it was true that silence was a sign of consent. He thought it was very convenient, and used the card, then closed his eyes and waited for the skill to transfer to his body. With the improvement he received the skill Flame Lord, and to use the fireball, 15 intelligence points were required, and Qing had 50 points. In addition, when using the cloud effect, the fireball could evolve into a large explosion. The protagonist was suddenly forced to distract himself from thinking about his newly acquired skills, as the zombies, having finished with the boss's body, turned around, continuing to move forward, and screamed. Noticing the approaching monsters, Qing cautiously took a fighting stance, and stretching out his palm, asked himself, how did Xingyan activate the fireball? He guessed what actions he was doing, and gradually a fiery energy began to form near his hand, and then a powerful flame flew towards the zombies, spreading far ahead. When the fire dissipated, the protagonist froze, noticing that only a pile of ash remained from the monsters, and so he screamed in horror, sweating from the tension, because he wanted to process these monsters, but now it all turned into ash. While he was distracted, desperately looking at the destroyed area in front of him, one of the zombies, approaching him from behind, swung their daggers, but Qing, sensing someone else's presence in time, jumped to the side, avoiding the blade strike. Stopping, he looked at his opponent, frowning seriously, and at that moment, when the zombie ran up, going to pierce him with a dagger, he managed to dodge, and then summoned the sword he had in order to be able to fight. He reflected another blow aimed at him, and realized that his close combat skills were lame. Suddenly, he noticed how a new zombie began to appear a little to the side, and looking at this, he asked for his skill to help him hold on, if he did not want the monster to rise again. The protagonist's skill absorbed the body of the boss lying nearby, and soon, thanks to this, Qing received a golden shield. He instantly decided to use it, and as the shield appeared in his hand, he swung it, waiting for the zombie to get closer. He ran forward, towards the monster, striking not only with the shield, but also with his dagger. Thanks to the new equipment he had, he managed to cut off the zombie's head, and after running a little further, he stopped, returning to the corpse, and looked at it carefully. After apologizing, he said that he would have to recycle this zombie too, and told it to rest in peace forever this time. When the monster's body was recycled, Qing received the Dagger Master card, and was now able to wield a dagger like an assassin, and was invulnerable to piercing attacks. He immediately used the card, frowning confidently when he had a new skill, and remarked that being a scavenger wasn't so bad. After that, he ran forward, starting to fight with other zombies, and after a while, someone talking to another person asked if it was true that the group's mission was to find the falcon hunting party and bring them back. The other person confirmed it, and Qing currently frowned and looked at the opponents seriously, not intending to retreat. The person who was interrogating said that if the team did not bring back the bodies of the falcon fighting party personnel, the mission would fail and they would not receive a reward. At present, the protagonist, having destroyed several zombies at once, and since the refining was successful, he received cruelty, his agility strength indicators increased, and he also gained immunity to control. Penetrating further into the abyss, he struck again and again, and the zombies, screaming, were unable to resist. The person being interrogated announced that he knew the rules of the game, and his interlocutor asked whether they finally found the falcon hunting party or not. The interrogated person, unable to contain his emotions, cursed, noting that he had found the members of this team, but they had already been processed. Qing had previously struck several more zombies and activated his skill, processing the bodies of this one, and the interrogation officer in the future was amazed, noting that his interlocutor had spoken of processed bodies. He asked again, and the interrogated person, recalling how he saw Qing, having destroyed all the zombies, approached the carnivorous plant, activating his skill, noted that he had dragged all these people into the abyss. This happened in the Abyss Observation Committee in the interrogation room, and two serious men standing in front of the trembling Xingyan said that he was the only survivor, and the person he was talking about did not exist. In addition, there was something else strange, and the staff noted that when they found Xingyan, his level dropped to 1. They had never seen anything like this before, and he began to shout with a frown, unable to contain his emotions, and reminded them that he had already said that Qing had reworked his abilities. He laughed and declared that this was proof that the man was a garbage man. He lowered his head, less confidently noting that he thought so, and his face then opened up with excitement. The two men watched him in silence for a while, and then finally announced that Xindian had a high level of energy pollution, and suggested that it was because he had been sucked in and spat out. In addition, it could have caused hallucinations. The staff also voiced their guess that it seemed suspicious that the player holding the position of the main assassin in the team had survived. Xindian desperately shouted that he was not lying and was telling the truth, and added that it was a garbage man. Some time later, near the entrance of the B-class abyss, the protagonist, with a hood over his head to partially hide his face, stood among other armed warriors who were about to enter the abyss. After what happened in the other abyss, Qing sold the magic crystals on the black market, but received about 30% of the total price. The thing was that the business built on such crystals had always been a monopoly, and that was why private transactions were considered illegal, which is why the black market set a tax of 70%. The magic crystals were barely enough to pay off the people from the protagonist's past, and now, slightly distracted from these thoughts, he looked at his palm, remembering that he used his refining ability in front of other people, and wondered if they might report something to the supervisory committee. Pulling up the sleeve of his hoodie, he looked at the symbol that appeared on his palm, and thought that all this was not to mention that he had awakened to a hidden profession. He knew that the committee members would immediately lock him up and start studying him, and he clenched his fist and pressed his lips tighter, deciding that he needed to earn money while he was still free. Suddenly, the knight stood in front of the rest of the group and announced that this abyss had just appeared, so everything was still not completely known, but he assumed that everyone in the group was aware of all the risks. Because of the danger, the reward they would receive would be doubled, and the man asked for those who could change jobs to come to him and sign up, especially those with a high level. Qing pointed at himself and asked if the knight thought this was someone like him. The man looked at him with displeasure and asked what level he was. Taking off the hood of his head, Qing replied that he was a first-level scavenger, and all the other warriors standing next to him froze, their eyes widening and their mouths hanging open in astonishment when they heard this. It wasn't long before the knight laughed as he walked closer to the protagonist, and grabbing his wrist, he asked where such a lowly man had so much courage. He was sure that Qing should be among those like him, and he slightly narrowed his eyes, realizing that if the people around him thought that he was weak, it would confuse them. He decided that he would stand somewhere at the end and be there to help, and that way no one would notice if he started recycling corpses. This was his brilliant plan, but before anyone could do anything else, Lu Xingran came closer and ordered the knight to let Qing go. Hearing her voice, everyone looked at her, recognizing that she was the daughter of the famous Lu family, who had just awakened to the profession chosen by the god. Xingran, looking at the knight seriously, told him to take the protagonist as a member of the team, and then they would have enough people. Not immediately paying attention to her words, the warriors continued to admire her, noting that she was the rising star of the hunting party and the chosen one. Finally, distracted from praising her, someone decided to object, noting that Qing was at level 1, and therefore did not know how to do anything. Frowning, she warned that it did not matter, noting that the rest of the guys were here only for the sake of numbers. The knight, moving a little to the side of the protagonist, agreed with this and said that they were only here to protect Xingran. He decided that she would have the last word, and Qing, whose face could be covered in sweat from excitement, thought with relief that it was close. But since he expected that he would be expelled again, after all, this was not the first time he had to play the role of a complete nonentity. Before entering the portal of the abyss, Xingran paused for a moment, looking at the protagonist seriously, and he froze in amazement, noticing this. Frowning, he thoughtfully asked himself, where did he see Xingran? Finally, he remembered that it was 2 years ago, and his mind went back to the moment when she stood with her eyes wide open in horror, holding a broken sword in front of her. Suddenly, Qing, standing in front of her, swung the stick he was using as a weapon and struck the monster standing in front of Xingran, hitting it right in the gaping mouth and piercing the pointed end of the stick through the monster's upper jaw. He received 1 point of fatal blow, and let go of the stick, as the monster fell to the ground, splashing some blood. For a while, Qing froze, looking at the monster, and trembled, and Xingran, looking at him in shock, asked, "Is he really a garbage man?" She wondered how he managed to kill the monster, but ignoring her questions, the protagonist closed his eyes, jumping up and raising his hands up, and shouted happily, since it was his first time. He added that he gained 1 experience points, and calming down a little, he turned towards Xingran, asking if she was okay. She, noticing that he gained 1% of the 100% required points to level up, admitted that she had heard that this was how you can level up, but she had never met anyone who used this method. Slightly tilting her head to the side, she asked in amazement, was Qing really getting experience points this way? She wondered why he was doing this, and slightly narrowing his eyes, the protagonist replied a little displeasedly that he did it for the money, of course. As he approached the monster, picking up 1 crystal from the ground, Xingran shouted that she did not believe him, since it was all too risky. Not paying attention to her words at first, the protagonist looked at the crystal, admiring the fact that there were so many of these magic crystals here. He would like these resources to belong to him, but he quickly put this thought aside and turned around to look at Xingran, asking if she was saying that it was risky. He said that she was lucky with her profession, but she could not even imagine how other people had to survive. He looked at her with disdain, and then, taking his backpack, began to assess her condition, noting that she did not have a team, and asked if she really did not care about her life at all. He noticed that when she met demon beasts, she simply rushed at them, and asked what she was trying to achieve. Frowning seriously, Xingran declared that she wanted to become stronger, and shouted that she wanted to be the first to conquer one place. Turning towards her in confusion, Qing asked again about the place she was talking about, but without answering, Xingran asked him to tell her why he really wanted to change his profession. The protagonist replied that he was doing it for his family, and stood up, frowning confidently, smiling faintly, and pointing his finger at himself, he repeated that he wanted to protect his family. Copying his expression, Xingran asked what his name was. Smiling relaxedly, he said his name, and she, smiling even more, introduced herself in response, confessing that she was confident that Qing would be able to change his profession one day. She extended her palm towards him, exclaiming that she was inviting him to join her team when he succeeded in changing his profession, and suggested that they conquer that place together. Qing looked at the palm extended to him in shock, but finally shook Xingran's hand and agreed to her proposal, asking her not to stop him when the time came. She looked at him resolutely and told him to change his profession first, since she currently had 30 monsters, while the protagonist only had 1 monster. Suddenly, interrupting their conversation, 2 people ran closer, one of whom screamed, attracting Xingran's attention, declaring that they had been looking for her for a long time. Letting go of Qing's hand, Xingran turned around, looking at the man, and the second employee asked why she ran into the abyss. After that, they turned their attention to the protagonist, and calling out to him with disdain, they ordered him not to even think of coming closer to Xingran. The 2 of them grabbed her by the arms, starting to drag her towards the exit of the dungeon, and told her that their boss was furious and almost broke their necks. Trying to resist, Xingran desperately asked them to wait, and Qing, slightly narrowing his eyes, looked after the 3 people leaving with displeasure. Freeing one hand, Xingran suddenly threw a crystal to the protagonist, warning him to catch it, and he widened his eyes, looking in amazement at the magical item flying towards him. He managed to catch the crystal, and still surprised, froze, clenching it in his fist, and Xingran, smiling, shouted that this would be his first reward. Turning his back to her, Qing stretched out his hand in which he held the magic crystal and began to leave, and at the moment he wondered what her name was. Finally, he remembered her, although he said her name with a questioning intonation. The guy, hearing his guess, lightly hit him on the back of the head with his hand, shouting that it was definitely Xingran. Frowning, he asked why the protagonist was standing rooted to the spot. He ordered him to move those crystals, and Qing, looking at him a little nervously, exclaimed that he was already on his way, and approaching closer to the portal, looked at Xingran standing very close to this, quietly noting that he would try very hard not to drag the others down. Noticing him to the side, she froze, narrowing her eyes, and looked at him more closely, and then a little arrogantly said that this was excellent, and ordering him to take the equipment, noted that they would soon move out. Finally, when everyone was ready, she shouted that they would go forward, and all the other members of the team instantly expressed their agreement with the order, approaching closely to the brightly shining portal. Frowning with determination, Qing thought that this time he would try to earn some money and come back alive. His determination even made his eyes shine slightly, anticipating the activation of the skill. Before entering the portal, he recalled what happened in the previous abyss, and noted that when he got out of this one, he mastered the golden shield, which he got by absorbing the body of the squad leader with whom he went into the abyss. In addition, he obtained the skill of a dagger master by killing zombies, and also took the berserker ability, and the ability of the Abyss boss. That day, before leaving the Abyss, he ran up to the carnivorous plant and destroyed it, cutting the main part of it into two. Blood sprayed into the air, and the protagonist, landing on the ground, received the super regeneration of the carnivorous plant. Now he could choose any profession, and there would be no disadvantages. In addition, he distributed the extra points he gained evenly among the 6 attributes, which were agility, will, intelligence, constitution, luck, and strength, and now he remembered that it was possible to gain more than 100 points on each attribute. After all, he was the person who had completely recycled everything that could be recycled in the previous Abyss. Finally entering the Abyss through the portal, he slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked around, and asked himself what level would be equivalent to 100 points. He, using the all-seeing eye and extra perception, opened his eyes wider, looking at his teammates, and cried out in amazement when he realized that one of the men, who seemed the most impressive and strong on the outside, only had 12 points on strength. In addition, he noticed that this man's weak point was intelligence, because it was only developed by 1 point. Distracted from the low intelligence stat, Qing thought about the fact that this man was 12 times stronger than an ordinary person, if the strength of an ordinary person is estimated at about 1 point. The main character himself had 100 points of strength, so he was 100 times stronger than an ordinary person. Continuing to carefully observe his comrades, he followed them, not noticing that the moment he stepped on the stone, it moved slightly, and a slab jumped out of the wall right in front of him, blocking the way. Startled, Qing jumped to the side, avoiding a collision with the wall. Hearing the rumble, all the team members stopped, turned around, and asked what was going on. They assumed it was an earthquake, but the main character, laughing nervously, quickly made the brick go back into place, and no one noticed anything, and said that this underground structure was somehow unstable. However, everyone soon became distracted by one of the men who had gone ahead before, suddenly returning, announcing that he had found the chest. Everyone's attention turned to him, and Qing frowned, then sighed in relief. After a while, all the team members approached a large chest that was on a small platform, and the knight sighed in disappointment, cursing, since the problem was that there were no dagger masters in their party, and this chest was at least an A grade. For a while, everyone froze, looking around the niche in the wall with the chest, and eventually the protagonist, raising his palm, announced that he could try to open this chest. Everyone looked at him in amazement, their mouths slightly open in surprise, and without waiting for anyone to give him permission to try, he walked up to the chest to open it, and continuing to remain silent, everyone watched him in amazement. Finally, after a while, Qing opened the chest, and when the lid of it was lifted, various cards with items flew into the air, shrouded in a dim glow. Raising his head, the protagonist looked at the received items in surprise, thinking that it was too easy to pick this lock on the chest. Suddenly, when all the cards had already flown out of the chest and it stopped glowing, a knight came closer to it, frowning in amazement, and said that only a dagger master above level 4 could pick locks. Qing, looking at him, said that level 1 scavengers could also handle it, since they often found locked chests when they were collecting trash. In the end, distracting from the topic of this conversation, the knight, putting the received cards into the storage, announced that they would divide the contents of the chest after the mission, and pointing his fingers forward, he suggested continuing. All the team members turned towards the corridor to continue moving, and one of the girls, expressing her agreement with the order, was about to go forward, but Qing, also turning around, suddenly froze in shock and, stopping the girl, asked her to stay here since he assumed that there was something ahead. Stopping, she looked at him in surprise, and he, picking up a small stone, threw it into the depths of the corridor, and the stone, bouncing off the walls several times, flew to the side, and in those places where it hit the walls, stone slabs suddenly jumped out, which crashed into each other with a roar. The girl, noticing this, shuddered in fear, and then, looking suspiciously at Qing, asked if he was really on the first level. He, smiling nervously, exclaimed that this was of course so, explaining that he was just lucky to have stumbled upon something he was good at. He explained that traps are often found when a person collects garbage, and noted that he had suffered a lot from such traps in his time, and therefore now he can figure out in what places such traps can be found. He finished his speech by declaring that it was normal for a scavenger, and Xingran, who was standing behind him and heard all these words, froze, frowning slightly in thought, and pressed her lips tighter. Suddenly, the system announced that the trap check had been successfully passed, and therefore the target had become more imposing. Realizing this, all the party members cried out in amazement, their eyes widening in surprise, and Qing, cursing in his mind, realized that this was all due to his 100 points of intelligence. Taking out one card, the knight handed it to the protagonist, exclaiming that this was his personal reward, and asked him to accept it with gratitude. Thoughtfully looking at the item handed to him, Qing realized that it was a normal class broken mace that could be used at level 1. Understanding the characteristics of this item, he assumed that in the minds of the rest of the team, it was still useless. But he did not have time to think about it for long, as they decided to continue on their way. Some time later, they all came out into a wide, spacious hall, and noticing a bowl ahead with a glowing panel floating in the air, someone asked what it was. Some of the team assumed that it was a secret treasure at the end of the level, and chuckled, exclaiming that it was very easy to get here. They assumed that there were no monsters in this abyss, and approaching closer to the central bowl, they looked at it. The stone panel hanging above the bowl filled with bloody liquid was inscribed with unknown symbols, and the system announced that this was a reward room, and there were no monsters in this, only rewards. This meant that the team members had entered a special type of abyss. However, with a wary frown, Xingran warned that it was too early to rejoice, and ordered her comrades to watch for where the monsters might attack from. One of the men picked up the stone tablet hanging above the bowl, exclaiming that of all the rewards here, this stone tablet was the only one. Lightly waving it, he called out to his team members and, announcing that they had reached the main treasure, he suggested that they could turn around. Suddenly, the bloody liquid in the bowl began to bubble, and the system announced that the blood test was beginning. The amount of dark red liquid suddenly increased, splashing out of the bowl like a fountain, and all the team members froze in caution, looking at the phenomenon happening in front of them. Cursing the man who picked up the stone panel, the team members declared that this was not a reward room at all, but also a trap. The red liquid stopped splashing out of the bowl and spread across the entire ceiling, and everyone watched in horror, and then when the dark substance formed into the shape of several monsters, people screamed in horror, realizing that it was a bloody nightmare. Xingran, taking out her weapon, frowned, warning everyone to prepare for battle, and, listening to her command, the squad members stood back to back, readying their weapons. The monsters created by the bloody nightmare instantly surrounded them, advancing from all sides, and Qing, with his eyes narrowed seriously, suggested that in order not to show off his skills to anyone, he should fight using only 25% of his strength. He took out the ring of weakness, which many considered trash, and put it on his finger. The effect of the ring was that the owner could choose how much his stats would be reduced. Now the protagonist remembered that when he first received this ring, he asked what the point was if this item only lowered stats. But now, he confidently frowned, suggesting that no matter how useless the item seemed, there would come a day when it could be useful. After finishing lowering his stats, he took a fighting stance, ready to fight, while the rest of his team members were already using their magic and weapons to drive away the approaching monsters. It wasn't long before Qing activated the spirit of trash, causing his body to be enveloped in a small amount of shining aura. At the moment when his comrades, screaming with effort, were using their utmost to fight the creatures of the bloody nightmare, he jumped into the air, swung his sword, and the monster in front of him dispersed, clearing the space. Noticing this, Xingran stopped, distracted from her opponent, and turned towards Qing, frowning in confusion, asking, "Did he really only strike once?" She looked at him carefully, seeing that, having landed, the protagonist froze, frowning seriously, waiting for the chopped parts of the monsters to fall around him. Suddenly, taking advantage of her distraction, one of the monsters decided to attack her from the side, growling, and she did not react immediately, but looked at Qing for some time, noting that this was interesting. Irritably closing one eye, she finally turned her attention to the monster and, sharply swinging her weapon, chopped it into a large number of pieces, while maintaining a neutral expression on her face. Noticing the parts of the monster flying apart, one of the team members frowned, cursed, asking, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He was shocked that with just one blow the monsters were already flying into small pieces, and returning his attention to his opponent, he declared that this was suspicious. He himself was not doing so well, and one of the monsters even managed to cling to his shield with a tentacle. Noticing that the monster began to change, he shouted that these monsters took on a human form, and looking closely, everyone really noticed that the monsters turned from a shapeless mass into a semblance of human bodies, growing arms and legs. The thing was that the natural state of the bloody nightmare was very unstable, and when entering into combat with a person, this monster began to imitate the behavior of the enemy, and from this stopped even more. Without waiting for the enemy to attack him, the man, screaming, swung his sword, cutting off the monster's head, and the girl standing behind him praised him, exclaiming that this was not bad. Hearing these words, the man smiled enthusiastically, but the next moment he turned to the side, feeling movement from the side. The thing was that the monster, which was not harmed in any way by the absence of one of the body parts, jumped up, raising clouds of dust, and swung its weapon to attack. The man, wide-eyed in horror, asked in fear, "What was this?" He did not have time to react, and the monster, falling to the ground, struck his hand with its sword with all its might, cutting it off. The man clenched his jaws to keep from screaming, but when he lost his balance and fell, and blood spurted from the huge wound that remained instead of his hand, he still screamed loudly, and the girl, noticing that decapitation was of no use, asked, "Are these monsters really unkillable?" No one answered her, and at that moment the monster raised its hand again, in which it continued to hold the sword, to finish off the man lying on the ground, who, due to pain, did not pay attention to everything that surrounded him. Roaring, the monster abruptly began to lower its sword down. The man opened his eyes wide in horror, but before the sword could damage him, the blade of this suddenly turned out to be engulfed in a bright glow due to the fact that Xingran, jumping on the monster from behind, activated magic, and the monster turned out to be covered in a crust of ice. Looking at her comrades with displeasure, Xingran called them very helpless, and pressing her hand on the monster's head, she, not paying attention to the fact that the man she saved frowned, looking at her with fear, declared that it was just a bloody nightmare, and called all the other members of the team very pathetic. She began to press only harder, and the monster, completely turned into ice, cracked into a large number of small pieces. Xingran, meanwhile, added that she was ashamed of her comrades and, frowning, contemptuously declared that they were all simply insignificant. Despite the fact that several monsters had already been destroyed, other monsters also began to evolve, acquiring a more human form, and one of the mage girls, having dropped down next to the wounded man to protect him, put forward her staff, but desperately shouted that the monster was too fast and therefore she would not have time to cast a spell. Qing suddenly stood in front of her, his brow furrowed in determination, declaring that if the sword was useless, it would be better to kill these monsters on the spot. He put both palms forward, gathering fiery magical energy near his hands, and activating a large explosion, he sent the flames towards the monsters, jumping up to aim better. The fire collided with the opponents, exploding, spreading to a greater distance, and the power of this attack raised dust into the air. With her mouth slightly open in surprise and her eyes wide open, the girl asked, "Was it really Qing who activated the large explosion?" Such astonishment was caused by the fact that she knew that it was a C-class spell, and she asked, how could Qing activate it so quickly? The other team members were also shocked, assuming that there was some kind of mistake, as they did not understand how a first-level player could do such a thing. By this time, the rising fire had already dissipated, and only the rising dust remained in the air, and Qing, pressing his lips, simply looked at his comrades indifferently, clenching his palms into fists. After that, he turned his attention to the monsters, who began to approach him, shouting threateningly. This time, he did not immediately run in response, but froze, screaming loudly, and the sound waves went towards the monsters, who, in a state of shock, froze for a while. Taking advantage of this, Qing frowned, pressing his lips tighter, and clenching his palm into a fist, swung it to strike, activating the Berserker state. The Berserker abilities were opened, and thanks to this, speed, strength and damage inflicted increased by 100%. Having run up, the protagonist ran up to the monsters, delivering a powerful blow, from which the monsters flew apart into a large number of shapeless parts. But suddenly he froze, frowning warily, as he noticed that the small blood particles that flew off the monsters did not fall to the ground, but began to move backwards through the air, accumulating in one place. He was shocked when he noticed this, and in the meantime, the parts of the monsters gathered into a new monster, which was larger than Qing's previous opponents. The monster roared loudly, opening its mouth wide, and the girl mage, wide-eyed in horror, asked what was wrong with this monster. The protagonist smiled nervously, his face covered in sweat from horror, and exclaimed that the monsters had gathered into one large monster. It was too strong a monster for a B-class abyss, as this bloody nightmare's level was king. The team members assumed that something was wrong, and Qing, frowning, said that the bloody nightmare could imitate its opponent and become stronger from it. He was curious about what the king-level monster was imitating, and when the monster suddenly lunged forward, about to strike him with its hand, the protagonist himself had to dodge, and he looked at the hot floor where the monster's attack had landed, asking himself, was this really equal to him? He knew that he couldn't handle such a monster, and he crouched down on the ground, frowning and assessing the enemy's ability. Suddenly, Xingran came closer to him, ordering him to step aside. Throwing her sword over her shoulder, she looked at the monster resolutely, promising that she would deal with it, and Qing, frowning, looked at her in confusion, his eyes widening. Having a better grip on her sword to fight better, she ran to the side, and the monster, noticing that she had started to move, raised his hand to strike her and stop her. However, Xingran managed to dodge the monster's attack, and as the monster's fist struck the ground, she jumped onto its arm and began to climb up it, jumping up and thrusting her sword forward while casting a spell on its blade. Coordinating in midair, she swung the weapon, striking at the monster. However, it thrust its tentacles in front of its head in time, blocking itself with it. As Xingran stabbed her sword into the monster's body, part of it was frozen, and the protagonist let out a shocked cry when he noticed that she had frozen the monster. However, the monster's other arm was still able to function, and with an enraged roar, it swung forward, extending its arm forward to attack Xingran. She frowned as she noticed this, and although she managed to dodge, she lost her balance and was forced to jump to the side. After regaining her stance, she looked at her opponent seriously and, wiping her chin with her hand, frowned, thinking that this would not do. She mentally exclaimed that she was too weak, and remembered how some time ago she was sitting on a rock next to the portal to the abyss, and one of the guards standing next to her announced that they had detected that the energy of this abyss was very unstable. The men asked if she was sure she wanted to go there alone. Helping herself to bandage her hand with her teeth, Xingran announced that her goal was to conquer the place that was the highest level of the ring tower. She sat for a while, frowning resolutely and holding her sword in front of her, and thought that her progress was still too far from that of her elder brothers and sisters. Standing up, she prepared her weapon for battle, noting that she could not even get close to her relatives. Now, she had activated her magic and was preparing to repel the attack that the monster was sending towards her, and she thought that if she was having trouble clearing the abyss, she was not worthy of the Liu family name. She widened her eyes, concentrated more power, and swung her sword, causing a magic dome to form around her, stopping the monster's attack. The other team members were astonished when they noticed this, and Xingran raised her hand up and created a magic banner, looking at her opponent seriously, and with a wave of her hand, she made the frost flag she created pierce the ground, activating the magic. Due to the effect of this attribute, the speed of all allies within a 30-meter radius should increase by 50%. In addition, ice began to spread across the floor from the place where the flag's handle pierced the ground, and sharply increasing in volume, it spread in front of Xingran, filling a fairly large space and trapping the monster that tried to get closer in ice. As the ice encased the monster, Xingran's speed was increased, and she took a more comfortable grip on the sword as she took a fighting stance, thinking that even if the ice didn't kill this monster, it would at least hold it. Frowning, she charged using Comet Strike, and with one powerful strike, she cut the monster's body into two. Watching her, Qing realized what a C-class god-chosen job was, and now he even wondered who was stronger, the Bloody King-level Nightmare or Xingran's chosen one. A little later, Xingran frowned and asked in shock, was there really no effect at all? She was even a little scared that her strike had brought nothing at all, and looked in horror as the icy part flew off to the side, and the part cut off from the monster turned into a bloody substance, came out of it, and returned to the main body of the monster. Xingran lowered her weapon in defeat, and the monster extended several tentacles to attack her. However, she had no intention of giving up and jumped up to dodge the monster, thinking that although she was a C-class, her strength was still no match for her siblings. She was also a member of the Louis family, but she felt like an outcast, so she called herself the weakest link. As she dodged the monster's tentacles in midair, she angrily exclaimed in her mind that everyone was always laughing at her and criticizing her. Clenching her jaw, she frowned stubbornly as she swung her sword, and recalled someone shouting that she was the shame of the Louis family. Her brother asked how his sister could be so weak. He felt ashamed of this, and another member of the Xingran family ordered her not to go out of the house, as the abyss was too dangerous for her, and laughed. Enraged by these memories, she decided that she had to become stronger even if it meant starting from an easier abyss, and brought the sword behind her back to increase its swing. She understood that as long as she continues to challenge herself, she will be able to overcome great difficulties and will be able to bypass everyone. She shouted, must handle it on her own, and struck, frowning even more. But the moment her sword blade hit the bone part of the monster's head, the weapon shattered into two pieces, and even Qing froze in shock, frowning in confusion when he saw this. Xingran even opened her mouth in amazement, and the monster, taking advantage of her shock, tried to attack from behind, throwing her aside. Hitting the wall, Xingran screamed, spitting out a clot of blood from her mouth, and the female mage from the team, noticing this, desperately shouted that the bloody nightmare killed Xingran. She was sure that they needed to run if a C-class person could not handle this monster, and the monster at this moment raised his hand, preparing to strike again. Seeing this, the protagonist frowned, clenched his jaw, and ran forward, then jumped into the air and activated his fire skill, exploding one of the monster's arms before the monster could strike. The arm that was severed by the explosion flew to the side, and the team members noticed in horror that it might land on them. They ran to the side, dodging the huge arm that fell, and Xingran, jumping on this severed part, frowned, looking closely at Qing, and focused on him in surprise. Meanwhile, he, continuing to stay in the air, used the all-seeing eye to find the enemy's weak point. He looked at the monster with concentration, understanding that if this monster reached the king level, it would be able to survive under any circumstances. Once again creating a fireball to send a powerful attack towards the enemy, Qing mentally noted that if the level was high enough, the monster could even become completely immune to freezing, slowing down, and stopping, and even some of the places that were originally weak points of this one would no longer be vulnerable as the level increased. He knew that there was no point in holding back any longer, and decided to activate all the stats to their full extent. The ring on his finger cracked, and the amount of fire energy concentrated near Qing's hand increased, and he, approaching the next part of the monster's body, struck, directing a powerful volley of fire towards it. The monster screamed in pain, approaching the protagonist with the other half of its body, and he frowned warily, then jumped to the ground, starting to run away, and the monster, not paying attention to the fact that one of the parts of its body was enveloped in fire, swung its other hand, although it was half torn off. Qing managed to dodge by running to the side, and the female mage admired how fast he was. Without saying anything, Xingran simply took the healing potion, drinking it to restore her stats, and continued to watch Qing intently, who meanwhile jumped up and somersaulted in the air, moving behind the bloody nightmare. After landing on the ground, he jumped back a little more to maintain his balance, getting into a fighting stance, and realized that they would be saved once he found the bloody nightmare's weak point. Clenching his palms into fists, he pressed his lips with effort, activating the fire skill again, and a large amount of flames appeared behind him, and then headed towards the monster, exploding, and almost the entire monster disappeared in a powerful explosion of fire, screaming in pain. However, Qing continued to frown, as he knew that no matter which part he exploded, it would still grow back. In addition, he did not notice the weak points on the monster's body, as if it was controlled remotely. And suddenly he forced himself to stop, his eyes widened, and paid special attention to his own thoughts about the monster being controlled remotely. Turning towards the rest of the team, he pointed his finger at them, drawing their attention to himself, and shouted. When that stone tablet was removed, an image of a blood test appeared, indicating that the tablet had something to do with the bloody nightmare. He asked the team members to kick the tablet to him, and one of the men, looking at the stone object lying next to him, kicked it, shouting for Qing to catch it. The blow was quite strong, and the stone object, flying into the air, headed forward at high speed. The protagonist, peering at the inscriptions on the stone plate, noticed that the system window notified that the intelligence test had been passed, and now he could decipher the ancient writings. They needed to decipher the ancient spell to remove the blood curse, and Qing thought irritably that the solution was right in front of their eyes, and if only he knew about it, he would have used the all-seeing eye from the beginning. But suddenly, the monster suddenly reached out to the still flying stone slab, grabbed it, put it on his tongue, and swallowed it, starting to activate the invincible mode. A faintly shining aura appeared around the monster's body, and one of the team members, noticing that the monster had stopped for a while, without taking any action, asked why the monster was frozen. Someone admitted that it looked very scary, and Qing, squinting his eyes, cursed, and hearing this, Xingran looked at him in confusion. The protagonist frowned seriously, announced that the monster had entered invincible mode, and Xingran, coming closer to him, cautiously asked if they had met somewhere before. The thing was that he looked familiar to her, and Qing suddenly became surprised. His eyes widened and asked if she didn't recognize him. He reminded her that they had met 2 years ago, and said that he was a garbage man who earned experience points, and Xingran herself witnessed him earning his first experience points in life. Xingran froze, recalling the moment when Qing had struck the monster, and said that this monster could have yielded 29.5 points, and then turned her attention to the protagonist, exclaiming that she remembered him. She asked if his name was Yeching? Qing smiled a little nervously, sweating from excitement, and corrected her words, saying the correct version of his name. Xingran smiled and admitted that she didn't know that the protagonist had already changed his profession, and looked at him with a little enthusiasm, and he smiled, crossed his arms over his chest, and frowned decisively, declaring that he was now a level 1 garbage man. Xingran suddenly became more serious, thinking that Qing had risked his life and accumulated points time after time, and had become very strong. She looked at him thoughtfully without saying anything out loud, and he, nervous when he noticed her gaze, scratched his cheek with his finger, wondering why she was looking at him like that. Xingran, continuing to evaluate him, noted that if you think about it, you can say that he is even stronger than her. However, out loud she said that it still doesn't sound cool. She smirked, and used ice magic to extend her sword so that a sharpened end appeared on the broken part, and Qing slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked at her, but said nothing. Xingran, extending the ice part of the sword, stuck it into the ground, raising small clouds of dust, and seriously announced that the tablet would circulate inside the body of the bloody nightmare, but she could freeze it. This should stop the monster for a while, and she asked Qing to use this time to find this tablet. He smirked and agreed to this plan, noting that 1 head was good, but 2 heads were better. Xingran looked at him in surprise, and he, clenching his palm into a fist, smiled confidently and said that she could consider those 0.5 points as her reward, and suggested that they defeat this monster together. He extended his clenched fist towards Xingran, and she froze for a moment, looking at it in surprise, and then, with a confident smile, decided that she would agree, but only if Qing would not get in the way. She also made a fist, in order to hit the protagonist's fist with it, thus sealing the agreement. But before they could do anything, the rest of the team suddenly asked, "What about them?" Although they assumed that they would not be of much use, they were nevertheless prepared to fight to the end, and with a determined frown, Qing agreed, declaring that they would all go together, and thus would definitely get out alive. The rest of the team came forward, standing in a line with Xingran and Qing, and they all frowned determinedly, ready to continue the fight. Before attacking the monster, the protagonist assessed this, noticing the silhouette of a stone plate near the monster's belly. Looking at it more closely, he seriously announced that they had 5 seconds before the monster entered invincible mode, otherwise it would go berserk and begin a massacre for the next 30 seconds. Turning to the team, he shouted for them to listen to him and announced that these 30 seconds were their last hope, because they had to come back alive. He spoke confidently, clenching his fists, and all the squad members froze, looking at him in surprise, and then trembled, and one of the men repeated Qing's phrase that they must return alive. Sharply raising his weapon up, he agreed with this, declaring that they would return alive, and sighed decisively, and the other team members repeated his cry. Because of this, the team's morale increased, and thanks to this, weakness was reduced by 100%, and speed and regeneration were increased by 15%, and the duration of this effect was supposed to be 30 seconds. Feeling the improvement, Xingran looked at her body in surprise, frowning, and then turned around abruptly, distracting the team members who, along with the protagonist, were shouting that they would return alive. Smiling, she suggested that even a scavenger should not be underestimated, and holding out her sword, she attracted the soldier's attention, shouting at him to watch the monster's fury. The man, immediately agreeing with the order, ran forward, frowning furiously. Running closer to the bloody horror, he stopped, calling out to it, and calling the monster names, asked if it saw something. Making an obscene gesture with his finger, he announced that he was addressing this particular monster, and the monster, turning its attention to him, roared, beginning to sharply wave the long tentacles crawling out of its body. However, the soldier did not retreat, continuing to attract the monster's attention to himself, and pointing his hand to the side, Xingran attracted the attention of the mage, shouting for her to aim at the monster's newly grown claws and cover the scavenger. The mage girl also agreed to the order, forming a ball of magical energy next to her magic staff, and when the amount of concentrated energy was enough, smaller energy charges began to fly out from the shining ball towards the monster, damaging it. The monster roared as the projectiles exploded when they hit its body, and Qing warned seriously that the stone tablet would help end this trial, but if it was destroyed by the fireball, the trial would never end. The mage girl stopped, and Xingran asked with a wary frown, what should they do in this case? The protagonist said that he thought he could defeat this monster with one hand, and raised his palm, and Xingran frowned and asked what he was saying. She assumed that he was deceiving her, and asked if he really wanted to dive into the monster's stomach and personally take out this stone plate. She presented the item they needed, surrounded by a viscous red liquid, and Qing, stretching out his hand forward, began to activate magical energy and admitted that, to be honest, this is what he wanted to do. Xingran was still shocked by what decision he made, but she did not argue further, and drawing the archer's attention to herself, shouted for him to aim for the roof and create a ladder by which they could figure it out. Saying this, she ran a little to the side so that she had room to run, and the archer guy, pulling the bowstring, shouted that he would do it, and aiming at the ceiling, released an arrow, which, having collided with an obstacle, exploded, and large stone slabs began to fly off from the ceiling, falling down. The monster, surprised by the unexpected attack from above, screamed, and Xingran, calling on the frost flag, announced that she would freeze the lower part of the monster's body, and Qing would have to do the rest. The protagonist, looking at the monster carefully, asked her to leave it to him, and prepared to fight. Together with him, Xingran ran forward, just like him, stubbornly looking ahead, and the monster, noticing the attack approaching this, extended its claws forward, ready to block Qing's blow. However, the protagonist, instantly changing the direction of his movement, dodged each of the tentacles, and parts of the monster's body, hitting the floor, destroyed it, raising fragments of stones and clouds of dust into the air. Continuing to carefully observe the enemy's actions so as not to miss the blow aimed at him, Qing thought that his regenerative ability could patch up minor wounds, which meant that minor injuries were not scary to him. The whole point was that he felt how the monster managed to touch him a little, inflicting a wound, but in the next moment the scratch he received had already begun to heal. At this moment, Xingran, who had run to the right distance from the monster, suddenly stopped, stabbing the frost flag into the ground in front of her, and eyes spread out in front of her for a long distance, encasing the lower half of the monster's body in shackles. The monster, realizing that it had fallen into a trap, roared, and Qing, taking advantage of the situation, jumped up, hearing someone advise him to aim for the chest, since it would be easier to hit. The monster, noticing him, turned around, focusing on him, and the protagonist, clenching his jaw in irritation, realized that he was not fast enough. He activated the berserk state, adding 20 points to his speed, and when this skill was strengthened in his body, he took out a potion, activating the poison resistance skill. The reverse effect of the potion he drank was that the protagonist's speed increased by 15%, and recalling the slow potion he had used, Qing mentally exclaimed that he would finally be able to use the potion cards he had picked up at the entrance to the abyss. Additionally, his defense stats increased by 15%, and using the skills he had learned, the protagonist sped up, seriously shouting that this was his finest hour. His body silhouette blurred from how fast he was moving, but the monster was not going to give up, gathering all of his tentacles in front of him and putting his hands forward to defend against the attack. The monster swung one of these tentacles, intending to knock Qing aside, and he cursed and frowned, realizing that he was too late to dodge. As the monster hit him and sent him flying, the protagonist cursed again, and Xingran and the rest of the team were startled by what just happened, their mouths slightly open in amazement, and Qing was thrown far back, while the monster jerked, freeing itself from the ice that had bound it. The protagonist, spitting out a few drops of blood from his mouth, smiled sadly, slightly narrowed his eyes, and repeating that this was his finest hour, quietly said that he had lost. He also noted with disappointment that this was exactly what one would expect from a scavenger, and remembered that he actually thought that everything could work out. But suddenly, he stubbornly clenched his jaw, and then exclaimed that everything would work out, and even before he landed on the ground, his refining ability activated, and his skill created an energy pit under him, into which Qing was about to fall. Before landing inside it, the protagonist declared that the object of refining was himself and smiled faintly, while a large number of hands emerged from the shadow space and reached out to grab him. The monster froze, looking at him in confusion, and the rest of the team were also shocked. Xingran, frowning, cursed and asked, "What is this?" Her face was covered in sweat from fear, and the rest of the team, equally frightened, asked, "Where did these hands come from?" Suddenly, the system said that it was impossible to refining a living organism, and so the operation was cancelled, and Qing, frowning decisively, turned to his skill and said that if it cannot be refining, then it should be thrown into the trash. One of the larger hands, grasping his body, swung, and the protagonist frowned, grinning, and asked the skill to do it with all its strength. The hand holding him threw him to the side with such force that he flew right up to the bloody nightmare, which froze in amazement for a moment. Putting his hand forward, Qing, without slowing down, flew through the body of the monster, managing to grab the stone panel he needed. Confidently frowning, he shouted that he had the tablet, and landed neatly on the ground, while the monster, in whose body a through hole had formed, fell to the ground with a crash. Clouds of dust rose into the air, but the protagonist did not pay attention to this and, stopping, frowned in concentration, reading the writing on the stone slab. The system announced that he had passed the test of blood, and the next moment the monster's body began to disappear, turning into a bright light and dissolving into the surrounding space. All the team members froze in shock, cursing, and asked, "What just happened?" Their eyes widened in astonishment, and even Xingran, looking at the disappearing remains of the monsters, could not contain her emotions and asked in amazement, "Did they really win?" Gradually, the realization reached all the team members, and smiling happily, they began to jump into the air, repeating that they won. Due to the fact that they completed the task, their level was increased, and some of the participants increased strength by 1 point, agility by 6 points, intelligence by 16 points, constitution by 19 points, luck by 0 points. Someone had received more bonuses, increasing strength by 10 points, agility by 11 points, intelligence by 7 points, will by 8 points, constitution by 8 points, and luck by 3 points. Xingran, looking at her body in shock as it was surrounded by bright light, asked in amazement, "Did she really level up?" Her strength had increased by 33 points, agility by 28 points, intelligence by 38 points, will by 26 points, constitution by 21 points, and luck by 34 points. Of all the team members, only Qing had not leveled up, as an error had occurred when leveling up because he had already reached the maximum level. He closed his eyes, scratched his head, chuckled, and said that it was indeed so. Suddenly, a brightly shining chest appeared in the place where the monster finally dissolved, and one of the team members, noticing this, cried out happily, assuming that this would definitely be a reward now. The lid of the chest opened, and a large number of equipment cards flew into the air. The protagonist caught one of these cards that flew into the air, stretching his hand up, and looking at the information about the received sword, he noticed that thanks to this, the damage was increased by 88 points, but it required level 10 to use. Frowning nervously, Qing, covered in sweat from the tension, exclaimed that his maximum level was only the first, and the system notified that the weapon cannot be used at the current level. The protagonist, throwing the card aside, looked at the other shining item cards lying on the ground, and almost cried, since all this equipment was his reward, but turned out to be useless. He knew he was about to cry, as he really wanted to buy all those weapons, but he couldn't even use them. Suddenly, Xingran came closer to him, frowning confidently, and said that since he was the one who defeated the bloody nightmare, he would be the one to decide how they would distribute the reward. Qing awkwardly grabbed his hair with his hand and closed his eyes, admitting that Xingran embarrassed him, but very soon he became more serious and, coming closer to her, he leaned towards her ear, quietly admitting that he had something to tell her. She slightly tilted her head to the side, surprised by such a request, but did not argue. Some time later, a large number of men gathered near the entrance to the portal, and their leader, holding a walkie-talkie in his hands, ordered his subordinates to contact headquarters and prepare to send a rescue team. However, Xingran and her team shouted out as they exited the portal that there was no need for a rescue party, and all the men even shuddered as they looked sharply at the silhouettes that appeared in the portal. Xingran, with her lips pressed tightly together, walked forward resolutely, and the other guys followed her. The lead man, crying in relief, turned to her, and the reporter, who was among the observers, noted that they expected nothing less from Xingran's family, since she had already cleaned everything up. He smiled enthusiastically as he looked at the team, and the man, still crying, ran up to Xingran, happy that she was okay. Pushing him aside, she closed her eyes, exclaiming that everything was right, and there was nothing she couldn't handle. Holding the man a little away from her with one hand, she waved her other hand, bidding farewell to her team members, who, deciding that this would be their secret, bid farewell to her. Meanwhile, she added with a slight smile that she could do anything since, after all, her class was C. She remembered how some time ago, Qing had walked away with her a little, told her what he wanted from her, and she, crossing her arms over her chest, looked at him excitedly and asked what exactly she should say. She was astonished when she heard the protagonist's request, and he asked if it was true that her family was not in poverty. He suggested that he sell Xingran these cards, and promised that he would give a discount out of friendship, so that the amount would be about 500 magic crystals. She was shocked and asked again, but without waiting for further explanations, she still agreed to Qing's conditions, and he, suddenly frowning seriously, pointed out a finger forward, noting that there was one more thing. He said that when she left this room, she should pretend that he had never been here, and that she had cleared this abyss herself. This made her even more surprised and, after asking again, she, realizing that there would be no further explanation, also agreed to these conditions. Turning his back to her, Qing began to walk to the side, telling the team members to go ahead and promised that he would catch up with them a little later. Xingran, looking after him, slightly lowered her head, assuming that he wanted her to remain in his debt. While the squad had already left and the floor was empty, the protagonist, having lowered herself to the floor, placed a stone slab on the ground in front of her, looking at it. After that, he extended his hand towards it, noticing that a small part of a red substance similar to the one that the monster was made of appeared in the crack on it. The small monster shuddered, noticing Qing's hand that was faintly glowing from using the skill, and he, noticing this, said that even such a pitiful creature like this monster would not want to be like trash and let others step on it. Retracting his hand and leaning closer to the small monster, he asked if this was true. In that case, he offered it to become his power and extended his hand forward, absorbing the monster with his skill. Soon, the bloody nightmare was successfully refined, and through it, an ability called Nightmare Body was obtained. This used the life essence to summon a nightmare clone that could imitate the host and deal damage. The clone would appear immediately after the effect was activated, and the ability could also be upgraded. The system warned that the cooldown of this skill was 30 seconds, and Qing, standing up, exclaimed that this was excellent, clenching his hands into fists. He activated the skill card, waiting for the power of the bloody nightmare to solidify in his body, and when the magical energy around him dissipated, he frowned decisively, admitting that he was eager to use this ability. Some time later, in the city, in one of the establishments, Qing sat with a glass of drink on the table next to him and studied the system window. He opened the item cards he received, studying it, and slightly squinting his eyes in displeasure, he remembered that he gave all the equipment that required a high level to Xingran, and if you think about it, a scavenger with a lot of cool equipment will definitely not go unnoticed by observers. He remembered the weapons he received and mentally noted that, on the contrary, scavengers are so inconspicuous that no one would notice if he started selling these weapons secretly. However, closing his eyes, he leaned back in his chair, clasping his hand over the glass of drink, and told himself that he was dreaming, since no one would buy items from a scavenger anyway. Picking up the glass, he accidentally clicked on the recycling icon, and the system announced that the equipment was recycled, and thanks to this, Qing received 1 standard point. Noticing this notification, he asked in shock, his mouth slightly open in amazement, and asked if he had accidentally recycled this weapon. The system notified him of the training, telling him that recycling was the recycling of sorted garbage after first classifying it, then crushing, smelting, and separating it into materials that could be recycled. Standard points were a universal unit obtained after decomposing useless equipment, which could be used to upgrade, repair, and create new items. Qing was even more shocked that unnecessary equipment could also be recycled, and he took out several unnecessary item cards, looking at it in amazement. The system, continuing the training, asked him to complete the repair of a normal dagger, and the protagonist, taking out the dagger, asked himself if he needed to follow these prompts. Looking at the dagger's stats, he noticed that the remaining fitness of this one was 0 out of 33, which almost made him throw it away after killing the boss. The tutorial warned that recycling a normal dagger would give him 5 points, and Qing, scrolling through the system menu, calculated that if he subtracted 1 point from the random recycling, he would still need 4 points, meaning he had to recycle 4 more weapons. He successfully recycled a broken weapon, a great sword, a loose wooden shield, and a curved broad-bladed knife, receiving 1 point for each item. Afterwards, when he had reached the required number of points, the blade of the dagger glowed as it was being repaired, and the protagonist froze in shock, noticing that the weapon was not only repaired, but also slightly improved in terms of durability and damage. Now the remaining usefulness of the dagger was 34 out of 34, as the indicator increased by 1 level. The dagger still required level 1 to use, and the damage also increased from 21 to 22, and the recovery reward was an increase in usability by 1 point, and the damage also increased by 1 point. Qing realized that, in words, as long as weapons are constantly worn out or repaired, even such useless weapons can be improved. He grinned and suggested that even useless equipment needs to be improved in quality, and at that time, the system congratulated the protagonist on completing the training, asking him to collect the reward. The first reward option was a recipe, namely a magic potion that can instantly restore mana and restore strength at the same time. The second reward increased the indicators of random characteristics by 2. Some time later, a shining card of a magic potion recipe appeared in front of Qing. Looking closely at the card, he thoughtfully put his hand on his chin, thinking about how he had no need for attribute points now, and what bothered him most when he was diving into the abyss was the fact that he couldn't predict the depth of it. He remembered that many unprepared guys often ran out of mana before they found the boss's lair, and so they had to retrace their steps to replenish their supplies. Thinking about this, he imagined a dungeon where tired warriors were walking, and noted that as a result, magic bottles were often the key to the party's survival, and the value of these bottles spoke for itself. Suddenly, the tooltip congratulated Ching on learning how to restore items, and he smirked when he heard this, and then suddenly scratched his cheek with his finger in surprise when he saw that the system warned him that a magic potion required 6 points and any capacity. What surprised him most was that a container was needed to use the potions. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought, holding his chin with his hand, and noted that it was no surprise that points were needed to make potions, but he asked himself, what was the purpose of a container? He remained silent for a while, still thinking, and then raised his palm, attracting the attention of the cook in the kitchen, and apologizing, waited for the man to look at him, expecting the conversation to continue. The protagonist asked if he could ask the man for a container? Soon, when the necessary containers were prepared, Ching placed several empty glasses in front of him, looking at it with concentration, and thinking that the garbage had been completely recycled, he noted that the next step was regeneration. He noticed the silhouette of a container filled with the necessary liquid and a scale, and asked himself, what is this? He assumed that this might be a mini-game and began to perform all the necessary actions to create a magic potion, and the man, peeking out from the corner of the kitchen, watched Ching in amazement, hearing him scream joyfully from time to time. Finally, after some time had passed, the protagonist stopped, tiredly running his hand across his forehead, and looked at the 5 glasses filled with the potion that he had created. Taking one of the containers in his hands, he sighed, noting that it looked strange, but noticed that it was quite usable. Bringing the glass to his lips, he began to drink the potion, his eyes widening, and when the potion was drunk, he almost spat out the contents of the glass, as it tasted like rotten eggs. He frowned, dissatisfied with the feeling, but the next moment, a shining aura suddenly enveloped his body, and the system announced that the magic indicators had been increased, and the strength and endurance indicators had also been increased. Looking at himself, Ching was glad that he drank this potion, since he could literally feel how his mana had increased, and his physical weakness had disappeared. Finally leaving the establishment, he took out one of the glasses with the finished potion from the storage, and thought about the fact that today he would clear another abyss. Suddenly, when he went outside, a man called out to him, asking if it was true that it was Ching. His partner, standing next to him, smirked, and the protagonist froze, warily looking at the man who called him. Another employee in a strict suit came closer, who, tightly pressing his lips, stood on the other side of Ching, so as not to allow him to escape. The man who had initially approached the protagonist chuckled, noting that only a few days had passed, but his demeanor had changed noticeably. Ching remained silent, looking warily at his interlocutor, and the man, coming closer to him, put his hand on his shoulder and, smirking, frowned, asking if it was true that he had not found the crystals while he was caught in the trash. Ching frowned even more, narrowing his eyes, and the man added that he had been looking for him for a long time and admitted that he had even thought about reporting him missing. The protagonist shrugged his shoulder to shake the man's hand off, and seriously said that he had paid off all his debts, and asked that his interlocutors leave him alone. However, despite his serious tone, the man was not going to back down, and throwing his arm over his shoulders, asked if he really thought that he was free now. He said that Ching may have paid the money, but he warned that his contract was still valid, and with an angry sigh, he ordered the protagonist not to forget that he was a garbage man, saying that he would die as a garbage man. He told Ching not to try to overdo it, and looking at him with annoyance, he especially pointed out that he was pretending to be cool, asking who was he trying to fool? With a sharp jerk of his hand, the man knocked the glass of magic potion out of Ching's palm, and watching the liquid splash out of the container, he placed his hand on the protagonist's hand and asked if he was so pathetic that he couldn't even hold the glass. He cheerfully shouted that he had shown off too much, and asked if he had any idea how this would all end. Despite the open provocation, Ching still remained silent for the time being, and the other 2 men looked at him with their fists flexed, and one of them smirked and admitted that he always felt disgusted when looking at Ching. Hearing someone else's voice behind him, the protagonist frowned cautiously, but did not turn around, instead turning his attention to the camera hanging nearby and pointing at them. The thing was, according to the rules for supervising those who change jobs, using their abilities outside the abyss was prohibited. The only people who were allowed to activate their abilities outside the abyss were law enforcement officers and special armed personnel. Pressing his lips tighter, he realized that he needed to find a blind spot of the surveillance cameras in order to use his recycling and regeneration skills. The man drew his attention to himself by asking, "How about he eat the spilled pearls one by one, and then lick everything he spilled clean?" Smiling broadly, he promised that he would even help Qing collect all the pearls. After all, they should help their little brothers, and asked if that was true. After that, he laughed, and the protagonist, clenching his hands into fists, froze for a while, thoughtfully looking at the overturned glass and drops of spilled potion on the ground. Finally, looking seriously at the man, he announced that he agreed to his terms, but added that he would do so only after the interlocutor kissed his ass. Hearing his words, the man became angry and, crying out indignantly, frowned, clenching his hand into a fist, and swung to strike, but suddenly, due to the fact that another person came closer, he stopped, trembling, and stuttered, asking, "Is this really Rodrigo Caesar?" Caesar of the C-class hunting group called Blood Oath frowned seriously as he looked at the man, leaning closer to him, grabbed his tie, pulling him towards him, and asked if they had gathered enough people. The man, whose face was covered in sweat from excitement, stuttered that they had almost gathered the required number of people because they needed one more person. Frowning, Caesar became much more serious, and from how tense he was, even the veins on his face were visible. He asked where the last person was. Suddenly turning towards Qing, he called out to him, and without waiting for him to react, he announced that he was hired. The man, looking at the protagonist in shock, said that he was a garbage man, stuttering heavily. His face sweated more from excitement, and Qing froze, looking at Caesar in amazement, while the man closed his eyes, smiled nervously, continued to speak, and exclaimed that Caesar would come with someone who could fight. He promised that he would go and find someone right away and raised his finger, but Caesar declared that upon entering the abyss under the red moon, all the monsters would be extremely ferocious, and if he needed anything, it was someone who could be used as cannon fodder. He felt that everything regarding strength was irrelevant, and hearing his words, Qing frowned, mentally repeating the phrase about the red moon. He remembered that during the red moon, monsters would go berserk, and in addition, rare monsters would also appear in the abyss. The rewards dropped by killing these monsters should be doubled, and the quality of the magic crystals dropped would also increase. Imagining the moon to be unusually red, as well as the abyss portal colored in the same color and a large number of crystals, Qing thought for a while, and then, with a determined frown, he agreed and asked Caesar to put him on the list of people he needed. Also frowning, Caesar exclaimed that this was great, and called Qing smart, and his assistant, who continued to stand behind him, froze, still shocked by what had happened. Caesar waved his hand to beckon the other man over, telling him to come closer, and almost immediately Xingyan came up to him, who Qing noticed screamed. Hearing another voice behind him, the protagonist turned around, not understanding what was happening, and Xingyan at that moment, frowning, cursed, and pointed a finger at Qing, recognizing him. His face was covered in sweat from fear and excitement, and he repeated several times that it was the protagonist. Frowning warily, Qing abruptly turned towards him and, ordering him to shut up, clenched his jaw fiercely, frowning even more, and ran up to Xingyan, placing his hand on his face, jumping away with him. Hiding around the corner of a nearby building, he ordered Xingyan to shut his mouth. One of them added that it smelled bad here, and Caesar froze in shock, watching the cloud of dust rise from how quickly Xingyan and Qing ran towards him. Stopping, the protagonist stood in such a way that Xingyan was pressed with his back to the wall, and, watching him. He, running his hand over his chin, frowned, looking seriously at Qing, and realizing that he was not sleeping, repeated that it was really him. The protagonist, looking at him seriously, said that if he had not used the power of each of them then, they would have all died, so it was only thanks to him that Xingyan was still alive. Caesar, peeking out from around the corner, looked at them in surprise, asking if they really knew each other. Qing, chuckling nervously, exclaimed that they did not know each other, but beads of sweat appeared on his face from excitement. But Caesar, accepting his answer, turned his back on him and Xingyan and said that it was understandable, asking how a man who killed his team members could have friends. He began to walk away, and Qing, realizing that everything worked out, closed his eyes, sighing, and Xingyan, trembling, squeezed his eyes shut, barely holding back the tears that nevertheless came to his eyes. Finally, when Caesar had walked a sufficient distance, Qing, opening his eyes, looked seriously at Xingyan and asked how he got out. He said that at first the committee wanted to talk him into 15 years in prison, but explained that he dropped all his charges and paid a fine of $1.5 million in order to be released. He shouted that because of the main character he was now bankrupt, and added that he had lost all his levels, so now he had to start all over again. He promised that he would report Qing to the committee if he did not compensate him, but the protagonist, releasing a bit of his magic to envelop his body in an aura, glared at him menacingly and seriously warned that if Xingyan said one more word, he would truly recycle him like real trash. Sometime later, in the subway of City C, which had a portal to the abyss inside Caesar, the protagonist and Xingyan walked closer to the portal, where a group of other people were standing. Zhou Tong, a level 3 bard, greeted Qing, inviting him to join the ranks of cannon fodder, and asked what his profession was. He smiled happily, but the protagonist, remaining serious, simply stated his name, profession, and that he was a level 1. Xingyan also stated his name, declaring that he was a level 1 mage. Tong, coming closer to Qing, put his hand on his shoulder and closing his eyes, declared that everything was fine, noting that there was only a rabble gathered here, so no one would laugh at him. He added that in the end, they all decided to exchange their lives for money themselves, and there was nothing more humiliating than that. Saying this, he pressed his hand to his chest, and the protagonist, looking at him with a little displeasure, thought that it would not be possible to fit in with this group. Meanwhile, Tong, continuing to smile, turned to the other members of the group, asking Qing to allow him to introduce the other members of their suicide club to him. He added that their team needed a leader, and announced that he, as a level 3 bard, was putting forward his candidacy. Zhu, a level 2 healer, noted that Tong was the highest level among them, so he decided that they would obey. Zhang, a level 3 warrior, added that he simply had no objections, and suddenly Caesar, drawing the attention of Qing and the others, warned that he was about to announce something. He said that in addition to the 6 main members of the Blood Oath group, this time they would be joined by 5 temporary members. One of the warriors behind him crossed his arms over his chest, cursed, and said that he should not speak so highly of cannon fodder. Another team member pointed out that cannon fodder is cannon fodder, because unlike the rest of them who change jobs, cannon fodder is only used as live bait in order to reduce their losses. Ignoring the indignation of his team, Caesar, showing the rest of the guys a key surrounded by a magical aura, said that this abyss is shaped like a labyrinth, in each room of which there are many traps. He added that the cannon fodder had the task of finding a passage to the boss room as quickly as possible, and conveying this information to the main team. Pressing the key to the abyss portal, he admitted that he did not have high hopes for their fighting skills, and therefore warned them to run away if they encountered a monster. When the key touched the main part of the portal, a light began to spread from it, opening the abyss, and Caesar, stretching out his hand towards it, added that if they wanted to get the money, then at least one of them must remain alive, and if only one participant survived, then all the money would go to him. Zhang, distracted from Caesar's speech, turned his attention to Zhu, who, preparing to enter the portal, frowned seriously, pressing his fist to his lips. Calling out to him, he asked why he was coughing? Zhu replied that he could not retreat, since he had 4 daughters and he needed to feed them with something. Sighing, Zhang noted that his wife was dying, and decided that was why he had to take the risk. Eventually, they all decided to go, and headed closer to the entrance of the abyss. Qing walked ahead of them, and Zhang suddenly turned to Zhu, drawing his attention to the new member of their team. Zhu agreed with his comrade, declaring that someone always died in a cannon fodder squad, and someone else always took their place. Zhang said that this was understandable, but explained that he was talking about Qing looking completely relaxed. The protagonist was indeed walking calmly, his hands in his pants pockets, and with a determined frown, he smirked, and Zhang admitted that it was the first time he saw someone walking to their death while being so calm. Finally, they entered the abyss, and after walking a little way down the steps that opened up to them, Tong, looking back at his comrades, smiled and asked if it was strange that they had not yet encountered any monsters. Xingyan, frowning in annoyance, ordered him to be quiet, lest they cause trouble, and Zhu, coming closer, sighed, noticing that his breath had turned into a cloud of steam, and said that it had suddenly become very cold. Zhang agreed, also noticing that the temperature had dropped, and Tong, shivering, closed his eyes, exclaiming that he knew he should have dressed warmer. He crossed his arms over his chest, hoping to somehow warm himself up, and finally suggested that they just continue on. No one responded to his words about being cold, but they all silently followed him, going deeper into the abyss. Suddenly, Tong stepped on a rock that gave way under his foot, causing a trap to be activated and a huge blade to fall from above. Tong, unaware of this, simply stood there, smiling nervously, while Qing shuddered in fear when he saw the axe. Reacting in time, he knocked the blade aside, and at that moment, Tong finally saw the threat to his life, frowned, and ran away, screaming. Once at a safe distance, he looked at the blade that had stuck in the ground, and awkwardly grabbed his hair with his hand, asking what happened. Xindian, calling him an idiot, irritably declared that he had fallen into a trap, and the protagonist, warily looking at Tong, asked himself how he had even lived to see this day. Tong, at that moment, closed his eyes, noted that he was very lucky, and sadly said that he almost died. But his luck was only one, and Qing glared at him with clenched jaws, exclaiming that he was being too careless with it. But ignoring his comrade's outrage, Tong simply ran forward, suggesting that they just move on. He raised his hand, and this time, he again didn't notice how he stepped on a trap, causing cocoons of web to fall down. His face was covered in sweat from the effort, and he frowned, screaming, jumping to the side. He began waving his arms, and the cocoons simply fell to the ground, and Zhu, looking at it warily, asked if these creatures were really alive. But before any of the team members could answer him, one of the cocoons was torn apart by sharp thorns, and level 5 demon spiders crawled out of all the fallen cocoons. The monsters ran forward, opening their mouths wide and showing their sharp fangs, preparing to attack the humans. These spiders were elite monsters, being demonic insects, and spitting poison. Tong, noticing the opponents, screamed in horror, admitting that he hated spiders, and raised his hands to the sides, but did not run away. Xindian, frowning decisively, put his palms forward, activating fire, and several small fire projectiles formed and flew towards the spiders, but did not cause much damage. One of the team members frowned and shouted that these were elite monsters, and Xindian cursed, frowning. Suddenly, Zhang, holding his sword at the ready, ran forward, asking his comrades to let him fight. Running up to the monsters, he began to swing his sword, striking it, but one of the spiders, running past him, jumped closer to Qing, choosing him as its target. Running up close to him, the spider grabbed his leg with its jaws, but the damage caused by this was 0. The main character continued to stand calmly, relaxed, putting his hands in his pockets, and practically not paying attention to the pauses, simply struck it with a kick. But this blow was so strong that the spider's body was torn into several pieces, and its insides spilled into the air. Xindian, briefly distracted from the battle, frowned, looking at Qing, and asked why he was so arrogant. Such a question was related to the fact that the main character stood with his eyes closed in irritation, and screaming, he declared that all this was disgusting. Xindian's surprise was only increased by the fact that he knew that Qing was just collecting garbage. At this moment, the protagonist noticed that the system said that a raw material for processing had been found, specifying that it was the body of a spider, and asked whether he should start processing. He noticed that the remains of the spider were shrouded in the aura of his skill, and allowed processing to begin. Thanks to this, he earned 1 attribute points, and received an arcane called Tempering Poison. When the weapon hit the target, it was accompanied by a poisoning effect, and for a few seconds, the received arcane would deal 60% of the weapon's damage. If the attack was a critical hit, the total damage was increased to 120% of the weapon's damage. The requirements were a dexterity of at least 25, and the item card also specified that this item was a blade type, mutually exclusive with the vampire type. When Qing examined the information about the item he had obtained, the system explained that Arcana was an additional type of ability that could be used on items and equipment. After using it once, the Arcana would disappear, and the target item or equipment would receive the Arcana's buff until it was destroyed. Arcana of the same type could not overlap, but multiple Arcana had the power of fusion. Qing frowned in concentration and guessed that he should receive not only skill cards but also Arcana from recycling the corpses. He imagined 2 cards, one of which was a blade and the other was the Arcana he had obtained, and through the fusion process, he would be able to obtain a new card. In addition, he realized that Arcana buffed equipment, but was suddenly distracted from his thoughts as Zhang frowned and called out to him, ordering him to stop daydreaming. The amount of effort he had put into the battle caused beads of sweat to appear on his face, but he ignored it and continued to fight off the spider, warning Qing to retreat if he couldn't help. The protagonist, closing his eyes in irritation, shouted that he was coming, and taking out his weapon, decided to try the quenching poison on an ordinary blade. When he connected the 2 cards, a magical aura appeared around his blade, and after that, the appearance of the weapon changed. At that moment, Qing noticed Tong running away from the spider chasing him, frowning and screaming. Taking out a mask from his pocket, he put it on the lower half of his face, frowning and cursing, thinking that although he was the highest level, he was afraid to admit to the others that this was not really that effective. Suddenly, the spider chasing him jumped up, preparing to strike, and Tong had to jump aside. He barely managed to keep his balance, and stopped, frowning, turning towards his opponent, and mentally exclaimed that his profession did not require any combat skills at all. The thing was that he could only improve other players, and realizing that the situation was too dangerous now, he realized that he knew what he had to do. Taking out a microphone, he squeezed it in one of his hands, raising it into the air, and pressed his other palm to his face. An aura resembling fire appeared around him, and he frowned, pointing a finger forward, starting to sing. Qing froze, frowned, looking at him in shock, and asked himself, "What is he doing?" Tong continued to chant, looking at the spider, and due to the activation of his skill, the opponent only became stronger. The monster roared and charged again, its body changed, becoming more powerful, and Tong, crying in horror, began to run away, asking how this spider became stronger. Suddenly, he realized that this was not the song, and turned around, feeling movement behind him. The spider was already stretching out its claw towards him, jumping into the air, and Tong, noticing this, froze, looking at the monster in fear. However, before the spider could damage him, Qing, swinging his new blade, attacked it, causing its body to split into many small pieces. But despite the fact that one of the spiders was destroyed, the other monsters also became stronger, and the team members, noticing this, warned the others about it. The monsters, opening their mouths wide, ran forward, and Zhu, covered in sweat from fear, cried out, denying what he saw. Zhang, frowning, ordered them all to retreat, and Xindian, cursing, screamed loudly in horror, trying to fight off the spider that attacked him with fire projectiles. Qing, frowning seriously, ran forward, holding his dagger at the ready, and approaching the spiders, he made several very fast strikes, causing the monster that was close to Xindian to fly apart into a huge number of pieces. The other spiders were also cut into pieces and gradually fell to the floor. The protagonist, stopping behind the other team members, froze for a moment, clenching one of his hands into a fist and pressing his lips tightly. Thick spider blood was dripping down from the blade of his dagger. Zhu, looking at the real Zhang next to him, asked if the spiders were really destroyed by one of their team members. He was referring to Tong, who was standing a little to the side with his eyes wide open, and Zhang, hearing his comrade's question, guessed that it looked like he was right. Qing, ignoring his other comrades, looked at his dagger with slightly narrowed eyes, and thought that the demon spiders were resistant to poison, and this weakened the effect of poisoning, so it was no surprise that the lasso he received from the monsters was a quenching poison. The effect itself was not noticeable, but it became so during the fight, and while Qing was thinking, Zhang, running closer to Tong, exclaimed that he was very strong. Zhu added that he was a real leader, and Tong, hearing the praise addressed to him, widened his eyes in amazement. Closing his eyes, he asked, covered in sweat from excitement, if it was really him who killed the spiders. He laughed nervously, thinking that he only wanted to strengthen the abilities of one of his team members. While the others were talking, Qing stood in front of the other spiders with his hands in his pockets in a relaxed manner, noting that the monsters in this abyss were intelligent, so they would not attack a target they could not see. Pressing his lips tighter, he assumed that the monsters would turn around and run away, and activated his skill slightly, causing his eyes to glow faintly. The spiders watching him suddenly trembled in fear, and then began to turn around and retreat deeper into the corridor. Qing declared that this was predictable, and at that moment, Xindian, who was still holding his fire at the ready, announced that the monsters were retreating. Zhu frowned and said that this was only the first location, but it was already very frightening, and his teammates warned that it could be even worse. Qing held his chin in his hand and looked at the information on the system window, saying that he still had 27 arcana left from the spiders. He had already processed enough arcana, and left only one card just in case, and exchanged all the other cards for attribute points. In total, after processing, he had 54 attribute points, and he was distracted from thinking, as Tong suggested that they move on, since the monsters had retreated. Finding a dry branch in the corridor, he asked Xindian to light a fire, and agreeing to do so, he activated his skill, lighting one end of the stick. Raising his hand with the torch up, Tong, frowning, announced that their mission was to advance as far as possible, and added that they should be more careful. Therefore, he asked that no one fall into any more traps. No one answered, but all the team members frowned in concentration, and the protagonist, looking at Tong with displeasure, mentally asked if he was talking about himself. Suddenly, he turned around with a slight shudder, and noticed a portal to his side. The system announced that he had discovered a berserker secret zone, and as he peered into the portal, Qing remembered that such zones appeared because of the red moon. He asked himself if he should investigate one of these zones. He paused for a moment, thinking, and then chose a bloody nightmare, and from the dark red energy that appeared, his own copy appeared in front of him. Looking at his double, he asked him to walk with the rest of the team for a while, promising that he would pick him up later. He frowned seriously, and his copy folded his fingers in a gesture to let Qing know that he understood everything. After that, smiling, the copy ran to catch up with the rest of the team, and Tong, hearing the sounds of his footsteps, turned around and asked where he was. Not intending to wait for an answer, he ordered him to keep up, otherwise he might die. The double did not answer, but simply continued to follow the team members, while Qing approached the portal, passing through it. He found himself in a spacious stone cave, and upon exiting it, he noticed a deserted rocky area in front of him. He looked around, and suddenly a huge spider appeared on the wall directly above him, which, noticing him, growled. The protagonist froze, frowning warily, and clenching his jaws tighter, he turned around sharply, looking at his opponent. The spider jumped down to attack him, but Qing managed to jump to the side in time, and from the force with which the spider landed on the ground, dust and stone fragments rose into the air. Landing carefully, Qing, straightening up, looked at the huge spider in front of him, and the monster, not intending to wait, instantly swung its paw, intending to hit the protagonist. Watching the enemy's actions closely, Qing managed to dodge, and immediately swung his dagger several times to strike back. However, when he did so, he froze in shock, asking himself, what kind of nonsense was this? The thing was that his strikes did not cause the desired damage, and Qing, wide-eyed, was amazed at the spider's defense against physical damage. After his attack, there was not a scratch on the science, and this even scared the protagonist a little. He was distracted from his thoughts, as the spider, growling, raised its paw, preparing to attack him again. This time, Qing did not have time to dodge the blow, but only put his hands in front of him to take the brunt of the blow on it. He flew far to the side, crashing into it, and from how strong the collision was, a dent formed in the rock covered with cracks. Even before he fell to the ground, Qing, frowning resolutely, activated the all-seeing eye, analyzing the opponent. His opponent was a tarantula spider, a level 20 true monster. After landing on the ground, the protagonist smirked, running his hand over his chin, and suggested that if he recycled an elite monster, then maybe elite abilities would drop from it. At that moment, the spider, opening its mouth wider, fired a volley of webs towards Qing, but it missed, crashing into the ground. The protagonist, jumping up, dodged the sticky substance, simultaneously activating a fire skill, and orienting himself in the air, he lowered his palm down, directing it at the spider, and activated a large explosion. The attack, colliding with the monster, exploded, enveloping its body in fire. However, when the flame dissipated, the spider, unharmed, sharply turned its head, realizing Qing's location, and released a new volley of webs at that place. The protagonist managed to dodge this attack, but the spider was not going to stop and released new sticky threads again and again. Qing managed to dodge, and he, looking seriously at the monster, noticed that the spider was fireproof, which meant it was not afraid of flames. He realized that if this was the case, then he needed to act differently, and tightly grasping the handle of the dagger with his palm, he dodged another thread of web, running closer to the spider itself, and stubbornly squeezing his lips, he swung the dagger, deciding that he would kill the spider in the classic way, and began to attack. The protagonist dealt a critical hit to the monster's weak point. The huge spider began to roar in pain, unable to fight any longer. Yi Qing landed on the ground next to this monster, watching as this creature breathed its last. The protagonist said that while the bites of the level 5 demon spiders were poisonous, it seemed that the level 20 tarantula spider had resistance to poison. Yi Qing smiled, looking at the defeated monster, saying that it was surprising, but this was precisely the monster's weak point. Yi Qing said that he believed that it was due to the changes in defense and the ability to reproduce, since they no longer relied on their own hunting abilities. The spiders could simply send the demon spiders to hunt for them. The spider was poisoned, so there were system windows everywhere about it. Yi Qing said that it was even more ironic that they were poisoned by their own poison. But the spider was not going to give up so easily. Gathering his last strength, the monster released a huge stream of web towards the protagonist. Yi Qing opened his eyes wide and said that he did not expect that such a thing would be possible. The spider used all the strength that was left in his body. The huge stream of web approached Yi Qing and inevitably touched him, shackling the protagonist's entire body. The spider began to slowly approach Yi Qing, But the protagonist was not so simple either. He activated the berserk state, with a smile on his face, understanding what was about to happen. The protagonist extricated himself from the sticky web with one sharp movement, swinging his fist for another blow. Pushing off the ground, Yi Qing began to rapidly approach the spider. Just a few seconds later, he had already delivered the final, crushing blow to the monster, hitting it right in the head so hard that the spider literally flew apart. As soon as the protagonist finished dealing with the spider, a system window immediately appeared in front of his face, where there was a hint that the Berserker card could be upgraded, so the system asked him to choose an upgrade. On the Berserker card, it was said that the first upgrade option was Blood Splash, which increases the effectiveness of the Berserker state, so the owner's physical strength and attack can partially neutralize the enemy's resistance. However, in exchange, the owner's health will slowly deplete until he dies or the skill duration runs out. The second upgrade option was Seething Rage, which increases the duration of the Berserker state and half its recovery time. Yi Qing thought that ordinary people would most likely choose the second one, since it was a more reliable option. He thoughtfully raised his gaze upward, choosing what to do. But he also thought about the fact that this tarantula was an unusual monster. He remembered how he fought with the spider just a few moments ago. Yi Qing thought that if he chose the first condition, he would undoubtedly increase the Berserker state. In this case, the enemies would be afraid of him, but this health drain would be too detrimental a side effect. But after thinking carefully, the protagonist still chose the first one, saying that with his regeneration ability, this side effect would be less noticeable. Yi Qing smiled, and a faint glow engulfed his body. The Berserker card leveled up. The protagonist said that by activating the Blood Spray skill, he will be able to harm those who have strong resistance to physical damage. This is the advantage of this card. The protagonist stood in front of the huge spider monster he killed, looking with interest at what the system offered him. There were many system windows everywhere, and after thinking everything through carefully, Yi Qing said that he sticks out several of the proposed options, sending them to his piggy bank in the system. The protagonist said that he could officially take this equipment from the abyss. He held a weapon card in his hands, which he held for fewer fingers, saying that he would sell this weapon for 15,000 yuan. Many hands appeared again from the scavenger portals behind him, recycling the enemies he had defeated. The protagonist said that he decided to recycle the rest, so after a few moments, the huge corpse of the spider monster that the protagonist had defeated began to be enveloped in a dark fog, and these same demonic hands gradually disassembled the spider monster, as if it were a construction set. As soon as the recycling began, the protagonist received 20 attribute points. The protagonist said with a smile that he was interested in what skill he would get from this tarantula spider. He watched the recycling process from the side, while the demonic hands did all the work for him. After a few minutes of waiting, a system window appeared in front of him, where it was said that he had received a rare card called a tarantula. On this card was a small spider with a cheerful face, which looked less like a spider and more like a small pet. The card said that Yi Qing could summon up to 4 baby tarantulas to fight alongside him and evolve according to their combat experience. Yi Qing said in surprise, could it be that he could not only summon but also level up these monsters? He looked at this card with interest, beginning to study it. At this time, the team of Lao Zhu, Zhou Tong, Zhang and Xingyan continued to move inside the Abyss dungeon. They came across a fairly spacious cave, the walls of which were filled with crystals. Tong cursed cheerfully, exclaiming that he didn't think they would stumble upon a mine in the abyss. Zhang was also surprised by this, although he didn't express it verbally. Lao Zhu said that it was amazing, not to mention that there were a lot of magic crystals in this cave. He wondered with interest, was this all the influence of the red moon? He took one of the crystals that were everywhere in his hand, and Xingyan just looked at it silently, his mouth wide open in surprise. Lao Zhu said that finding even one such crystal would be a great success. Suddenly, Lao Zhu stuck a special device into one of the crystals, causing Xingyan to tense up. It was the Fury Eye, which marked everything within a radius of 60 meters, allowing others to see that place on the map. Xingyan was furious. He grabbed Lao Zhu by the collar and cursed loudly at him, asking if he was a fool. Xingyan shouted that with such a treasure they could bathe in gold for the rest of their lives. He asked Lao Zhu, why did he mark that place for those greedy fools? Lao Zhu started yelling back at him, telling Xingyan to forget about it. They wouldn't have survived if they found this place without their instructions. Zhang tried to separate them, saying that after all, the cannon fodder's job was to pave the way for the top, so if they died here, those people would just write it down as an accident and wouldn't feel it, because they were just trash to them. Xindian turned to face Zhang, then looked away and fell silent, gritting his teeth. He remembered how he had yelled at the other team members in the past, that since they were trash, it was okay to throw them away. He had personally pushed poor low-level teammates into the clutches of monsters without feeling any guilt. Back then, he thought that he himself wasn't trash, so he could do such things. But everything changed on that fateful day when he met the protagonist who destroyed his selfish world in an instant by driving him into the refining space and taking away his skills. Xindian thought furiously that it was all because of him. He looked down and angrily recalled the protagonist who would now come to this cave to get crystals. Xindian directed his gaze to the crystals, thinking that even though his level was low again, it didn't matter as long as he could earn money. He mentally agreed with himself, thinking that if he could get good equipment to cover his zero skills, he would be able to join the main force of the scavenging teams. Xindian extended his hand towards the crystals that were sticking out of the rock, smiling as he thought about it. Xindian decided that he would steal a couple of crystals. He squeezed one of those crystals in his hand, however, it was done in vain. Suddenly, a clue appeared above their heads, saying that they were trapped. Something flashed right above them, under the dome of the cave. They all raised their heads up, and then a strange light suddenly appeared, which flew past Xindian and Lao Zhang. This beam of light instantly reached Lao Zu's head, piercing his head through and through. Poor Lao Zu fell on his back unconscious, and Zhang turned around worriedly, looking at his dead comrade. Xindian cursed loudly, asking what was going on. Tong, who was standing next to them, was also shocked and could not move. Meanwhile, the mysterious portal continued to work. This portal was shining with something sinister and attractive at the same time. At this time, the protagonist summoned one of those tarantula spiders, which he could now summon thanks to his new card. The little tarantula looked at its owner with joyful eyes, as if it were a dog. Yiqing said kindly that at the initial level, tarantulas looked absolutely defenseless. He played with the little spider, smiling at it, while the spider happily stood on its hind legs. A system window appeared above the little tarantula, where it was said that this baby could grow into a level 5 demon spider. The protagonist scratched the little tarantula's belly, reading the information from another system window, which said that if he wanted the spider to survive on the battlefield, he needed to level it up to at least level 5. Yiqing thoughtfully said this, repeating the words said in the system window, and then said with a smile that in that case he would give him points for this. The spider smiled happily, and the little monster's eyes sparkled. After the spider received the necessary points to level up, it became larger in size. The system window said that the level was increased, and the spider received the web skill. At this time, things were not going as well for his team as he would have liked. Lao Zhang desperately tried to call Lao Zu by name, while Xindian looked on in fear. He knew perfectly well that this happened because of him, but he immediately rushed to declare that it was an accident, which Lao Zu, lying on the ground with a hole in his head, would probably argue with. Zhang clenched his teeth, and the veins on his face were so tense with anger that they stood out. Unable to bear this unpleasant feeling, Lao Zhang flew to Xindian, grabbed him by the collar, and the same one screamed that it was he who killed him. He loudly cursed at Xindian, telling him that Lao Zu did all this for his family, because he wanted to feed his children. Zhang screamed that Lao Zu died because of him. He furrowed his brows and his eyes were full of hatred. However, Xindian immediately protested, shouting that he also needed money, and if he hadn't dropped to level 1, he would have been living well. The two shouted at each other, not stopping. Xindian pushed Lao Zhang's hand away with his hand, shouting that if that were the case, he wouldn't have to deal with such idiots. Zhang had already prepared his sword to attack, shouting at Xindian that he was a traitor. Tong tried to stop him, fussily holding his hand that was holding his sword. However, Xindian was also not going to calm down, activating his fire skill. He shouted back that Zhang was no better. After all, in this world, it was either you kill or you are killed. Xindian shouted that in this world, everything is decided by money. He believed that Zhang would have done the same if he was paid. Suddenly, their quarrel was interrupted by footsteps coming from the cave entrance. A guy named Caesar, loudly clapping his hands, said that it was well said, and he liked his priorities. Xindian turned around in surprise as Caesar arrived. Then he said, "Does he want to join them in a blood oath?" Caesar said that they would find room for one more. He looked at Xindian with a smile, and behind him, his team gradually began to appear. Zhang and Xindian looked at Caesar in surprise and a little fear. One of his team members addressed him as the boss, saying that Lao Zu lying on the cave floor was still warm. Caesar put his hand to his head, closing his eyes, and then said that death was too common there, but beggars were willing to risk even their lives for such a chance to earn some money. Caesar said that wanting to earn more was not something shameful at all. Then he added with a laugh that death was the same thing, because there was no shame in dying either. Caesar pulled Xindian towards him with a smile, telling him that these crystals, which only appeared during the red moon, could be used to buy cities, so one such thing would be enough to not work for the rest of his days. Xindian looked at Caesar with awkwardness and worry, who then added that he forgot to say something. Xindian pressed his lips together in fear and broke out in a cold sweat when Caesar said with a dangerous smile that the price for appropriating one such crystal was one life. Caesar smiled as if he was baring his teeth. A threat was written on his face. One of the members of Caesar's team who approached was dressed in powerful heavy armor and held a huge sword in his hands. They all pointed their weapons at them, while the protagonist stood behind. The red-haired guy said that the boss said that everyone could take a crystal and put it in his bucket. He asked them if they understood that. The guy threw the bucket straight onto the ground with a disdainful smile on his face, wanting to see how they would do it. The guy said that if they tried to escape, they would immediately become corpses. Lao Zhang tried to object, indignantly shouting that any of these crystals could kill them. He asked ironically, "Are they really so intricately willing to get rid of them?" Lao Zhang looked at them with anger and despair in his eyes, but they were clearly going to be adamant. Caesar put his hand on his chin, feigning pity, asking Zhang if he needed to pay for his precious wife's treatment. Xindian stood behind him with a horrified expression. Caesar walked closer to Zhang, asking him what he thought about it. He mockingly asked him if he was the one who said he would do anything to save his wife. Caesar had a sinister smile on his face as he leaned closer to Zhang's face, to which Zhang could only remain silent in response. Caesar also told him to remember that wanting to earn more was nothing to be ashamed of. He smiled his wicked smile, looking at Zhang with a piercing gaze. Zhang was so scared that he was shaking in fear, sweating profusely. He turned to face the protruding rock with crystals, looking at it with his frightened eyes, while Caesar looked at it behind him, waiting for him to do as he was told. Zhang's entire body was tense. He stretched his hand out in horror towards those terrible crystals, his trembling fingers almost touching those dangerous objects. However, he fell to his knees in apology, saying that he could not do it. He closed his eyes in horror, knowing full well what would happen to him if he touched those dangerous stones. Big tears appeared in his eyes and spilled all over his face. He shouted that he had actually lost all his money and had come there to pay off his debts. He continued to sob and shout loudly that he did not want to die. Finally, he was able to admit it. He chuckled, saying that it was a pitiful sight. Disgust was reflected on his face as he looked at Lao Zhang crying on his knees, who could not hold back his tears. Xindian was still standing behind Caesar, shock on his face as he looked at what was happening. Xindian thought that Caesar was much cooler than him. After all, he could not compete with him even on his best days. He looked at Caesar's back with interest and caution at the same time, and then hesitantly turned to him, asking if he said that the Blood Oath organization could accept him. Xindian smiled awkwardly when Caesar turned to look at him, and then continued to say that he was just a fire mage. However, he wanted to join there. Caesar asked his subordinate in a slightly shocked tone, did he really say that? He was even slightly embarrassed by such a question, but his subordinate immediately told him that his boss had said that. Caesar then called Xindian over to him, raising his palm up with an indifferent face. Xindian immediately did as he said, kneeling in front of him and calling him Lord. Xindian was about to say that he was willing to give up his life for him, when suddenly his face met Caesar's powerful leg, causing Xindian to fly back and fall to the ground, bleeding. Caesar asked him with a smirk, did he really think there would be a place for him? Caesar said that he would not accept trash like him into the ranks of the elite. Caesar put his hands in his pockets, smiling as he continued to say that Xindian was a pathetic traitor, so he was going to die anyway, so Caesar added that he was just giving his death some value. Xindian closed his eyes, gritting his teeth in pain from the powerful blow, continuing to lie on the ground, while Caesar continued to scream that it was normal that he was angry, because he would never leave there alive anyway. Caesar screamed that he would turn them all into walking dead, so that they would collect all these crystals for him. He held Xindian's pencil case with a smile on his face, while he was lying on the ground. The protagonist returned to them, sinking back into his body. At this time, Caesar continued to scream that Xindian had already died once, so it made no difference if he did it again. Tong continued to watch what was happening with a shocked face, cursing in her mind at the arriving Caesar and his team. When he had no more strength left to look at this, he cursed loudly out loud and was about to head towards this chaos, when suddenly he was stopped by the hand of the protagonist, who put his hand on Tong's shoulder. Tong turned around in surprise, looking at him, and Yiqing told him to leave it all to him and wait there. He walked towards the troublemakers and peace with a serious face, putting his hands in his pocket and asking with a calm face, how dangerous could it be to collect these crystals? The Caesar team members immediately started to complain, and one of them wearing a big hat asked, "What kind of nonentity is this only now?" The red-haired guy was also unhappy about it. But the protagonist didn't really listen to them. He slowly walked towards one of the crystals, and tore it off with his hand, and then took out one of them as if it was nothing. Because of this, the frightened Caesar subordinates hurriedly retreated from this place. A second later, they were all hiding behind other crystals, cursing loudly at the protagonist, shouting at him to warn them before he took it. They shouted while hiding that he would kill them all like this. Yiqing looked at the crystal in his hand, but nothing happened. The Caesar subordinate wearing a hat asked, did he really trick death itself? The three of them peeked out from their hiding place, and the red-haired subordinate asked, could it be that the trap only worked once? Yiqing was lost in his thoughts, throwing the crystal aside. He thought that even if it was a death trap, if he was lucky and fulfilled all the requirements, he would not die, but would only be injured. The protagonist thought that perhaps there would be no effect at all. He remembered that his luck stat needed to reach a threshold for there to be no effect. Yiqing grabbed the other crystal with his hand, yanking it out, causing Caesar and his subordinates' cowardly heads to hide behind the rocks again. But nothing happened again, and a system window appeared above the protagonist's head, saying that the trap was not activated. Caesar shouted in shock that the trap worked, so it was all about Yiqing's luck. Caesar guessed that his luck should definitely be above 60 points. He asked in surprise, how could someone at level 1 have such a high luck stat? Caesar said that even those who could change jobs would not have their luck stat increase on their own, so there was only one reasonable explanation, and that was that the trap was broken. Caesar's red-haired subordinate said that Yiqing had already taken 2 crystals, so the trap was definitely broken. He grabbed one of the crystals next to him and mockingly asked the other subordinate, "Does he see?" He said that nothing happened. However, the same laser appeared again under the dome of the cave, and in the next moment, it struck the poor guy's head, burning through it. This subordinate fell on his back unconscious, dropping the crystal from his hands. The subordinate in the hat looked at this with a frightened look, and Caesar cheerfully said that, without taking into account all the other possible reasons, this Yiqing had the highest luck stat out of them all. Caesar guessed that it had something to do with his job. He said that in the abyss, the attributes that increased the most were those related to strength. Caesar wondered if anyone would waste their attribute points to develop something as useless as luck. The protagonist, with a serious expression, thought that he simply divided all the points equally. Caesar said with a smile that the original plan was to turn them all into corpses that he could use later, but the plans changed, because now he only wanted one corpse with a high luck stat, and as for the rest, he would just get rid of the rest of the corpses. Gradually, Caesar's other subordinates began to flock into the cave, and he shouted with excitement in his eyes for them to not let them get away. They all immediately accepted the command, shouting that they would do so. Lao Zhang immediately shook with fear, stammering, saying that they were finished, because their opponents were members of the Blood Oath gang. Zhang said that they can't handle them. Tong shouted that they have time to escape. Xindian also stood up on his feet in fear and watched what was happening with a trembling body. He immediately began to cowardly run away, while the protagonist and his comrades who remained alone with the enemies watched this. Yiqing asked in surprise, why is he running away? He thought that they would take them by numbers. Lao Zhang ironically replied that now they can no longer do this, because now they are missing one. Yiqing turned to face the enemy with a smile, saying that this is not true, and they have enough of all. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound was heard in the cave. The subordinate Caesar in the hat asked another in surprise, did he hear it? Another subordinate asked him, what should he have heard? One of them looked up and saw powerful monsters with shining eyes approaching them. The system window said that the protagonist had summoned the demon spiders that were completely harmless just a few minutes ago. Tong immediately began to scream and squeal in fear in a cowardly manner, loudly saying that there were monsters. Those spiders really looked scary. Zhou Tong swore out loud in a funny way, saying that now they not only had to fight off those bandits, but also those monsters. But unexpectedly, the protagonist told him with a mysterious smile that the monsters were on their side. After all, he had picked up a couple of them along the way. Tong turned around in shock, asking what this meant. He asked Yiqing, was he some kind of Spider-Man? The protagonist widened his eyes, using his ability. That subordinate in the hat, according to the system data, was a level 20 enemy necromancer, and the armored subordinate next to him was a level 17 enemy berserker. Besides them, there were 2 enemy hunters, both of whom were level 18, and there was also an enemy paladin who was level 19. Yiqing thought that he was unsure about the level difference between them and his spiders, but his gut feeling told him that there would be no problem. However, when he turned his gaze to Caesar, he noticed a system window that said unable to determine his level. The tooltip noted that it was impossible to determine the level and profession of enemies who were close in strength. Caesar smiled mysteriously as he looked at Yiqing. He said, did this mean that he could subjugate the monsters of the abyss? Caesar said that it seemed that Yiqing had learned a few things while collecting trash here and there. Yiqing thought that in that case, Caesar's level was not much lower than his, and perhaps even higher. He was carefully examining his enemy while Caesar shouted that if these monsters were not higher than level 10, then he shouldn't have even mentioned them. Caesar thrust his hand forward, with a cheerful face, shouting for his subordinates to deal with the monsters first, then the trash. He also gave instructions that they should not touch the crystals. Yiqing turned his gaze to Lao Zhang, telling him seriously that their plans had changed, so if he wanted to live, then he should follow Xingdian's example. Zhang tensed up and thought that the protagonist was a complete idiot for sacrificing himself to delay them. However, since he insisted on it, then he had to do it. Therefore, Lao Zhang also rushed away in the next instant, carrying his legs far away from there. Tong looked at Zhang as he walked away in surprise, and then turned his gaze to the protagonist, who said that he was sure that Zhou Tong had his own motives for going into this abyss, so if he wanted to live, he should also flee. Tong shouted that he would never forget Yiqing. He furrowed his brows in regret, also starting to run away, following Lao Zhang into this cave. However, his luck was only 1 point, so when he stepped onto the path in the cave, a massive collapse occurred inside, which in just a few moments almost completely blocked the entrance to this place. Zhang abruptly stopped when he saw the collapsed rocks, asking Tong, what did he do this time? He cursed loudly at him. Turning to face him, Zhou Tong awkwardly apologized, saying that ever since they entered the abyss, nothing but bad luck continued to fall on them. However, he did not know why this was so. While they were solving this problem, a duel began between the spider monsters and Caesar's subordinates. The paladin swung his huge hammer and shouted, aiming it straight at the spider monster's face, hitting the target with 1 blow. He furiously shouted with a smile on his face that he would knock them out with just his hammer. But the spider monster was not going to give up so easily. It gathered webbing in its mouth, releasing it straight at the paladin's face. The blow was quite strong, so the paladin almost fell to the ground, staggering back. While he was trying to remove this viscous mixture from his face, the silhouette of the protagonist appeared above him, holding his dagger in his hands, flying straight at the enemy. Ironically, he said that Yiqing was too low level to attack him. He asked him, has he gone crazy? At the last moment, the paladin managed to cover himself with a shield, which is why Yiqing did not have time to strike him. As soon as the dagger touched the shield, the paladin pushed the protagonist away from him with a powerful blow, asking how he liked his shield. While Yiqing was flying, he thought that his spiders were level 10, so they should be enough to even the odds, but not to win, because he was dealing with a Blood Oath gang. The protagonist's face was absolutely calm, and as soon as he was behind the paladin, he made a sharp move to strike his legs, leaving deep wounds on it. The paladin loudly exclaimed that his legs were very painful. But Yiqing was not going to stop. As soon as he was able to slow down his opponent, he immediately pushed off the ground, heading towards the paladin again, who was already standing on the ground, on his knees. But the final blow was not allowed to him by the enemy hunters, who directed their arrows towards the protagonist. However, Yiqing managed to dodge, seeing the arrows from afar, so the arrows did not hit him. The surprised enemy hunters wondered, did he really dodge? The second hunter told him that it couldn't be, he must have just missed, so he should try again. The other hunter also pulled back his bow, aiming another arrow at Yiqing. He shot, and the arrow was already rapidly approaching the protagonist, but he swung his dagger sharply, destroying the arrow with 1 blow. The hunter said in surprise that he broke the arrow. Yiqing sat on the ground, pushing his hand against it, shouting that he was using the Big Bang skill. The ground next to him suddenly ignited and these flames underground reached the hunters, exploding under their feet with great force, causing the hunters to fly in different directions. They said in surprise that the protagonist was a tough nut to crack. Yi Qing stood there with a serious expression, his brows furrowed, and his fist was ablaze with fire. The enemy berserker swung his huge sword at the demonic spider with loud cries. In an instant, the berserker smashed the poor spider, tearing off the monster's head, causing the demonic spider to fall to the ground, screaming loudly, frightening the protagonist's comrades. Then the berserker's attention turned to the two guys who had been standing behind the spider all this time, Lao Zhang and Tong. He walked towards them, bringing his huge two-handed sword behind his back, and this enemy berserker was not going to joke around at all. Tong worriedly asked him to calm down, asking if they could talk it over. He put his hand forward, trying to stop the enemy berserker, but it was all in vain. Seeing this, Zhang gritted his teeth, heading to help his comrade. He pushed Zhou Tong aside, taking his place and taking this powerful blow on his shield. The enemy berserker struck his shield, shouting at Tong that they couldn't escape because of him, calling him a fool. Tong sat on the ground, looking at Lao Zhang with fear in his eyes. Zhang shouted at him that if he wanted to live, he needed to know how to fight. However, as he shouted, the enemy berserker once again gathered strength for another strike, swinging his huge sword at Zhang. When Lao Zhang noticed this, he gritted his teeth again, trying to take this powerful blow on his already badly damaged shield. But this time, he did not quite succeed. The enemy berserker, although he could not penetrate the shield, but with this powerful blow, sent Zhang flying towards a pile of rocks that lay nearby. Lao Zhang fell painfully onto the rocks, coughing after the painful landing. His head was injured, and he was bleeding as he lay there. Shang's sword flew out of his hands, landing right on the ground next to Tong. The enemy berserker was not going to stop there. He began to approach Zhang, throwing his huge sword over his shoulder. His huge, strong silhouette inspired fear just by his appearance. Zhang raised himself up on the rocks, looking at the approaching danger, and then rose to his feet, quietly laughing in despair and pain. He no longer had a weapon, except for his shield, which was almost broken in half. Zhang said with a painful smile that he should not have looked into the abyss, because he would have been killed anyway. The enemy berserker looked at him with confusion, trying to understand what Zhang was saying. The next moment, Lao Zhang shouted that debts are not asked from the dead. He furiously told the enemy berserker to do it quickly and painlessly. Lao Zhang furrowed his brows, continuing to shout for the berserker to quickly kill him. The berserker narrowed his eyes at Zhang, and then began to swing his huge sword again to strike again. Zhang also assumed a fighting stance so that he would have a chance to reflect it. However, the enemy berserker's body suddenly stopped responding to him. He was covered in a strange purple aura, so he shouted that he couldn't move. The enemy berserker couldn't help but wonder, is this because of him? He turned his gaze to the side, where Shou Tong stood, holding his microphone next to his mouth, and his other hand extended forward. Tong said that he needed to try again. He shouted that he was holding him, continuing to hold the enemy berserker with his hand. He told Zhang to act. But suddenly Zhang responded by cursing at Tong, saying that he was holding him at the same time. Indeed, when Zhou Tong turned his gaze to Zhang, to saw that he was also shrouded in the same aura and could not move. Tong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this, and the protagonist, watching this, could only wonder what they were doing. But he did not have to be bored for long, because the necromancer in the hat, who was also Caesar's subordinate, began to act. He shouted that even if Yi Qing had some hidden ability, his strength would eventually run out, and he would not be able to fight forever. The necromancer raised one of his hands up, starting to use his powers, flying above the ground. The protagonist thought that his summoning magic really wasted a lot of energy. After all, he had summoned a clone a little earlier, so his mother was almost all used up. The system notified him that his mana bar was indeed gradually approaching zero. Yi Qing looked at the necromancer thoughtfully, thinking that summoning small spiders was also continuing to waste his mana. He put his hand to the side and suddenly a small glass cup appeared from the space of the system, which instantly appeared in his hands. The necromancer asked him in surprise, what was he drinking? Meanwhile, Yi Qing calmly sipped a special potion from the cup, using a straw, which made him look even more relaxed, which irritated the necromancer no less. The enemy necromancer shouted that he didn't care. He said that his mother could not be restored anyway. Thick red energy enveloped the necromancer, and he continued shouting that necromancer is a very powerful S-class profession, because the corpse controlled by the necromancer will fight forever. Gradually, the corpses of those who had recently died in the cave of this abyss began to rise, standing up. It was Lao Tzu and that red-haired subordinate Caesar who had died recently. Their eyes lit up with red fire, and they headed towards the protagonist. Yi Qing finished the contents of the glass, wondering, could this be corpse control? He was slightly surprised and puzzled by such a skill. The protagonist shouted that his mana had been completely restored. His scavenger energy shone under his feet again, and he felt a powerful surge of strength as soon as the drink began to act inside him. He opened the processing space again, from where hundreds of hands immediately began to appear, helping him with this. The protagonist said with a smile on his face, "Everything dead should rest in peace." He put his hand to the side, throwing the cup to the side, starting to guide his demonic hands from the processing space to the right places. These hands in an instant were able to deal with the risen dead, whose corpses were recently revived by the necromancer, which greatly surprised and scared the one who summoned them. The necromancer was surprised but shouted, asking what was this? He asked in confusion, where did his corpses go? While he was watching this in fear, Yi Qing was already heading towards him, having prepared a small gift for him in the form of a cool blow. The necromancer could not oppose him, because his main power was controlling the dead, and there were no more dead people in the cave. The protagonist struck the necromancer in the face, knocking him out with this. The necromancer immediately found himself on the earth defeated and disgraced by such an easy defeat. Caesar turned his irritated gaze to the protagonist, squeezing in his right hand the demonic spider that Yi Qing summoned, and putting his other hand in his pants pocket. Caesar said that Yi Qing had interesting abilities, so now he knew what he had done to him so much at the drink stand. He frowned, squeezing the head of the spider he had defeated in his hand. The poor spider's head had literally burst, so Caesar's hand was completely bloody because of it. Yi Qing told him that it would be great if they all worked for a while and then went home. He also put one of his hands in his pocket, the other clenched into a fist, saying that, unfortunately, they get crystals in exchange for human lives, and now he knows that their team is recruiting people as cannon fodder. The protagonist frowned, saying with a serious expression that all this was immoral. Caesar rudely asked him, did he think that if he had potential, then he would immediately stop being cannon fodder? Caesar cut off this hope, telling him that he was dreaming too much. After all, they were all his property. He smiled a cold smile, continuing to speak, ironically suggesting that he remind him how this world works. After all, whoever was stronger had the power. Suddenly, from somewhere to the side, a loud cry was heard from Tong, who desperately screamed for Berserker not to kill him. After all, he was just a laborer. Caesar turned his gaze to where the sound came from, seeing Zhou Tong standing behind the Berserker with a sword in his hands, tightly clutching the weapon in his palm. Caesar said with an arrogant smile that, judging by the current situation, they, being cannon fodder, clearly will not get out of there. Tong looked at Caesar, asking him if he was serious. Zhang immediately intervened in this dialogue, shouting at Tong not to listen to him. He told him to pick up his sword and kill the enemy. Zhou Tong answered him with uncertainty that he can only boost others. However, he himself is not able to kill a monster, and even more so, a person. He was confused. Tong did not understand at all what he should do in this situation. The enemy berserker was also tense, listening to this strange dialogue between them. Caesar spread his hands to the sides, saying with excitement that one of their sides will be destroyed. The protagonist stared at him silently as Zhou Tong continued to hesitantly try to prepare to destroy the opponent in their background. Suddenly, the protagonist laughed with a smile on his face, saying that he didn't understand what Caesar was talking about at all. Yi Qing said that all he knew was that everyone had the right to enter the abyss and come out alive. After saying these words, the frightening aura surrounded him again, as did the dagger he held in his hand. Caesar mockingly shouted that he was very naive. He smiled, raising his hand to strike, clenching his palm into a fist. The next moment, he struck the block from Yi Qing's hands, dealing the first significant blow in the battle between them. The protagonist immediately flew back, crashing into the stone behind him. From the first seconds he felt the strength of his opponent on himself. He frowned and thought that it was a strong blow. Yi Qing knew that he had not met a person stronger than him. But his enemy's next move made him widen his eyes in surprise. Caesar was rushing towards him with fury, once again pulling his arm back for another powerful strike. His face was full of fury, and the protagonist barely managed to push off that large rock to avoid this destructive force directly hitting his body. As soon as Caesar's fist hit the rock, the poor rock was completely destroyed and fell apart into several pieces, as if it was cotton candy instead of solid rock of the earth. As soon as he finished the strike, Caesar turned to face him, shouting that his fist was invincible. At this time, Zhang screamed in despair, asking Tong, what is he waiting for? Tong's face was still confused. For the first time he had to make a choice to kill a person. However, the enemy Berserker soon managed to break free from Tong's power. And shouting that he was weak, Berserker hit Zhou Tong with his free hand right in the face. Unable to stand upright from the powerful blow, Tong fell to the ground, sinking to his knees in front of his enemy. His face was injured and bleeding, as the blow was really strong. Before he could look up, the Berserker was already at him, raising his huge weapon up for a crushing blow, to completely deal with the hero this time. But he was not allowed to do so by Lao Zhang, who pounced on the enemy Berserker from behind, squeezing him by the waist with his strong arms, holding the Berserker back from striking, while Tong continued to sit in front of him, confused. Zhang desperately screamed for Zhou Tong to do something already. His face continued to bleed, but he did not give up, holding back the enemy who intended to take out his comrade. But the Berserker was not so easy to be held back with just this. He turned around to face Zhang, pushing him away and using his sword to stab Zhang in the chest, leaving a deep cut. Zhang started screaming again with a pleading voice for Tong to do something. He was bleeding profusely, extending his hand towards his comrade, asking him if he was strong, wasn't he? He said that was why he volunteered to be the leader back then. Tong's eyes only grew more confused. He felt guilty, remembering that he had said back then that their cannon fodder company needed a leader, so it should be him, a third-level bard, because he was perfect for the role. Tong's body trembled as he thought about it, looking down due to his sense of worthlessness. He said that he simply thought that he wouldn't have to kill monsters with his hands if he became the leader. He continued to make excuses, saying that he would never have to face something like this, and no one would know that he was actually incapable of such a thing. Zhou Tong dropped his hands to the ground, feeling despair rising closer to his throat. Tong blurted out that he was actually not strong at all. He began to frantically say that he was just a newbie, so he began to beg for the enemy Berserker to spare him. He knelt down in front of him in a respectful bow, placing his elbows on the ground, humiliating himself in order to survive. The enemy Berserker was taken aback by this, even lowering his sword when he saw Tong bowing down before him. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong was lost in his memories, and images appeared in his mind, where the other hunters, while fighting monsters, asked him, could it be that he couldn't cause any damage? They asked him if he could launch others, couldn't he? Another wounded hunter told him that Tong couldn't even choose the right target to boost. He cursed at Tong, saying that he had no conscience, ordering him to get out of his team. Zhou Tong looked at these guys of yours with despair on his face, once again hearing from them that he should get out of there. There was guilt on his face and a mixed feeling of inferiority. After these unpleasant memories, Tong also remembered how he was sitting near the fountain, sadly hanging his head, resting his hands on his knees. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. It was Caesar, who walked up to him with a smile on his face, cheerfully asking him what his job was. Tong looked up at Caesar, cautiously telling him that he was a level 3 bard. He didn't fully understand why Caesar approached him and asked about this. However, Caesar immediately invited him to go with him. He still smiled so friendly that day. However, it did not lead to anything good. After all, this same friendly guy, who, as it seemed to Tong, wanted to help him, was now slamming the protagonist right into the cave floor, and then swinging again for another blow with great speed. Caesar flew up to the protagonist who had fallen to the ground, squeezing his fist again, accumulating more energy for a new blow. Caesar shouted that this is a martial arts technique that causes continuous physical damage to the place of impact. He added that if Yi Qing tries to use magic, it will get worse early, and he will die faster. Caesar's eyes were burning with rage and excitement. But he hit the wrong place again, because the protagonist managed to dodge in time, jumping back. Caesar shouted that this explosion was an indicator of martial arts that would cripple even the strongest mage. Indeed, the cave floor suffered greatly from this powerful blow, crumbling like the rock just recently into many separate pieces. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that it was too fast. Caesar asked him if he hoped to dodge it. He soared into the air again, looming over the protagonist, who began to gradually move away from him, so as not to receive such heavy damage from the powerful strike again. Yi Qing watched him as he continued to run away, wondering if his opponent lost blood when he used this skill. After all, it wouldn't hurt him. Then Yi Qing suddenly interrupted his thoughts, remembering the blood, He stopped abruptly, turning to Zhou Tong, calling him by name loudly, so that he would notice him as quickly as possible. At this time, although Tong heard him, Caesar managed to catch up with Yi Qing, sending him straight to Tong with one blow, as if delivering him to his comrade. Yi Qing lay on the cave floor, his legs stretched out by his weapons, still clutching the dagger in his hand. Zhou Tong looked at the protagonist anxiously, not knowing what to do. Yi Qing said that it was useless to hope that others would be merciful to him because he was weak. He smiled, saying that it was because he was also disappointed by his own weakness. The protagonist said that he was also weak and could do little. He recalled how he fought one of the monsters in the abyss, and his sword was split. Yi Qing said that he still did not give up, because there was no need to be afraid of his own weakness. Tong listened to him in surprise, also immersed in these memories. When the protagonist added that he needed to be afraid of cowardice, he needed to be afraid of losing heart. At this moment, Tong seemed to have an epiphany. He opened his eyes wide, asking the protagonist again, losing heart? The protagonist remembered that at that moment, he received a hint when fighting that monster, that he had caused 0 damage. But at that moment, he shouted to himself that he was not afraid, continuing to deal those blows that did not cause any damage to that monster. But Yi Qing was already unstoppable at this point. Because he had broken through the barrier of fear, there was only rage and confidence in his eyes. He continued to shout that he was not afraid. And then the system after a while wrote to him in the tooltip that he had caused a critical hit, reaching 1 point of damage. At that moment, he thrust his half-destroyed sword straight into the monster's eye, and then the defeated monster lay at his feet. He shouted in despair that he had succeeded. It seemed that he himself could not believe it. Yi Qing wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand, which he held the dagger with, and said that when he gathered all his will into a fist and took the first step, he knew that he had been preparing to become a king all his life, even when he was a weakling garbage man. The protagonist smiled, looking at Tong, while the enemy berserker behind him watched this with confusion, again not understanding what he was talking about. Zhou Tong looked down, reciting the protagonist's words out loud once again, become a king? Tong realized that if he didn't become stronger, he would die. He looked at the sword in his hands with a worried look, saying that compared to ridicule, it was better to just disguise himself and avoid the fights. But now he wanted to become stronger. Finally, a look of confidence. He furrowed his brows and said that he wanted to be strong in spirit. The enemy berserker who was watching this asked him, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He reminded him that Tong's level was 3rd, and it was nothing compared to his 17th level, so he couldn't win. Tong turned around uncertainly, looking at the enemy, who mockingly spread his arms out to the sides and told him that he even became interested, so he would just stand there. However, Tong did something really impressive. He closed one of his eyes, throwing his sword back, standing in front of the enemy. Berserker narrowed his eyes in surprise, asking what was going on. Zhou Tong's microphone suddenly appeared in his hand again, and he brought it to his mouth, shouting, "Poetry and lyrics." He clenched his free hand into a fist, looking at his opponent with confidence. Berserker was so shocked that he simply watched this, unable to do anything. Caesar also looked at this in surprise, cursing out loud, asking if he was seriously saying this now. Yi Qing shouted that it was because he found the best booster in the world. The protagonist smiled, and his stats began to rise. A system window appeared above him, saying that he had received inspiration, so all damage he inflicted increased by 15%, defense and speed, and resistance also increased by 15%. Yi Qing smiled, feeling a surge of strength, and a new monster began to appear in his hand. He shouted, summoning Bloody Nightmare. This liquid monster immediately walked towards the berserker with a smile, sticking to his back in the form of the protagonist, which greatly frightened the enemy warrior. In just a few seconds, the entire berserker was enveloped by this monster, unable to do anything against such an unusual enemy. While Yi Qing was fighting the paladin and the hunters, one of his monster friends got rid of the enemy berserker, who was loudly screaming for this monster to leave him alone. Tong looked at this in horror, and then turned his gaze to the place where Yi Qing was currently fighting. At this moment, his enemy was Caesar, who was screaming for him to die, swinging his fists at him, but the protagonist quickly dodged, not allowing it to hit him. Another blow missed. Yi Qing dodged, tilting his body back. He thought that, thanks to the strong magic, he had fast regeneration. He still remained calm, and then used the skill, and the berserk state became blood spray. He swung at his enemy with a dagger, accumulating power in it. Yi Qing used one of his strikes, but Caesar managed to dodge it. As soon as the strike hit his clothes, it began to crumble, so he couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with his armor. He wondered why Yi Qing was able to injure him with an ordinary dagger. The protagonist stopped not far from Caesar after his powerful attack. Yi Qing thought that the blood spray skill was to pour on his armor. A scratch was bleeding on his cheek, while he reasoned that Caesar's martial arts still made him sweat. He thought that he needed to finish this fight as soon as possible. The protagonist pushed off the ground again with his feet, starting to quickly approach Caesar again. To which Caesar, with excitement in his eyes, shouted again with a smile that this was very interesting. Approaching his opponent, Yi Qing lunged forward again, cutting the air with his dagger. However, Caesar managed to dodge this strike again. He caught the protagonist's hand, shouting that he had 20 years of practice, asking him how could he lose to a mere garbage man. As soon as he immobilized Yi Qing's hand, he immediately struck him in the face with his fist, asking him if he could feel the difference in their strength now. The blow was so strong that Yi Qing had to lean on his hand on the ground to stay on his feet. Caesar shouted that those who had pumped up their martial arts skill could change their profession to the king of destruction or street fighter. The dagger fell from the protagonist's hands, falling to the ground next to him. However, he was not going to give up like that. As soon as he turned towards Caesar, he immediately swung again, colliding with his powerful strike with his hand. Yi Qing immediately felt the power of this devastating strike. Caesar mockingly told him that he hated weakness, so he concentrated all his attention on strength. He used his skill, an instant strike that crushes the heavens. Caesar used this to throw Yi Qing far to the other side, causing the protagonist to fly right above Tong and the berserker imprisoned in a monster, crashing right into a pile of rocks that had just collapsed because of Tong, where he watched in horror. But just a few seconds later, Yi Qing emerged from there, as if he were a phoenix constantly rising from the ashes. Seeing this, Caesar said that this was very stupid. He also added that Yi Qing wanted to meet his instant death strike face to face. Caesar asked him if he thought he would lose to him in strength. He laughed and added that he would not lose to such a brat. Yi Qing turned to the system, saying that he wanted to add all the unallocated points to his strength. He grabbed his hand by his torn hoodie, pulling off the remaining fabric from it in one motion. The system immediately informed him that 176 points had been added to his strength. The muscular body of the protagonist appeared from under his clothes. He began to slowly approach Caesar, while he asked in surprise how much was added to the strength. Yi Qing continued to walk towards him, thinking that his strength had increased instantly, and even his muscle mass had gained a lot. But Caesar laughed again, asking him, "So what?" He moved sharply towards the protagonist, picking up speed. There was a furious smile on his face, but Yi Qing remained calm. He thought that he was still lagging behind in martial arts technique. The protagonist moved his arm back to strike, thinking that at least he had enough strength to strike properly now. His arm shot forward, as did his opponent's approaching fist, which was no less powerful than him. Their arms collided in a powerful confrontation, and neither one's strength was willing to yield to the other. However, a few moments later, Caesar felt a strong wave from a powerful strike. Only a few moments later, he was literally sent flying by the protagonist's strength, far back. Caesar asked in surprise how could he do such a strike? His arm was terribly injured, and his fingers were almost twisted in the opposite direction, turning very red. His entire face was covered in traces of blood. Zhou Tong thought in surprise, the protagonist was very strong. This strike was truly impressive, because even the earth could not withstand such a steep attack, causing the entire cave floor to be severely damaged. Yi Qing flew up above Caesar, who was lying in a pile of rocks, almost completely exhausted. Another strong blow landed on the face of the protagonist's opponent. Once on top of Caesar, the protagonist tightly squeezed his enemy's head with his hand, saying that he would not leave a wet spot on him. Yi Qing swung his hand, clenching his palm into a fist, while Caesar looked at it through his fingers in fear, not responding. He plunged into his memories, when one of his past superiors said that from this day on he would be cannon fodder. It was 8 years ago. Someone mercilessly shouted for Caesar to clean all the equipment. After all, they were going to go down into deeper abysses. All the weapons were terribly dirty with something slippery and purple, but he still had to clean them. Caesar took one of these swords in his hands, and his superior told him to try hard. After all, they, hunters with lion hearts, had such rules: whoever is stronger is right. So the boss said that if he wanted to join their ranks, he would have to show what he could do. Caesar said with a smile that he agreed and would do it. However, the boss immediately knocked him down by saying that, judging by how things were going for them at the moment, They would forever remain nothing but cannon fodder. After that, the boss laughed at him. After a while, Caesar found himself right in front of a huge monster along with other hunters. This huge monster was so big that it was dozens of times bigger than them. Then Caesar thought that if he could prove that he was worth something, he would definitely be able to take a higher place in the hierarchy. A serious look appeared on his face, and he thought that he would prove it to everyone. That day, he was able to deal a strong blow to the monster with its physical strength. As soon as he did this, Caesar looked at his hands, saying that it was not that difficult. But the monster was not going to give up so easily. As soon as he relaxed, this monster was ready to fight again. Swinging a huge weapon, this monster pressed Caesar to the ground. That day he almost lost his life, left lying among the stones. A professor named Song Chi-shan placed Caesar in a special capsule. He examined him and said that Caesar's lower jaw was crushed, and 8 ribs were broken, his heart was pierced through, his liver, spleen and kidneys were damaged. He stood in front of him, carefully examining him, saying that to replace all this, a lot of crystals would be needed. Caesar opened his eyes slightly, watching Professor Chi-shan. He said that technology now allows you to extract valuable cells from the monsters of the abyss and transplant it into the human body. All over Caesar's body there were tubes that kept him alive all this time. Song Chi-shan said that it was a coincidence that Caesar's DNA had many similar fragments with the monster's DNA, so the good news was that he would live, but the bad news was that he would now be a hybrid of a monster and a human. Chi-shan laughed evilly, baring his teeth. Turning to Caesar, he was told that however he was able to prove that he was worthy of joining the Lion's Heart as a full member. A huge red monster who was dressed in armor and sat on a throne raising his paw high ordered Caesar to put it on and become his extra hand, after which he clarified by saying that he should become his dog. The monster threw a token with an image of a golden lion on the ground in front of his feet. Caesar stretched out his hand towards this token with a smile on his face and asked, "Where are the rest?" The monster answered him that these useless rats are dead. Caesar, with a shocked expression on his face, his eyes wide open, looked ahead. Beads of sweat flowed down his face. In Caesar's mind there were thoughts that this world will swallow people whole, and if he cannot prove his worth, then he is nothing more than trash. After he thought about it, his face and body began to distort. While the hand of the protagonist squeezed his face, it began to transform and his teeth turned into fangs. He began to scream loudly, spreading his arms wide. On the system window, an inscription appeared that indestructible is a defense that has been significantly increased, and the damage caused has been significantly increased as well as speed. Caesar became a monster. He grabbed Qing's hand with a sharp movement of his hand. The protagonist looked ahead with a surprised expression. And then Qing asked himself, has he also regained his strength? At that moment, Caesar prepared his fist to attack Qing with it. He made a powerful blow with his fist, growling furiously with his mouth wide open and his red eyes glowing brightly. The protagonist was thrown back a few meters, but he was able to stay on his feet, leaning his hand on the ground. Caesar stretched out his hand in front of him and said that the distinctive feature of magic crystals is rich energy and seething magic power. After that he explained that during the blood moon these crystals are especially strong. At this time crystals began to gather in his palms. After that, with a sly smile on his face, Caesar said that thanks to the transplanted organs of the monster, he can also get drunk on the power of magic crystals. Several red magic crystals were attracted to his open palm. Caesar, throwing crystals into his mouth with his hand, said that, in addition, thanks to this, he can even become slightly stronger than the boss of the abyss. He absorbed these crystals, after which red horns began to grow from his forehead. The clothes on his body began to tear due to new sharp formations on his body. A notification appeared on the system window that a hint had appeared informing that the boss had been detected, and this boss's name was Rodrigo Caesar. Caesar stood angrily looking in front of him and clenching his palm into a fist. After that, a notification appeared on the system window that the berserk state had expired and the state of powerlessness would last 30 seconds. The protagonist, wiping the blood from his cheek, noticed that the system recognized him as a boss. Then he loudly asked what happened to his body. Zhou Tong with a frightened expression turned to the protagonist and asked him if he was okay. Qing looked ahead and cursed, saying that this was all extremely inopportune. Caesar growled furiously, breaking the massive stones beneath him and menacingly ordered Qing to surrender. Qing turned his gaze to Zhou Tong standing behind him. Caesar was at this time destroying the space around him, throwing huge stones in different directions, and at the same time he was screaming that he should let go of his human body and become an unkillable monster. One of these huge stones landed between Qing and Zhou Tong, forcing them to jump in opposite directions from each other. Caesar jumped high into the air. He shouted that he accepts the price of this power. Qing at this time quickly stepped aside, then he turned his attention to Caesar in the air, who, due to his mutation, mutated Caesar tore the body of the Qing clone in the air, after which he landed down already a monster on which a business suit was stretched. Zhou Tong watched in horror as Caesar transformed, shaking with fear. He understood that without a doubt they would not be able to cope with high-level players, and Qing, who hid his strength, was already much more powerful than his companions. However, looking at Caesar, who was tearing the sleeves of his jacket, he thought that even Caesar could kill him with one blow. Zhou Tong reasoned that although Rodrigo was exhausted, he still had his indestructible strength, which lies in his monstrous essence. Caesar, with a wide smile on his face, looked ahead while red horns grew from his entire body. Caesar said that the weak against the strong, and that's how this fight will be, and in order to become stronger he has to show this ugly part of himself. He pressed his hand to his face and laughed loudly. Then he turned his gaze back to Zhou Tong and said something he completely forgot. Zhou Tong screamed in fear that it was impossible to become even uglier. Caesar looked at him and said that one way or another he failed the mission that was entrusted to him, and he was the last piece of cannon fodder who would see it. Caesar rushed into a rage to attack Zhou Tong, ordering him to let him give him a heroic death. When Caesar was already approaching him, Zhou Tong put his hand in front of him and asked him to wait. Then he screamed that if he still died, he asked him to let him say something. Caesar brought his face close to Zhou Tong's face and put his huge hand on his neck, telling him that he was already talking too much. Then he called him a stupid bard. Caesar then asked him what his last wish was. At this moment, behind Caesar, the torn-apart Qing was gathering together. Zhou Tong, with a tense expression, said that he wanted to leave the abyss alive. Then he said that he was not the last of the cannon fodder. At this moment, behind Caesar, various bloody parts were gathering into a single whole. Caesar, with an enraged expression, turned around and chuckled questioningly. The protagonist stood behind Caesar, straining his arms. He said that thanks to the bard, he bought a little time and the state of powerlessness was cancelled by this potion. The protagonist confidently looked in front of him, holding a glowing substance on his finger that was waving its small paw. The protagonist said that his weaknesses could not be seen with a close look, so he relied on the bloody nightmare to obtain secret information through direct contact with his body. Caesar frowned and looked at Qing and asked him again, "Bloody nightmare?" He then asked him if this meant that he only killed a clone. He then asked him furiously, when did he manage to do this? Qing looked at him emotionlessly and shouted that he accepted the price of this power. Then he said that although his berserker skills greatly increased his strength in a short period of time, but the price of being forced to use this power that exceeded physical limits was 30 seconds of exhaustion. After that, he clarified that however, with a body that erases the boundaries between a man and a monster, he stretched out his greedy hands to the abyss itself. So the abyss naturally wants him to pay for it. Caesar stretched out his hand in front of him and ordered Qing to stop joking around, after which he shouted that this was his power. He asked him what the abyss had to do with it. Immediately after that, Caesar looked warily at his hand. His hand began to actively mutate, becoming much larger. His tendons were torn and stretched, and his muscles swelled, while red, sharp claws began to grow out of his hands. Caesar screamed loudly, opening his mouth wide. He dropped Zhou Tong from his hand, and Zhou Tong, sitting on the ground, looked at the even more mutated Caesar, confused. Then Zhou Tong ran away and Caesar, actively recovering his breath, looked at his distorted hand. The protagonist stood motionless next to him. Caesar turned his gaze to him, simultaneously recovering his breath and furiously shouted, "He!" After that, Caesar rushed to attack at high speed, approaching Qing. The protagonist jumped and pushed off his head and moved to the opposite space. Caesar again rushed to attack in a jump, intending to tear his body apart with his claws. The protagonist, looking at him, thought that the changes in his body increased his speed. After that, Caesar struck several blows, but Qing was able to dodge each of them. The protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, tried to dodge the blow, arguing that if only he had a weapon. Zhou Tong was approaching him from behind at this moment. Then Zhou Tong loudly shouted, "Qing!" Qing at this moment put up a block in front of himself, and defended himself from Caesar's attack. Caesar looked at Zhou Tong, who was addressing him. He threw a dagger towards him, asking him to catch it. Qing, with a tense expression, was able to catch the dagger flying towards him. After that, squeezing the dagger in his hand, Qing looked at Caesar, who jumped towards him. When Caesar approached him, Qing began to cut his body with his dagger. He deftly attacked Caesar from different sides, breaking off pieces of red crystals that grew out of his body and tearing his body. After that, Qing retreated back. Caesar turned to him in rage and asked him, "Is every hit critical?" Qing asked him not to forget that he was still beyond his power, since he only added a few points to his agility. Filled with rage, Caesar, with drops of blood flowing from his mouth, loudly screamed and rushed to attack, screaming that he had angered him and now he would not live. Then he loudly claimed that he was the supreme being. Qing was able to dodge his attack by pulling his body back. Then he clenched his fist and asked him again, "The supreme being?" Qing delivered a fiery punch with his fist right into Caesar's jaw, telling him that in his eyes he was nothing more than a monster. Caesar screamed furiously while his head was enveloped in tongues of flame. His face began to transform and fill with fat, erasing the last signs of a man that were characteristic of him. Caesar turned into a huge red muscular thing with huge fangs and a large number of red claws growing out of it. Caesar began to roar like a monster, straining his entire body. Qing looked at him and said that the monster had taken possession of him, and he could no longer be saved. He realized that he had completely mutated. Then he turned to Caesar and asked him if he could hear the call of the abyss. Caesar looked at him in bewilderment with his wide-open black eyes. Then he began to scream at Grozny that he should die and disappear. Caesar actively waved his paws and screamed that he had proven his worth. After that he asked to let him go, screaming that he was not cannon fodder, and he should not die. After that, Caesar ran away screaming loudly. Zhou Tong said that he had simply gone crazy. Then he noticed that this was their chance. Qing looked intently ahead, memories of Caesar, who had just turned into a monster, laughing loudly with his arms and legs spread wide, appeared in his mind. The protagonist then turned to Zhou Tong, calling him the leader, and told him that his body was absorbing a bloody nightmare. Qing's body at that moment was shrouded in dark magical energy that spread to his shoulders. Zhou Tong looked at him in fear and told him that he seemed to be. After that he said that there was something on him. Zhou Tong, with tears in his eyes, shouted at him that he thought he was dead. On the system window near Qing there was a message that a challenge had appeared, the essence of which was to defeat Caesar without killing him, and because of this he would be able to get a rare reward. The protagonist, looking at the system window, cursed irritably, asking if this was even possible. Qing realized that this man would not leave here alive, and even his own team members would not let him go just by seeing Caesar now. But he understood that if he accepted this challenge he would get a rare reward, and he decided to at least try to do it. After that, turning into a small liquid clot, Qing asked Zhou Tong to remember his words. Then he uttered a request for him to distract his attention, and noted that 5 seconds would be enough. Now Qing told Zhou Tong that he could not be killed. Then Qing turned away from the maddened monster Caesar, and said that monsters belong to the abyss and monsters cannot leave it. He said that the abyss will gladly accept those who have abandoned their humanity. Caesar at this time broke rocks and stones, making his way forward. He went deeper into the cave. The main character at this time continued to say that these are the rules of the abyss, and he heard that monsters enter a berserk state during the blood moon. But he noticed that this blood moon brought madness with it. Xindian, being in a dark cave near a glowing chest, shouted that he felt danger, and if he survived, it meant that he had great luck. He joyfully spoke loudly that this time it was his turn to grab luck by the tail. When he opened the chest, a golden glow began to emanate from there. He shouted that there was a huge amount of treasure here. He looked ahead with excitement, and shouted that he was rich and free. Then he began to list the pumped-up skills. After that, he shouted new life. Caesar, in the guise of a furious monster, approached him from behind and, opening his mouth wide and stretching out his long big tongue, looked at the back of the unsuspecting Xindian. Xindian at that moment shouted that he would change his life. After that, he raised his head up and, clutching the sheets in his hands, began to laugh loudly. Some time after that, while in the bar, Zhou Tong suddenly lowered his head down and asked Qing to become his boss. After that he told him that from now on he would always be with him. The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, looking at him, and holding a filled glass in his hands, told him that he could not be so cool. Zhou Tong, with a smile on his face, looked at him and said the words that he heard from him in the abyss. He said that he knew that he had been preparing to become a king all his life. After that, Zhou Tong told him that the moment he heard his words he realized that he would follow him anywhere. The protagonist, straining his face heavily, exhaled air from his lungs and said that at that moment he was just pretending to be cool, and looking at this now he realized that he was talking complete nonsense. Zhou Tong, putting his clenched fist on the table, told him that this is not nonsense. At that moment he addressed him as a boss. After that, Zhou Tong told him that only after listening to him did he realize that he was worth something and that he had goals. Qing asked him, "And what are his goals?" Zhou Tong told him that he himself said that he is the best support. Qing asked him again with a confused expression on his face, and then told him that he did not remember this. Zhou Tong with a confident expression raised his clenched fist up and shouted that he wanted to become the king of support. Qing looking at him thought about this guy with 2 agility and 1 luck who miraculously survives on the battlefield. He realized that if he continued to inspire him, it could only harm him. Zhou Tong excitedly continued to tell him that he should just imagine how he is the boss on the front lines and he strengthens him in an ambush. Then he began to talk about how they have a team. He didn't have time to finish speaking because Qing interrupted him, telling him that he didn't want him to continue walking in the abyss. Zhou Tong looked at him in confusion and asked him, "What?" After that, he, perplexed, addressed him as the boss and asked him, "Why?" Qing looked at him emotionlessly and reasoned that if he can strengthen others, but he himself always needs protection, then this is bad support. He mentally apologized to him thinking that he was sorry, but he just did not want him to risk his life. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him towards the sad Zhou Tong. A notification appeared on the system on the window near Zhou Tong that he had received 1,000 magic crystals. The protagonist explained to him that these were all his savings and these would last for a long time, so he asked Zhou Tong to promise him that he would not go into the abyss. Zhou Tong, with a confused expression on his face, looked in front of him, put his hands on his hips and answered him that he understood that this was the reality, but he began to confidently say that he still did not want to live on like trash. He began to shout that even when he died, he did not want to be looked down on. Qing looked at him with a grin on his face and thought that he was determined and he could see it in his eyes. After that Qing asked him if he couldn't protect himself, then how could he help others? Then Qing pulled out a sword from the magical space and addressed him and suggested that if he remembered correctly then his microphone could be held in one hand. Zhou Tong looked at him with a surprised expression and said that this was the Lao Zhang sword. Qing climbed onto the table and stuck the blade of the huge sword into the table looking at Zhou Tong. He told him that he could cause magical damage using weakening and strengthening spells and he could also use physical abilities if he pumped up his combat skills. Then Qing told him that if he had previously handled the Lao Zhang sword poorly then now was the time to learn and he would repay him with this. Zhou Tong looked at him with wide eyes in surprise and then squeezed the handle of Lao Shang's sword and addressed Qing as the boss and told him that he did not need these crystals. The protagonist with a smile on his face told him that in that case he should give these crystals to the families of Lao Zhang and Lao Zhu. After that he confidently looked at Zhou Tong and showed him his clenched fist and said that in the future they would earn more. Zhou Tong cheerfully looked at his boss and answered him affirmatively. 3 people in formal suits were near a large and glowing substance. A girl in office clothes holding a folder with paper in her hand said that after the incident with the blood-red moon, a small rank S detachment was sent out to clear the abyss of all demons. Then she reported that the corpses of the Blood Oath team were found in this abyss, and the leader named Caesar was heavily infected and completely demonized, and now they want to neutralize him. After that, the girl reported that in addition to this, the bodies of several strangers were found, including one of their acquaintances. A massive man who was dressed in the same suit as the girl asked her, the corpse of which of their acquaintances? The girl pulled out a paper on which information about Xindian was written and said that it was Xindian whom they had recently proclaimed the killer of teams in another incident, the invasion of the abyss. She said that when the body was found, it was wearing first-class equipment, and she assumed that he had a battle with the mutated Caesar, but he lost. After that, the girl assumed that this was probably an accidentally revealed factor. The man who was sitting opposite her on a wooden box asked her again, an accidentally revealed factor? The girl answered him affirmatively, and said that he was the only one. She did not have time to finish because the man interrupted her, telling her that he understood her. The gray-haired man who was behind the man talking to the girl asked if this meant that their plan had failed. The man who held the paper with information about Xindian in his hand replied that Caesar was a useless dog who could not prove his worth. Some time later, in the building of a public hospital called a Wonderful Picnic, people walked along the corridors of this hospital. Behind one of the doors, a man clutched his face with his hands and screamed, begging to be forgiven. He turned to his father and also asked him for forgiveness. He stretched out his wounded hand in front of him. In his hand was a dark key. This man shouted that he had no choice. Soon after, this key rose into the air and levitated and began to spread a thick magical dark substance around itself. This magical substance grew at great speed and spread to the surrounding area, and soon after it came out of the hospital building. The townspeople who were on the street ran away in horror from this spreading substance, and screamed, asking what was happening. This dark magical substance attacked the passing townspeople, breaking the asphalt and destroying buildings. One of the men with a frightened expression on his face shouted out that it was the same. Then he loudly declared that it was a portal to the abyss. By this time, the thickening substance of dark light had formed into one, and in the center of the street near the hospital, a huge dark glowing circle had appeared, which symbolized the portal to the abyss. Then this man, turning to the rest of the people who surrounded him, asked them to urgently call law enforcement officials. A few moments after this, the space around the portal to the abyss began to burn, people screamed in horror, and a massive monster emerged from the portal, growling angrily as it approached the people. Two people grabbed each other's hands in fear. One of them shouted to the other to hold on to him. Then he asked them to listen to him, and not to look back. It was a guy and a girl who, holding hands, were running away from a huge monster that was growling furiously and chasing them. The guy shouted to the girl to run quickly. Soon after, the monster attacked them with its powerful, strong claw, throwing the two people away from each other. The guy, screaming loudly, flew to the side and hit his head on a stone. The girl, frightened, stretched out her hand towards the guy whose hand she was holding, shouted, "Brother!" She screamed loudly, and tears flowed down her cheeks. At this time she fell deeper and deeper into the mouth of the monster, which had many sharp fangs. The main character abruptly rose on the bed and, getting into a fighting stance, began to scream furiously. Drops of sweat flowed down his face. He had difficulty regaining his breath. Then he fell back on the bed and grabbed his head with his hand, screaming that he saw this dream again. After that, he brought the screen of his phone to his face and thought that this is for sure. Then he shouted, "Today!" Some time later, having approached a flower shop which was located on the city street, Ching addressed the girl, calling her Zhang, and asked her to give him a bouquet. Zhang, smiling, looking at Ching, asked him if he was going to see his sister. Ching, smiling, approached her and answered her affirmatively, saying that he had met someone and that was why he was late. Zhang answered him in a friendly manner that she was very glad that she had a brother like him. Then she, looking at him in surprise, asked if he had had a haircut. Immediately after that, she told him that this hairstyle suited him. The main character explained to her that he was just passing by and met June. In Qing's mind, memories appeared of how June, putting his hand on his shoulder and holding scissors in his hands, told him that he had recently seen a new hairstyle and suggested that he try it. The main character, looking at him in confusion, then told him that he was going to Zhang for flowers. Then Qing took 2 bouquets in his hands and told Zhang that he would help her bear it. Zhang smiled and thanked him for it. After that, leaving the flower shop, they saw several specialized cars that belonged to law enforcement agencies with sirens on were quickly driving along the road forward. Zhang, with a surprised expression on her face, noticed that there were a lot of patrol cars on the road that were quickly driving to the hospital. After that she asked, "What happened?" Qing asked her again, "A hospital?" After that, with a serious expression on his face, he suddenly jumped up at great speed a long distance, and then, jumping from the roof of one house to another, he rushed towards where the patrol cars were going. He heard voices that ordered to speed up the cordon. Soon after, Qing, jumping over the roofs of houses, saw a huge portal into the abyss that was located in the center of the street. Confusedly looking at this portal into the abyss, he asked, "Why did the gates of the abyss appear here?" He landed on the asphalt behind one of the patrolmen. The patrolman turned to Qing and told him that the civilians had been ordered to evacuate, and the passage was blocked. After that, the patrolman's face distorted. He suddenly fell silent and looked ahead in fear. Qing was able to enter the portal unhindered. The patrolman with a beard turned to his colleague and asked him in rage, "What is he doing?" After that, he angrily asked him, "Why did he let a civilian through?" The patrolman turned to him and told him that this guy is the same as the others who entered and they cannot cope with him. The man with the beard, looking at Qing leaving for the portal of the abyss, said, "Well?" The protagonist with a confident expression on his face headed straight into the abyss and turned to his sister named Xiao, asking her to wait for him. He said that this time he will not be late. When he went inside the portal to the abyss, he found himself in a large spacious room. He said that the gate created another space inside the hospital that is much larger than the area of the entire building. He noticed that it is exactly the same as last time. Standing in the center of the room, Qing put his hands in his pockets and said that the room is empty and the squad of profession changers, in his opinion, was here before he arrived. He picked up the vessel that was lying on the floor and looking at it said that this potion is not available to ordinary shift workers, which means that they are not so simple. Soon, a vessel filled with some liquid appeared in Qing's hands. Looking at it, he shouted, "Regeneration potion." Information about the regeneration potion appeared on the system window, which said that this is a magic regeneration potion in the size of a large bottle. This potion instantly restores 85% of magical energy and eliminates the feeling of fatigue, and also reduces the entire consumption of mana by 50%, acting for 30 seconds. The main character, removing the potion into the magical space, looked in front of him and decided that he would go alone to look for Xiaoyu, so the consumption of magical energy would be huge and he needed to be ready for anything. Then he looked in front of him and shouted, "Fork." He used the observation window, after which his eyes began to glow purple. A tip appeared on the system window, which said that he would not be able to return once he chose the path. The protagonist walked to the end of the room and kneeled down and decided that he needed to choose one direction, and that was a one-way route. He was standing near several torches and was saying that based on the fresh tracks left behind, it was possible to assume that this was the route that had been laid by the previous rescue team, and that it was better to choose another path to increase his chances of survival. The protagonist took a torch in his hand and said that the abyss was vast, and he did not know how long it would take him to reach the end of this abyss, so he decided that the worst thing to do was to try to go through all the branches. The protagonist, with a confident expression on his face, frowned and looked ahead, shouting that he had no time to think about it and that ordinary people would not last long here, so he needed to act quickly. Entering another portal, Qing ran at high speed along a long, narrow corridor, saying that this clean red carpet meant that he was the first here. He looked ahead warily, saying that the return path had been swallowed up by darkness and that he would not be able to return. He stretched out his palm in front of him and a magic item appeared above his palm, which contained an eye. Qing said that he had already seen the power of this item, and if he found himself in a labyrinth, he would be able to mark places he had already been to with this item. A notification appeared on the system window, informing him that he had used the Eye of Agros. The protagonist, squeezing the magic item with the eye in his hand, said that it should show the map. A notification appeared on the system window, which said that it was impossible to display a map outside the area. Looking at this, Qing said that now he understood why they marked the road with a sword, and this device does not work in the abyss. He decided that this must be the legendary abyss of rules. At that moment, behind Qing, a viscous substance was spreading from the doorway. Looking at how this substance was abundantly spreading into the space surrounding it, Qing pulled out a dagger from his sheath and looking at this asked, "Is the room a trap?" And then Qing, with a concentrated expression looking ahead and squeezing the handle of the blade in his hand, said that there was no sound of the mechanism. He did not hear it, which means that it is not so. Then he noticed that it was even quiet here, and this quiet was frightening to him. At this moment, there was a certain sinister spirit behind him. This spirit was gathering in parts, and after it gathered together, then raising a massive metal scythe high above his head, he swung to strike. Qing was able to dodge this blow at the last moment by sharply moving to the side. The main character leaned his hand on the floor, squeezing the blade in his other hand. After that he rushed to attack with one blow, breaking this monster into two parts, cutting the body of this spirit. A notification appeared on the system window that this approach was ineffective. The body of the spirit was divided into two parts. This one had no torso, but this torso almost instantly began to recover again. Looking at this, Qing asked, "Physical immunity?" After that, this spirit rose into the air and began to spread waves of magical energy, making loud sounds. The protagonist grabbed his ears. These waves were sound waves, and a notification appeared on the system window that Qing had acquired a new status, and this status was the status of deafness. The protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, squeezed his ears with great effort so as not to be exposed to this deafening sound. At that moment he thought about the fact that he could not hear anything and his perception was significantly reduced. He reasoned that he had underestimated the danger of this place. The spirit at that moment continued to emit sound waves from itself, directing these at Qing. The protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, while drops of blood flowed from his eye sockets, nose and mouth, thought that he had encountered a monster of rules. After that he mentally shouted, "Exactly." He remembered that then 3 years ago he was sitting on the ground near a box from which crystals were scattered. The protagonist looked at the stone statues in front of him with a surprised expression on his face and was frightened. Looking at these, he asked himself, "What the?" After that, he shouted out expressively that he almost died of fear. Then he turned around and began to collect the scattered crystals in a box, saying that these were just a few gloomy statues that scared him. The protagonist, picking up the crystals, said that none of these should be wasted. Suddenly he turned around with a wary expression on his face and saw that the statues that he had recently been frightened of were looking at him with insidious smiles on their faces and glowing red eyes. The protagonist stood up and asked in fear, was this really an illusion? He assumed that they had recently been just a pile of stones. The other guy who was holding the box in his hands abruptly ordered Qing not to turn around. After that, he explained to him that if he looked at these statues, he should not blink. Then the guy shouted out, explaining to him that these were demonic crying statues. Qing, with a tense expression and beads of sweat flowing down his face, asked him again, demonic crying statues? After that, he said that he was scared just from the name. When Qing wanted to turn his gaze to the side, this guy furiously shouted at him not to turn around and only look at these statues. Qing answered him affirmatively several times. Then the guy explained to him that the demons in the abyss follow a certain logic in their actions, and the higher the level of the demon, the more logical they are. However, he clarified that the demonic crying statues in front of him are S-class creatures. But they usually do not attack. At this time, 3 large stone statues with insidious smiles on their faces and eyes glowing turquoise stared intently ahead. The guy explained to him that they act as follows. As soon as he collides with these statues with his gaze, their bodies petrify and turn into statues focusing on them. After that, the guy continued to explain to him that, however, if he looks away, these statues will pounce on him with super speed, easily killing him. The main character, looking ahead in fear, asked him what to do next. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and told him to listen to him. After that, he ordered him to slowly walk back and not blink until they leave the room. The main character, clutching a box of crystals in his hands, answered him that he understood him. After that, they began to move away from the statues along a narrow corridor. When they almost reached the stairs, Qing tripped over a stone and fell to the ground, dropping the box of crystals from his hands. The guy turned around with a frightened expression on his face. A moment after that, the statues began to come to life and approach them at high speed. The guy who explained the structure of the statues to Qing instantly ran up to the wall of the room they were in and grabbed the lever with his hand. He pulled the lever down with a sharp movement of his hand, after which a large stone door fell down, breaking the arm of one of the monsters who rushed to attack them. The main character was sitting on the ground near 2 boxes with scattered crystals. He looked ahead in horror with a lost look. After that, he fell to the ground and thanked the guy, telling him that he couldn't have done anything without him. The guy with a smile on his face told him that this time he was lucky. After that, he clarified that normal attacks do not cause any damage to these statues, but they kill as soon as he takes his eyes off them. Then the guy stated, saying that this is a paradox. After that, the guy with a wide smile on his face noted that although they are inexperienced in battles, they are capable of a lot in such matters. Now Qing, fighting with the spirit, concentrated a fireball in his hand and thought that he was no worse than some job changers. Then he asked himself, is that so? He concentrated magical energy in his hand, saying that if this monster is immune to physical attacks, then perhaps magical attacks are its weakness. After that, Qing looked at the spirit approaching him and shouted, "Big bang!" He looked at his tense hand with a surprised expression and asked himself, "What?" The magical energy in his hand began to glow green. Qing shouted that his hand was burning. He cursed, asking, "Is it really impossible to control fire here?" He tried to extinguish his burning hand with his breath, but at that moment a spirit approached him from behind, preparing to cut his body in half with his huge metal scythe. The protagonist, trying to extinguish his hand, said that he only had fire from magical attacks. Then he looked ahead with a tense expression. A magic card with an image of a monster appeared in front of his face. The protagonist was able to dodge the spirit's blow at the last moment by jumping back. Then, wiping his face from the blood, he said that he had little time, and he still did not know where the target was. But he understood that he could not stay in the first room for long. Qing looked askance at his opponent and reasoned that this monster was not physically invulnerable, and that this spirit's attacks were mainly aimed at one type of damage. Qing decided that this was strange logic. After that, when the spirit was approaching him again, preparing its attack, Qing jumped back, dodging the spirit's sweeping blow. Qing was able to defend himself from the next attack of this spirit by holding a dagger in front of his face, thereby taking the sickle's blow with this dagger. The protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, looking ahead, opened his eyes wide and realized that this spirit could be dodged. Qing decided that he finally understood what he needed to do. Dodging the spirit's newly committed attack, he understood that this monster materializes only after the attack, and before the sickle swings, it loses its defense against physical attacks. Dodging the sickle rushing towards his body, Qing was able to bend down and approach the spirit at high speed, after which he actively tore the spirit's body into many pieces with blows from his dagger. Qing understood that, moreover, this is the weakness of this spirit. The spirit's head began to glow with bright magical energy, soon after which the spirit disappeared into the air, dividing into many magical vapors. Soon after, these magical vapors began to concentrate together, and from these vapors a new advanced spirit was formed with 2 sharp blades in its hands. The protagonist, looking at this spirit, thought that it had acquired its second form, and he noticed that it was interesting. The spirit, spreading its arms wide in different directions, formed a halo of magical energy, which formed bright rays of wings for this spirit, spreading magical red energy in all directions. The protagonist stared ahead tensely and thought that he had just lost his hearing and now he couldn't see properly. He asked himself if he should activate the clone in advance to save his life. Then Qing decided that he shouldn't do it because if he used it now, it would take 30 seconds to recharge and he wouldn't be able to handle the monsters with the remaining magic power. The spirit stared ahead shrouded in magic energy, after which he abruptly rushed into the attack, striking Qing's body twice from different sides at once. The protagonist worriedly exhaled air from his lungs thinking that luck was on his side because a little more, and he would have been a corpse. At that moment Qing looked at his jacket torn on his shoulders. He understood that it was too difficult for him, and he wouldn't be able to cope even with a set of attributes. The protagonist took out a card on which it was written that super regeneration had been activated. A notification appeared on the system window that his torn wounds had healed and the state of deafness had been eliminated. The main character, clutching a dagger in his hands and restoring his body with the help of regeneration, understood that he needed to restore health points in order not to die. The spirit looked in front of him in confusion at Qing, who was restoring his health. The main character understood that his second phase was afraid of light, and even weak light did not allow this spirit to come closer. After that, Qing, with a sly smile on his face, formed a fireball in his hand, shouting that he understood. The spirit laughed, looking at Qing. A moment after that, Qing sharply clenched his palm into a fist and formed fire energy in his hand. Immediately after that, he pressed the hand in which he concentrated magical energy to his chest, and a moment later his whole body began to blaze with fire. The main character, straining his entire body and clenching his jaw, looked at the spirit, who moved away from him further. Notifications repeatedly appeared on the system window that Qing was burning. The main character, with a wild smile on his face, began to say that now he at least sees something. The spirit in horror began to fly away from the burning Qing. Qing began to catch up with the spirit running away from him. With a crazy expression on his face, Qing said that this spirit was afraid of flames because darkness was his life force. After that, Qing said that only fire abilities were cursed, and this makes them unusable, but for those who do not know how to cast spells. A notification appeared on the system window that Qing was making a soul dash. Qing approached the spirit from behind at great speed and grabbed him by the shoulders, shouting that in this case he himself would become fire. The spirit in horror began to scream loudly, after which Qing ordered a big explosion. After his order, a large fiery explosion occurred, which, due to the blinding energy emanating from this, illuminated the space surrounding Qing. Because of this explosion, Qing was thrown several meters away. The jacket and t-shirt that were on his body burned to ashes and his pants continued to burn. The spirit fell dead while his body was burning. A notification appeared on the system window that informed Qing that the monster was defeated and his health was reduced by 10%. The next notification from the system window said that his hand was badly burned and he would not be able to hold a weapon or cast a spell. The protagonist, looking at his burned hand and black burned fingers, laughed, saying that the price of victory was high and he would have to wait until his health was restored. Then, looking at the burning spirit, he sharply shouted, asking the flame not to burn the spirit completely. After that, Qing shouted that he wanted to disassemble it for materials. Pointing his finger in front of him, he ordered the magical substance to return the corpse of the spirits. The system window showed a message that this artifact is a soul reaper. A picture of a soul reaper appeared on the card, and the system window under this card said that the soul reaper summons a demonic spirit with a scythe that deals 5 times more base damage, and if any target dies from this skill, it will immediately activate the effect of the Despair Harvest, which restores 5% of its health and mana. Then the system window said that if he summons the Despair Harvest more than 5 times, he will enter a state of emptiness for 1 second, and in a state of emptiness, he ignores all physical attacks and cannot be blocked by creatures. After that, the system window explained that if the attack does not result in death, the user will receive the same amount of true damage. The next system window said that the artifact cannot be equipped, and this artifact is tied to the soul and cannot be exchanged. Ching, looking at the card with the Soul Reaper, said that he finally got at least something useful and noticed that for the first time he sees an artifact card that is attached to the soul. Looking in front of him, Ching said that the Soul Scythe can apparently convert a killed target into health and mana points, and if you use this in a battle with a large number of opponents, these opponents will have no chance. After that, Ching noted that, however, if the enemy is not killed immediately, he will receive the same amount of damage in response or even die, and he needs to use this card wisely. Then Ching, looking in front of him at the substance spreading to the sides, said that the passage was unblocked. A message appeared on the system window stating that the super regeneration recovery time has expired. The protagonist said, "Super regeneration." Immediately after that, he was enveloped in green magical energy that began to restore his health. The skill he used was able to restore even the burned to ashes clothes that were previously on Ching. The protagonist, confidently looking in front of him, addressed his sister by name and said that he was coming. At this time, the monster was standing near a stone table and was gutting a corpse lying in front of it on this table with a huge cleaver. This action took place in a gloomy, musty room, and corpses were hanging from the ceiling in this room on chains with blood dripping from them. On the floor lay a child's plush toy bear. The monster threw the severed arm into a bucket. Xiaozhou, with a confused expression on her face, held a bottle in her hand and looked ahead. Then she threw this bottle to the side, which caused the furious monster to turn towards the noise from the broken glass bottle. He went in the direction from where the sound came from, and Xiao at that moment tried to get closer to the plush toy, but she failed and fell, tripping over a bag. She made a loud sound and grabbed her head in pain. She looked closely at the plush toy that was lying on the floor. She crawled along the floor to this toy. Her body was shaking. She stretched out her hand towards the plush toy and shouted, "Brother." After that, she said that she would never let him be offended. She did not have time to reach her plush toy, because the huge monster crushed this toy with his massive foot. Then he looked intently at Xiaozhou lying on the ground with his red glowing eyes. After that, the monster began to growl furiously, showing off his sharp fangs. The monster stood in front of Xiaozhou lying on the ground and clutched a large metal cleaver in his paw. Xiao, looking ahead in fear, turned to her brother and asked him to help her. A moment later, when the monster raised his hand in which he clutched the cleaver above his head in order to strike, a man appeared behind this monster who jumped up, raising a massive sword above his head. Soon after, the huge sword cut the monster's body in half, dividing it into two. Xiaozhou watched with a frightened expression as the monster fell to the ground, cut in two. After that, a guy appeared in front of her face who killed the monster. He stuck his huge sword into the floor and clutched the hilt of the sword with his hands and looked ahead emotionlessly. This person was a warrior with a two-handed sword named Ming. Xiaozhou, with a frightened expression looking at Ming standing in front of her, thought that this was a hunter. Ming looked at her and then turned around and put the sword on his shoulder and walked away. Xiaozhou worriedly looked at Ming walking away from her, crawled up to him, and grabbed his leg with her hands, asking him to pull her out of here. Ming told her that the monster was no longer there and she could go. Then he explained to her that if she went with him, she would definitely die. Xiaozhou confidently looked ahead and clutched Ming's shoe with her hands and said that she had to get out of here for her brother. She understood that all this was because of the promise made 7 years ago. The doctor who was sitting in his office told the young Qing that the spinal nerves were badly damaged and he was afraid that Xiaozhou would never be able to walk like before, and it would be a miracle if she could at least control the upper part of her body. The protagonist, looking ahead in confusion, asked the doctor sitting opposite him if this meant that in the future she would not even be able to stand up. He asked the doctor if this was true. The doctor answered him affirmatively and explained that such a severe spinal nerve injury is incurable, after which he said that theoretically. The protagonist, with a sad expression, asked him again, "Theoretically?" Then he began to question the doctor. He asked him if he wanted to say that there was a chance of recovery. Then he asked the doctor what he should do. The doctor, looking down, began to talk about the fact that theoretical means that science is no longer useful here. But he knows of a case where the blind regain their sight in the abyss, and the abyss can cure diseases that are incurable in reality. He explained that this is a mysterious force that does not correspond to known scientific theories, and if his sister's disability is caused by a monster from the abyss, then the cure can happen there. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, looking at his hand, said abyss. After that he said that if there is a cure for this disease there, then this means that he can cure his sister there. After that he asked if this is true. The doctor, with a tense expression on his face, frowned and closed his eyes, put his hand to his forehead and said that only someone who changes his profession can enter the abyss. He explained to him that if he goes down, he will die. Then the doctor asked him if he understands this. After that, the doctor suggested Ching that they think about something more realistic. He told him that the cost of a regular hospital treatment requires a lot of money, and this money is equal to at least 8,000 yuan per day. The protagonist bowed to the doctor and repeatedly said that he would find the money. When they went out into the corridor, the doctor, turning to Ching, who was leaving, told him that he would try his best, but he warned Ching that he needed to pay on time. Ching answered him that he understood him and he would cover everything as soon as possible. At that moment, two nurses were talking to each other in the hospital corridor. One of them asked her colleague, "Is this the one she was talking about?" The second nurse answered her affirmatively, after which she told him that both of his parents died on the same day and his sister became disabled and he was left all alone. The nurse listening to this reacted that she felt unbearably sorry for him. The protagonist with a sad expression approached the entrance door to one of the wards. When he touched the door, a smile appeared on his face. He abruptly entered the ward where his sister was and loudly called her by name. He shouted to her that it was him. With a worried expression on her face, she lying on a hospital bag asking if he had arrived. Ching sat on the hospital bed and with a frivolous expression on his face explained to her that he had gone to see a doctor. Then he told her that her brother was going to a place called the Abyss. Xiaozhou asked him again, "The Abyss?" Then she asked him if it was safe there. Ching answered her affirmatively, and then with a wide smile on his face began to tell her that this place was completely peaceful, and she would soon make sure that they would cure her. Xiaozhou with a thoughtful expression on her face looked at her hands. The protagonist got out of bed and walked away saying that he almost forgot it. He took something and abruptly turned to Xiaozhou and pulled out a plush bear with a loud solemn cry. After that, he told her that he would not be able to come to her often, so when he was not around, he would allow this toy bear to protect her instead of him. Xiaozhou, opening his eyes and mouth wide, turned to his brother and shouted that he was all she had left, and she did not want him to be in danger. Then she began to ask him not to go where there were monsters. The main character listened to her in confusion and then approached her, and with a smile on his face said that he had found a job and very soon he would earn a lot of money, after which they would be able to cure her leg. He told her that if she waited for him, she would be able to walk again. Xiaozhou listened attentively to her brother, and then stretched out her hand in front of her with her little finger extended, and said that if he had to sacrifice himself for money, she would rather sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. She turned to her brother again and asked him not to go to such dangerous places. Then she asked him to promise her. Ching stretched out his hand in front of him and squeezed Xiaozhou's little finger with his little finger, and said that he promised that he would never risk his life. At the same time, Xiaozhou, lying on the ground and clutching Ming's leg with her hands, told him that if she stays here, your brother will definitely go into the abyss after her, and she does not want him to risk himself. She explained that she cannot die. When she spoke about this, she was lying a few meters from her overturned wheelchair. Wheelchair. Xiaozhou repeated again, saying that she can't. Ming looked at her attentively and said, "Her thirst for life." Then he grinned and lifting Xiaozhou by her clothes agreed with her. He put her on a wheelchair and noted that, however, if monsters attack, he will not protect her. Xiaozhou at that moment looked at her wheelchair and said that it was good that the wheels of this wheelchair were intact. Ming turned back to her and holding a sword in his hand told her that because she was not his client, he did not care whether she was alive or dead. Xiaozhou answered him saying that she would not interfere. Ming introduced himself by saying that his name was Ming and he was a warrior with a two-handed sword. At this time, the protagonist walked along the gloomy corridor and held a torch in his hand. Looking in front of him, he said that when he worked as a garbage man, he saw many potions that could restore physical injuries and also heal only those parts of the body that were damaged by the creatures of the abyss. He understood that one of the rules of the abyss is that when entering, you cannot go beyond the physical state, which meant that if a burn is inflicted before entering the abyss, this burn cannot be cured. Ching, with a confident expression on his face looking in front of him, said that otherwise he would have found a way to heal Xiaozhou. Then he looked in front of him in surprise with wide open eyes and asked himself, "Is this?" There were many corpses lying on the ground in front of him. Looking at these corpses, Ching assumed that it looked like there was a fierce battle here. Then he noticed that the level of these monsters was higher than that of warriors, and it seemed to him that they were destroyed by a group of monsters. Then Ching said that there were no living demons to be seen, which meant that there were survivors. He looked at the corpse of the huge chopped monster with his eyes wide open in surprise and asked himself, was this giant chopped with a sword? After that, Qing said that the Eye of Insight did not find anything useful. Looking back at the corpses lying on the ground, he said that most of the killed ones apparently were not strong in either agility or strategy. He assumed that they only relied on brute force? And then he grinned and confidently looked in front of him, saying that he was much stronger than this crowd of people who changed their profession. With a sly smile on his face, he said that to be more precise, he was simply an unkillable creature. Some time after that, Ming walked forward holding his huge sword on his shoulder, followed by Xiaozhou on a wheelchair. Her face suddenly distorted. She carefully looked at Ming's leg with a shocked expression. Several bright flashes of light occurred on the ceiling of the room they were in. Ming raised his gaze, paying attention to those flashes. Suddenly those several flashes hit Ming, hitting his body and face. Those flashes knocked him back, causing him to lose his balance. Xiaozhou watched in horror, clutching her head. She started screaming in fear while tears started flowing from her eyes. Ming stood on the floor with a gloomy expression, and there were several holes in his body from those flashes. Then he raised his gaze upward and confidently looked in front of him. There was a hole in his forehead. Xiaozhou, with a worried expression, asked him if he was okay. Then she asked if he was in pain. Ming looked at her and asked again, "Pain?" After that, a memory of what happened 4 years ago appeared in his mind. This event took place in an abyss called the Tomb of the Ancients, and this abyss was rank A. Several menacing mummies led by the Corpse King, who was the boss, and at that moment were squeezing the head of a frightened man in his massive paws. The Corpse King began to squeeze the man's head even harder, causing his eyeballs to roll out of their sockets, and the man began to scream uncontrollably in pain while opening his mouth wide. The Corpse King tore the man's head from his body, causing copious amounts of red blood to fly in all directions. 3 armed men stood in front of this Corpse King. One of these men was Ming, who was staring ahead with a tense expression while clutching his sword. The nobleman, with an irritated expression, began to yell, calling the men idiots. After that, he reminded them that he had spent a huge amount of money to hire them. He asked them in a rage, "And all this for this?" Then he pointed his finger in front of him and started shouting hysterically that for a mercenary the main goal is to get money for which they must fight to the death. He pointed at the 3 male mercenaries, telling them to remember that he paid double the price for their lives. Ming thought that since he was a criminal he had no legal status and could only join the ranks of the rank and file as a mercenary, and among these desperate people there were those madmen who did not care about their lives. The protagonists looked gloomily in front of him, thinking that they had committed suicide, asking for double the reward for this. The nobleman, filled with rage, opening his eyes and mouth wide, shouted that 100,000 and they were killing the Demon King. Then he started shouting that they had already come this far and he would not give up the final treasure. After that, the nobleman responded negatively to his previous words and shouted that he would pay the killer of the Corpse King 200,000. Ming understood that money can solve any problem, and they keep asking for more, so much so that the numbers are simply staggering. The mercenaries besides Ming listened with sly smiles on their faces as the aristocrat shouted that he would pay 250,000 in cash. Ming thought that they were just a bargaining chip, and their lives. One of the mercenaries shouted that he would agree to 250,000. After that, 3 mercenaries including Ming stood in front of the Corpse King, clutching melee weapons in their hands. Ming cursed, realizing that he should not let them take his money. The Corpse King began to roar furiously, opening his brightly glowing eyes wide, straining his entire body, shouting menacingly. Looking ahead, the Corpse King's henchmen rushed to attack. A huge bald mercenary with a massive axe attacked these mummies, shouting that 250,000 was at stake. After that, he laughed loudly, ordering him to die. Then the 2 mercenaries besides Ming rushed to attack synchronously, preparing to hit the Corpse King. However, the Corpse King opened his mouth wide and then with a sharp blow chopped the bodies of these 2 mercenaries into several pieces. Ming, with a tense expression on his face, stood in front of the Corpse King, clutching a large sword in his hand. The Corpse King was preparing to strike and sharply punched Ming right in the face, which caused Ming to be thrown several meters away. After that, the Corpse King glowed with bright golden magical energy and looked ahead. The aristocrat irritably ordered to protect him. After that, he reminded that they would only be able to get the money if he remained alive. Then, in a rage, he reminded that he had paid for their lives. Ming angrily looked ahead and touched his damaged face with his hand and then ran to attack, going around the Corpse King from behind. The Trope King screamed furiously as he opened his mouth wide. Ming also screamed as he prepared to strike. Soon after, Ming slammed his huge sword straight into the Corpse King's side, beginning to cut through his flesh. While cutting through the boss's flesh, he screamed that he had finally made it. After he was able to defeat the Corpse King, a wooden chest appeared in front of him. as well as a magical artifact that glowed a bright purple. The noble ran up to the chest and pushed Ming aside, ordering him to get out of the way and let him open the chest. Ming glared at the noble as blood flowed from his mouth and said, "The promised double payment," then he coughed painfully. The noble with a sly smile on his face looked at Ming and noticed that he was almost dead, then he asked him, why did he need money? He asked him, where was he going to spend the money? After that, the noble called him a fool. The aristocrat began to laugh and open the chest, shouting that he would get rich, and the information he bought about it even paid off. When he opened the chest, magical energy began to spread from this chest in different directions. The aristocrat with a confused expression on his face stretched out his hand towards the magical energy flying away from him. After that he looked in bewilderment in front of him, stuck his hand into the empty chest and irritably asked, "Is it empty?" Then he tried to feel something in the chest with his hand and asked, "Why is there nothing here?" On the verge of hysteria, the aristocrat said that he had invested so much in this, and the chest turned out to be empty. Suddenly his face distorted. His cheeks swelled and his eyes began to go beyond their sockets, his face swelled greatly and his tongue became unnaturally shaped. The aristocrat began to suffocate, soon after which his body was torn into small pieces. This was due to the fact that he was infected with a sand curse and he was torn into many grains of sand. Ming looked in confusion in front of himself and asked, "Is this a curse?" Then he touched his eye which had several grains of sand in it. In confusion, feeling the sand on his eye, he asked himself, did he really get it too? He cursed mentally, suggesting that perhaps he should pick up this sphere that fell from the corpse king. He looked at the magical artifact that was levitating in the air in front of him. When Ming took this artifact in his hand, information appeared on the system window that this is an immortal artifact that turns the owner into undead, and the advice was information that holy and healing spells will inflict fatal damage on him, and normal damage does not work on undead. Ming took off the armor that was on his body before and also threw the sword to the ground, realizing that the price of transformation was the loss of the feeling of pain and emotions, and he became a man who cannot die. He looked sadly in front of him, and Xiaozhou asked him, did his blood turn into sand? Then she asked him with wide open eyes, is he cursed? Ming looked at her sadly and then, without answering her, went forward. Xiaozhou looked at Ming walking away from her in bewilderment and asked him why he was ignoring her. At this time, Qing, surrounded by bloody melee weapons that were lying on the ground, met a large army of enraged monsters who were also armed. These monsters screamed furiously, rushing to attack Qing. The protagonist also attacked these monsters using his blade and tearing their bodies apart. When Qing attacked them, he thought that since he was in a hurry and could not normally distribute the points, he could only continue to evenly pour in the previously accumulated ones, and now he has almost 200 points. However, the protagonist, opening his eyes wide and straining his jaw, put his blade in front of him and went on the attack. He thought that it was impossible to find out information about the monsters in the next room until he entered this room. The protagonist thrust the blade of his dagger into the neck of a large armored monster and thought that if he forgot about his health for at least a short time, then with a high probability it would end in his death. Qing understood that although the monsters in the abyss were strengthened, they were not able to withstand the physical stress of constant battles. One of the monsters with a large axe in his hands tried to strike him from above. Qing jumped up a few meters and ran along the backs and heads of the monsters in parallel with this dagger, tearing their necks with the dagger. Then Qing, being on a hill relative to the other monsters, stretched out his blade in front of him. He shouted a loud order, daggers flashing madly. A notification appeared on the system window that the amount of mana is less than 5%. The main character cursed mentally and asked himself in bewilderment, could it be that he would not be able to use skills? At this moment, Qing looked ahead with a tense expression. One of the monsters looked at Qing with apprehension and confusion. Qing rushed to attack, throwing a dagger out of his hand. He thought that in this case he would fight with his fists. After he threw out the dagger with his right hand, he clenched his palm into a fist and struck a monster with a shield in his hands. From this blow, the monster flew to the side. The protagonist looked ahead and saw several new monsters that were running towards him, growling menacingly. The protagonist cursed, seeing that there were more of these monsters. Concentrating his gaze, he looked ahead and thought that after 4 battles with monsters, he was completely exhausted and now his mana was almost at 0. The protagonist began to think that all the light magic potions in his backpack had already been used up and only the large bottles he found in the abyss remained. However, he understood that it was better to save these potions for critical moments. The protagonist rushed into the attack at great speed and began to hit the monsters with such force that the eyes of these monsters flew out of their sockets and fangs broke off. Dark thick blood splashed from their faces while Qing continued to attack them with increasing strength. He broke the jaw of one of the monsters and turned another inside out, forcing its eyes to separate from its face. After that, Qing took another armed monster with a choke hold, which had a helmet on its head. Qing with a sharp movement of his body tore the monster's head from its shoulders and jumped to the ground. There were several more monsters in front of him. Qing took out a card that depicted a Soul Reaper. The system window informed Qing that this was an artifact that was a Soul Reaper sickle. The protagonist used this artifact and released the Soul Reaper to attack. When Qing did this, he understood that the sickle was not the best weapon because of the side effect, but he thought that perhaps the Harvest of Despair could cause a recovery effect. The monsters looked at the Soul Reaper approaching them in bewilderment. This Soul Reaper wielding a sickle cut the monsters' bodies with ease, splashing dark thick blood around the space around him. A notification appeared on the system window near Qing that a special effect of the artifact called the Soul Reaper sickle had been activated and the value of health and mana had been restored. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious expression while his body was regenerating. After that, a message appeared on the system window stating that his health and mana were 100%. The protagonist exhaled air from his lungs and said that in this way he saved the potion and reduced the frequency of using super regeneration. After that, a message appeared on the system window telling him that the duration of card skills would increase as these skills accumulated. Something on the floor made a cracking sound. Qing looked down and looked questioningly. He saw that there were glasses under his foot. Looking at this, Qing asked, "Glasses?" Then he loudly asked, "Where did these glasses come from?" Suddenly, the barrel that was behind him began to make sounds. This barrel overturned. A human hand climbed out of it. The man from the barrel asked Qing to stop and save him. After that, a man named Qi Shan climbed out of there. Qi Shan looked up at Qing and asked him if he had seen his glasses. Qing gave him the glasses, after which Qi Shan happily shouted, "Here are the glasses." Then he introduced himself by saying that his name is Qi Shan and he is a research doctor. After that, putting the glasses on his eyes, he said that he did not know what happened, but monsters suddenly appeared in his room. He said that these were the same monsters that he had just killed. Rising to his feet, Qi Shan said that he was very scared so much that he ran into a completely unfamiliar room and in order to stay alive, he hid in a barrel. The main character asked him if he had seen other survivors. Qi Shan asked him again in confusion, about other survivors? Then he explained to him that this abyss is huge and few people here are able to survive, not to mention the disabled and crippled from the hospital. The main character grabbed Qi Shan by his shirt and menacingly looking him straight in the eyes asked him what he meant by the words disabled and crippled. He reminded him that he was a doctor who was supposed to save people. Then Qing asked him angrily, how dare he say such a thing? Qi Shan fearfully told him that he was just a doctor and not a career changer, and he couldn't do anything about these monsters. Then he asked Qing if he understood him. Qi Shan then suggested that in the face of life and death, one should pay attention to self-defense. Then he asked him, isn't that so? Qi Shan continued to speak with a confused expression, that if he was strong in combat then why would he hide in a barrel? Then he asked Qing again if he understood him. Then he asked him if this meant that he came to save him? Suddenly, Qi Shan's gaze changed. He confidently said that if he was sent to save him then he ordered him to stop talking nonsense. He explained that the lion heart probably promised him an amazing reward for his life. The protagonist asked him again, the lion heart? At that moment, a name appeared in his mind, Caesar. He remembered how the task to defeat Caesar appeared on the system window, and the reward for this task was 150 attribute points. When Zhou Tong walked up to him and handed over a token with a lion image towards Qing, he looked at it in surprise. The protagonist asked him what this was. Then he wondered if that guy had dropped it. Zhou Tong guessed that he thought he had seen it before, and it looked like the emblem of a hunting party called the Lion Heart. The protagonist took the lion token in his hand and said Lion Heart, then he said that this is the clan of the strongest. He said with a confused expression that the bar of these powerful hunting parties is too high. Now Qing turned away from Qi Shan and walked in the opposite direction. Qi Shan actively tried to attract his attention and asked him, didn't he come to save him? Then he asked him with a worried expression, why is he leaving? Qing asked him again, did he mean that he came here from the ward? Qi Shan answered him in the affirmative with confusion and then asked, why should he save these patients? He noticed that they were poor anyway and he couldn't get money from them. The protagonist apologized without looking at him and explained that he needed to save his sister. Qi Shan asked him again, his sister? After that, he quickly tried to stop him, noting that he was not here to save him and he was not a monster hunter. The protagonist confirmed his assumption and told him that he was recycling trash. Then he turned to him and with glowing purple eyes stared into Qin Shan's eyes, explained that, however, he did not hoard trash.